For every child I bear, I absorb their vital energy when they turn 3. Yet I do this not to strengthen myself, but to nourish our family's treasured tree that feeds on offspring's vitality. Using the life force of 3-year-old children, once the tree is nourished, it bears fruit. Consuming these fruits grants cultivation techniques and rare treasures. Yet despite owning this miraculous tree, I find no joy, for my wife and I have already borne 4 children. Still the tree's fruits refuse to ripen. Raising 4 children strains us both, forcing me to suspend our childbearing plans. Today, working in the fields, I set down my hoe, gazing up at the darkening sky. It's little Yun's 3rd birthday feast today. Time to return home. Daeniu, let's go. I call to the youth bent over in the distant field. Coming. 10-year-old Su Xianyo, my eldest, rises from the soil, shouldering his small bamboo basket as he goes. These vast fields stretching east to west. All 80 acres belong to our family. Only through this land can we support our numerous household. Father and son arrive home, pushing open the courtyard gate. My wife Feng Jiajin stands there, belly slightly rounded. She was sitting on a chair sewing shoe soles. Hearing the gate movement, she put down her needlework and came out to greet us. You've worked hard, my husband. Put down that basket quickly. Denyo has been so good today. He's been working in the fields with you all morning. Su Xianyo raised his head slightly with pride. I caught lots of grasshoppers and crickets. I'll go feed the chickens now. Saying this, he carried his small bamboo basket toward the chicken coop. I took off the bamboo basket on my back, looking at my beautiful wife with loving eyes. Today is Xiao Yun's 3rd birthday. Let's kill a chicken and have a good meal. Dear, you should rest well for the baby. Don't tire yourself with work. As I spoke, I reached out and gently touched my wife's belly, then planted a loud kiss on her cheek. You're terrible. Aren't you afraid the children will see? Hearing my wife's coy words behind me, I picked up the bamboo basket and headed to the pig pen. After feeding the pigs, I walked to the adjacent chicken coop, then swiftly caught a hen. Denyo, wasn't this the one that pecked you last time? Yes, it was. That's the one. Last time Su Xianyo fed the chickens, this one pecked him hard. He recognized its feather pattern. Then it can blame no one else. Son, I'll avenge you today. I closed the chicken coop properly. Gripping the hen's wings, I walked toward the kitchen. When Su Xianyo saw I was going to slaughter the chicken, his mouth was practically watering. He was 10 years old, just at that growing age. And in our household, unless it was a festival or special occasion, meat was rarely eaten. Where's Sangu? Daeniu, go call your little brother back for dinner. The 3rd son, Su Xiaogo, spent all day playing wildly outside. He never came home until starving. Before Su Xianyo could step out the door, he saw his younger brother sneaking back, cradling an enormous decorated bun in his arms. Big brother, help me hold this. It's too heavy. Su Xianyo reached out to take it, puzzled. What's this? Where did you get it from? Someone's house was hosting a feast. I've never seen such a pretty bun before. When no one was looking, I took it. Su Xiaogo admitted frankly, pride evident in his words. When Su Xianyo understood what happened, he turned without hesitation and shouted, Little brother stole something again. Feng Jiajin heard the shouting, stormed out of the room angrily. Upon seeing those colorful flower-shaped steamed buns, her face darkened. Although his family wasn't wealthy, 80 mu of land made them a relatively well-off household in the village. How did he develop this habit of stealing? She picked up the broom leaning against the base of the wall, preparing to execute family law. Seeing his mother coming at him aggressively, Su Xiaogo's legs went weak with fright and he shouted, It's Sangda's 3rd birthday party today. The steamed buns, the fancy steamed buns, are for him. Having said that, he turned and ran, his legs moving very quickly. Given Jiajin's pregnant condition, she couldn't catch up to the 7-year-old Su Xiaogo. As a result, Su Xiaogo turned around and ran into Su Fugue's arms. He only felt his collar tighten as someone grabbed his neck. What's this kid been up to again? Su Fugue asked with a smile. He stole someone else's fancy steamed buns. Then he deserves to be taught a lesson. Su Fugue stuffed Su Xiaogo into Jiajin's hands. He was responsible for the farm work, while Jiajin was responsible for teaching the children to read and write and educating them. Unless it was a major event, he wouldn't interfere with Jiajin's discipline of the children. Jiajin brought the broom handle down on Su Xiaogo's backside, beating him until he howled like a ghost and wailed in pain, snot and tears flying in mere moments. See if that teaches you a lesson. Go to the main room and face the wall. Recite the 100 family surnames 20 times. You're not allowed to eat until you finish. Su Xiaogo sniffled as he replied with a sobbing voice, Okay, which family does this steamed bun belong to? Jiajin intended to return the item. Only the Lu family is hosting a banquet today. It's Master Lu's 60th birthday. The steamed bun has already been dirted by Sangu. Returning it would seem disrespectful. The Lu family bought most of the land that Su Fugue's father sold, as well as that 3-courtyard residence. Now, the Lu family is the great landlord of Baiha village, owning a full 800 mu of land, and they are known as the Lu magnate. Jiajin thought for a moment, realizing that returning the steamed bun would surely lead to gossip behind their backs. Thus, she took a bag of copper coins from the bedroom and handed it to Su Fugue. Go to the Lu family and offer a gift to congratulate them on the birthday. Alright. Su Fugue didn't like taking advantage of others, so he considered the gift money as payment for the steamed dough figurine. He arrived at the Lu residence and saw the birthday banquet in full swing. A play was being performed on a makeshift stage, with villagers watching. He found the gift table, presented his 50 copper coins, and had his name recorded. Afterward, he didn't join the festivities and went straight home. He entered the north room and saw Su Shiogo facing the wall, stumbling over the recitation of the 100-character text: filial piety, loyalty, propriety, righteousness, benevolence, wisdom, virtue, goodness. This 100-character text was composed by Su Fugue and would also serve as the generation names for the Su family in the future. The Shao in Su Xianyo and Su Shiogo's names was the first character. Full of vigor and vitality, vit. Family prosperity. Jiajin, seeing Su Shiogo falter again, sternly prompted him. Fami family prosperity, eternal peace. Where did Erxia and Xiao Yun go? Su Fugue didn't see Su Xiaoxia and 3-year-old Xiao Yun. They're playing in the backyard. Call them to wash up and eat. Okay, the stewed chicken should be ready. Su Fugue walked toward the backyard, seeing Xiao Yun crawling all over the ground, with Su Xiaoxia following to prevent him from bumping into anything. Su Xiaoxia was his second daughter, 9 years old, and usually helped Jiajin take care of her fourth younger brother at home. 3-year-old Xiao Yun was at the age where he would throw tantrums and roll around on the ground. Daddy, daddy. Seeing Su Fugue, Xiao Yun got up from the ground and ran towards him, opening his arms and tottering. Seeing that he was about to fall, Su Fugue scooped him up and held him in his arms. Erxia, go wash up. Dinner is about to be served. There's stewed chicken. Stewed chicken. Hearing about the stewed chicken, Su Xiaoxia, who looked tired, regained her vigor and scurried off to wash up. Xiao Yun, let's go. Daddy will take you to do something important. Su Fugue carried Xiao Yun into the bedroom in the east wing and closed the door. His inner world's family treasure tree, while nourished by the bloodline aura of his descendants, had a limitation. It could only receive bloodline energy from those who had reached the age of 3. He didn't understand the reason this information had appeared in his mind along with the awakening of his inner world. Good boy, don't move. He placed Su Xiaoyun on the bed and gently placed the palm of his right hand on top of his head, muttering, I, Su Fugue's fourth son, Su Xiaoyun, am now 3 years old. May he grow up safely, with everything going smoothly, and be free from illness and disaster in this life. As his voice fell, a faint aura emerged from Su Xiaoyun's Baihui acupoint on the top of his head, flowing into Su Fugue's body and disappearing. Su Fugue saw the treasure tree in his inner world undergo a change after absorbing this aura. At the top of the 3-meter-tall treasure tree, a 30-centimeter-long emerald green branch split off, and tender buds sprouted on the branch. At the same time, the solitary green fruit at the top of the treasure tree began to grow, stopping when it reached the size of a fist, fresh and dripping with moisture, emitting a fragrant aroma. It's finally ripe. Su Fugue was overjoyed. He had waited 7 years for this fruit. Speaking of the treasure tree, when he awakened his inner space upon marriage at 19, the treasure tree was just a bare, slender sapling, 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall. Afterward, the treasure tree grew 10 centimeters taller each year, reaching exactly 3 meters in height this year. That year, when his eldest son Su Xianyo turned 3, he used his offspring's bloodline to nourish the treasure tree for the first time, causing a branch to sprout from the top of the treasure tree and simultaneously forming a green fruit the size of a quail egg. When his second daughter Su Xiaoxia turned 3, he nourished the treasure tree with his offspring's bloodline for the second time, and another branch sprouted from the top of the treasure tree, causing the green fruit to grow to the size of a chicken egg. The situation remained the same when his third son, Su Xiaogo, turned 3. The green fruit grew larger but did not ripen. From the appearance of the green fruit until now, 7 years have passed, and he has finally waited for the emerald green fruit to ripen. Chapter 2, Spiritual Fruit Empowerment. At the same time the fruit ripened, information surfaced in Su Fugue's mind. Blessing spirit fruit, consume it beside the treasure tree to receive an imparted teaching of cultivation methods, secret techniques, and more. The cultivation methods and secret techniques received depend on the current state of the treasure tree. Blessing spirit fruit. Judging from the information, this thing could actually impart cultivation methods and secret techniques. For the current Su family, it was an invaluable treasure. Huff. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately enter his inner space and devour the blessing spirit fruit. The inner space was a real space. When he entered it, he would disappear from reality. Only by exiting the inner space would he reappear in the same spot. Therefore, in order to keep this secret, he was always extremely cautious when entering the inner space. I've waited 7 years. There's no need to rush at this moment. He picked up Su Xiaoyun and walked out of the bedroom, went to the washroom to wash away the dust from his body, and changed into clean clothes. In the center of the main room of the North House, there was an antique 8 immortals table. A casserole was placed in the center of the table. The lid couldn't block the aroma of meat that escaped from within. Next to it were a plate of stir-fried green vegetables, a plate of mixed bean sprouts, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. A steamer basket full of fluffy white steamed buns, along with rice porridge, bowls, chopsticks, and other items were arranged on the table. The children eagerly gathered around the table, rubbing their little hands as they waited for the meal to begin. Su Xiaogo had just been whipped. His buttocks ached, so he didn't dare sit. He just stood there, eyes shining and drool dripping. As Su Fuguei was about to sit down, he heard a woman's voice coming from the courtyard entrance. He turned his head and saw Jia Zhen walking in with a beautifully dressed young woman in a silk dress. Wang Qian's husband was a renowned martial artist in Baihe village, and her family was the wealthiest in the village, second only to the Lu family. She was a year older than Jia Zhen, and they had both married into Baihe village from the city in the same year. Moreover, their homes were not far apart, so they often visited each other. Husband, sister-in-law Qian has come to celebrate Xiao Yun's birthday banquet. She brought a large pork knuckle. I'll go to the kitchen and slice it first. Jia Zhen held a 2 approximately 1 kilogram large pork knuckle in her hand. It was already braised and could be sliced and directly added as a dish. Su Fuguei quickly stepped forward to greet her. Sister-in-law Qian, you shouldn't have bothered bringing anything. Wang Qian waved her hand and said, it just so happened that we had it at home, so I brought it over. Isn't it Xiao Yun's third birthday feast? It's good for the children and Jia Zhen to nourish their bodies. The children are growing, and Jia Zhen is pregnant, so they can't lack nutrition. In fact, she had originally prepared a pure silver longevity lock to give to Xiao Yun, but she thought that with the Su family couple's personalities, they would definitely try to return the favor in the future. It was better to simply give a pork knuckle, saving the Su family from added burden. You're right, thank you, sister-in-law Qian. After Su Fuguei finished speaking, he looked at the children. Why don't you quickly thank your aunt? Thank you, auntie. Su Xianyo and Su Xiaogo only knew there was a pork knuckle to eat, and their saliva was about to drip on the ground. Su Xiaoxia said sweetly, thank you, auntie. You look so beautiful today, just like a fairy in a book. Giggle. Wang Qian covered her mouth and giggled, revealing her slender, jade-like fingers with red painted nails. She had applied light makeup before coming, making her appear younger and more elegant than usual. In terms of appearance and figure, she admitted that she was slightly inferior to Jia Zhen, but she never lifted a finger at home, adding a touch of pampered nobility to her demeanor. Xiaoxia, you have such a sweet tongue. When you grow up, auntie will find you a good husband. Sister-in-law Qian, please come in quickly. We just finished preparing and haven't started eating yet. Su Fuguei welcomed Wang Qian into the main room and had her sit in the place of honor. A wife gained status through her husband, and Wang Qian's husband's position in the village was simply too high. Wang Qian didn't stand on ceremony and sat down after a slight show of reluctance. At this time, Jia Zhen brought in a plate of sliced pork knuckle, and everyone took their seats to begin the meal. It was just a family feast, so there weren't so many formalities. Mainly, Jia Zhen and Wang Qian chatted idly, while Su Fuguei ate in silence, also feeding Su Xiaoyun. Why is Sangha standing while eating? Wang Qian noticed Su Xiaogo's posture. Su Xiaogo, his mouth stuffed with pork knuckle, mumbled, my butt hurts. Jia Zhen recounted what had just happened. There was no need for her to hide such a small matter from Wang Qian. Children are all like this. My eldest son is the same. He lacks nothing at home, yet he insists on stealing from other people's melon patches. They even came to our door to complain. I was mortified. Wang Qian had 2 sons, one 10 years old, the same age as Su Xianyo, and one 7 years old, the same age as Su Xiaogo. She often discussed her experiences in raising children with Jia Zhen. After a long while, the meal came to an end. The table looked as if a whirlwind had swept through. Nothing was left. The 3 children ate until their bellies were round, and they didn't even have the strength to speak. Jia Zhen, needing to supplement her nutrition due to her pregnancy, also ate a lot. Wang Qian only ate a few bites. Su Fuguei had just finished eating, and he even used a steamed bun to dip in chicken soup and feed some to Su Xiaoyun. He thought to himself, the children are still young now, but in the coming years, their appetites will only grow larger. He would have to risk his old life to be able to support so many children. After seeing Wang Qian off, the couple washed the dishes and cleaned up. Night fell. Su Fuguei and Jia Zhen lived in the north-facing bedroom, along with Su Xiaoyun. Su Xianyo and Su Xiaogo lived in the east wing. Su Xiaoxia originally lived in the west wing, but she was too timid to live alone, so she lived in the ear room adjacent to the north-facing room. Before dawn, Su Fuguei woke up. He quietly climbed out of bed without disturbing Jia Zhen and slipped out the door in the dark. Judging by the sky, it would be at least another half an hour before dawn, but he couldn't wait. Picking up his hoe and carrying a bamboo basket on his back, he headed to his own orchard. The sky was dim, and there was no one around. He slipped into the depths of the pear orchard and sank his mind into his inner space. Enter. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Inner space. Beside the 3-meter-tall treasure tree, Su Fuguei appeared out of thin air. With the treasure tree as its center, a circular area with a radius of 3 meters formed. This area was the extent of Su Fuguei's movement. Beyond it lay an impenetrable white mist, as if an invisible barrier separated the inner space where the treasure tree resided from the outer mist. The area of the inner space increased year by year along with the growth of the treasure tree. According to the information in Su Fugue's mind, he could bring objects into the inner space, but not animals such as cats, dogs, chickens, or ducks. Furthermore, many characteristics of the inner space were the same as the outside world, including the passage of time and so on. At this moment, beneath the treasure tree was a wooden box, about 1 foot square. Inside the wooden box were copper coins, a small amount of loose silver, and some farming tools such as wood axes and scrapers. Beside it on the ground lay a chipped sickle and a rusty iron spade. Su Fugue treated the space within his body as a storage dimension, keeping miscellaneous items inside. Let me witness the miraculous effects of the treasure tree. He looked up, gazing at the emerald green empowerment spirit fruit hanging from the treetop between the 4 branches. Having nurtured the treasure tree for 11 years, he had not actually received any benefits. For someone without skills or property, his inner space was like a storage room. He quickly climbed the treasure tree, plucked the empowerment spirit fruit, and jumped to the ground with a thud. According to the information in his mind, he sat cross-legged next to the treasure tree and consumed the spirit fruit. The empowerment spirit fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a fragrant liquid that entered his stomach, then transformed into a cool stream that went straight into his mind. Chapter 3: 5-Element Stance. A large amount of information suddenly appeared in Su Fugue's mind. 5-Element Stance: consume grains and cereals, eat livestock, poultry, fish, nourish the body, replenish blood, refine essence into chi, open the meridians and orifices. Refine the 5 elements body, supplemented with 5 elements spiritual plants, alter the innate constitution, nurture the 5 elements spiritual roots. This 5-element stance is a martial art cultivation method that ordinary people can practice. Alter the innate constitution, nurture the 5 elements spiritual roots. Su Fugue noticed the content in the summary of the cultivation method and marveled in his heart. When he first transmigrated, he learned about cultivation. To cultivate immortality, one must at least have spiritual roots, which are the threshold for entering the path of cultivation. The worst spiritual root is a 5-element pseudo-spiritual root, above that is a 4-element mixed spiritual root, then a 3-element medium spiritual root, and above that are dual-element earth spiritual roots and single-element heaven spiritual roots. However, even a 5-element pseudo-spiritual root is 1 in 10,000 among mortals. This martial arts foundation technique can allow people to develop 5-element spiritual roots. The threshold that blocks countless people from the path of immortality can actually be crossed with a martial arts technique. Su Fugue was excited. This technique was very suitable for the Su family's current situation. No wonder the spirit infusion fruit hinted that the obtained techniques and secret arts are determined by the current state of the treasure tree. The family's treasure tree symbolizes the Su family. 5-element stake stance includes 30 static stances, 60 dynamic stances, as well as matching breathing techniques and auxiliary medicinal prescriptions. Images of stake stances flashed through Su Fugue's mind. Starting below the Zhongji point, up to the hairline above, following the Guanyuan point inside the abdomen. He could understand the diagrams of the stake exercises, but he knew nothing about meridians, acupoints, and similar content. He had never been exposed to martial arts. He only knew that martial arts were another path for those who could not cultivate immortality but still craved strength. However, compared to mainstream immortal cultivation, the upper limit of martial arts was extremely low, and it was time-consuming and costly to practice. He had heard that the grandmasters at the peak of martial arts were only equivalent to the late stage of chi refining in immortal cultivation. Moreover, martial arts had a weak effect on prolonging life, unlike immortal cultivation, where chi refining could increase lifespan to 120 or 30 years. Unfortunately, the path of immortal cultivation was not something everyone could step onto. Who doesn't want to cultivate immortality? Unfortunately, I don't have a spiritual root. Fortunately, the 5-element stake exercises can nurture a pseudo-spiritual root, giving me a glimmer of hope for immortal cultivation. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to start practicing the stake exercises in his inner space. The first level of the 5-element stake exercises consisted of 5 static stake postures. After mastering them, one could open up the Rin and Du meridians, unlock the 36 vital acupoints, and strengthen the physique corresponding to the initial stage martial artists in the martial arts path. Hiss, so tiring. Only after a mere incense stick's time did Su Fugue find himself unable to persevere. He had been doing farm work for many years, so his physical fitness was not bad. However, he only knew the form of the stance, not its essence. Apart from muscle soreness, he did not feel the effect of the stance practice. I need to think of a way. Given the preciousness of the 5-element stance, it was impossible for him to take the manual and ask martial artists who practiced martial arts for guidance. Given his age, it also seemed inappropriate for him to practice martial arts. Why not send Ding Yo or Su Xiaogo to practice martial arts? With Su Xiao's and Su Xiaogo's ages, it was just right for them to practice martial arts. Still lacking money, Su Fugue thought to himself. The cost of practicing martial arts was not small. He was in his inner space, but he could still observe the outside. Seeing that there was no one around, he left his inner space. Today, it's still weeding. With the 5 elements stance and the opportunity to cultivate immortality, he was even more motivated to work, and the hoe was swung quickly. From dawn until the sun was high in the sky, Su Fugue carried a full basket of weeds home. At home, his wife had already prepared the meal. He tossed the weeds into the pig pen, then washed his hands and face before heading to the main room for dinner. Jia Jin and the children were already waiting for him. The meal was simple: white flormetu, rice porridge, and some side dishes, along with 1 egg per person. Su Fugue had been busy all morning and was so hungry that his stomach stuck to his back. He began to eat heartily. After filling his stomach, he took a breath and said, Jia Jin, I want Daniel or San go to practice martial arts. Practice martial arts. Jia Jin knew that more than a dozen children in the village were practicing martial arts with Du Hai. Du Hai, Wang Qian's husband, was a high-level martial artist. The children who practiced martial arts with him all had wealthy families. The Su family was not considered poor, but they were raising 4 growing children, and another one was on the way. Sending a child to practice martial arts would be a stretch for their family situation. Sending one to practice martial arts is enough, not both of them. Su Fugue understood his wife's worries. His plan was to have one of the children learn martial arts. He would then impart the fundamental martial arts knowledge to them, and once they mastered the 5 elements stance, he would teach it to the other children. Okay. Jia Jin heard Su Fugue's tone and figured he had made a decision, so she nodded in agreement. But who should go? This was a difficult problem. Both the back of the hand and the palm were flesh. Me, Mom, I want to practice martial arts. Su Xiaogo had been pricking up his ears while his parents were talking. Upon learning that the family would send either him or his elder brother to practice martial arts, he immediately shouted out. The children in the village who practiced martial arts were all kid bosses, walking sideways with great prestige. Su Xianyo did not speak, but his eyes also showed a desire for martial arts practice. I'll decide when I come back tonight. Su Fugue stood up and walked out the door to continue working in the fields. Su Xianyo picked up a small sickle, carried a small bamboo basket on his back, and followed his father's footsteps toward the fields. Denyo, pull out the weeds in the herb field. Don't mistakenly pull out the medicinal herbs. The weeds in the herb field grew sporadically, with a sprout emerging here and a blade of grass popping up there, requiring careful removal. Understood, Dad. Su Xianyo responded. Having spent his days in the fields, he wouldn't mistake the medicinal herbs for weeds. The two toiled until the setting sun before returning home. Su Xianyo was weary and hungry, his steps faltering. He couldn't even carry his small bamboo basket and had to ask Su Fugue to carry it for him. Usually, he would return home when tired in the afternoon, but today he had insisted on returning with his father. Once home, Su Fugue, as usual, first fed the pigs and chickens, then quickly washed up. The main room. Jia Jin looked at the listless Su Xianyo and the obediently seated Su Xiaogo, and an indescribable sorrow welled up in her heart. During the day, Su Xiaogo had begged her several times to practice martial arts. Moreover, instead of going out to play, he had spent the afternoon at home silently writing out the 100-character classic. But given the family's situation, they could, at most, send only one person to practice martial arts. She looked at Su Fugue with a troubled expression and said softly, "Husband, have you made up your mind? Let's draw lots." Su Fugue didn't know who to choose, so he suggested drawing lots. Besides, he wasn't favoring one over the other. He would definitely let each of his children practice martial arts in the future. Drawing lots is good, drawing lots is fair, whoever is chosen is the one. Jia Jin muttered, not knowing whether she was saying it to the children or to comfort herself. She took a slender piece of firewood from the kitchen, broke it into 2 pieces, one long and one short. Holding the 2 pieces of wood in her hands, she stretched them out in front of the 2 children. Choose, whoever chooses the long one will go to practice martial arts. The usually carefree Su Xiaogo was a little nervous at this moment. He looked at Su Xianyo. Brother, you go first. Chapter 4 Practicing Martial Arts. Su Xianyo clutched the corner of his clothes, hesitating to act. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, Father, Mother, let Sangha go to practice martial arts, let us not draw lots. What? Jia Jin was surprised. You don't want to go? She thought Su Xianyo couldn't endure the hardship of practicing martial arts. It's not that. Su Xianyo shook his head. If I go to practice martial arts, there will be no one to help father with work. He had toiled in the fields for the better part of the day and was already exhausted, while his father left before dawn every morning, returning late. Day in, day out, it was always the same. Hearing his words, Jia Jin felt a pang in her heart. Daniel was only 10 years old but already so sensible. Su Fugue was greatly gratified. Daniel was very much like him, honest and simple, taciturn, and considerate of others. Then let Sangha go. He made the final decision. In truth, there was another advantage to letting Su Xiaogo practice martial arts. Despite Su Xiaogo's usual mischievousness, he was quick-witted and intelligent, learning things faster than others. The next morning, Jia Jin got up early and roused the still groggy Su Xiaogo. Get up quickly. From now on, practicing martial arts means getting up early every day. You can't waste the opportunity your brother gave you. As she spoke, she helped Su Xiaogo change into freshly washed, nearly new clothes. After washing up, she hurriedly took Su Xiaogo to the Du family. She knew that Du Hai took his students to practice martial arts every morning, and if they were late, he would already be gone. The two arrived at the Du family's residence just in time to see Du Hai leaving with his two sons. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Big brother Du, I'd like to have my Sangha follow you to practice martial arts. Oh, please, come in quickly. Du Hai, understanding Jiajin's purpose, welcomed Jiajin and Su Xiaogo inside and called to his family's maid, Xiao Chui, tell madam that Jiajin has arrived, and brew another pot of tea. The group entered the main hall and took their seats according to seniority. The three younger ones remained standing. Sister-in-law, practicing martial arts is not something one does on a whim. One must practice diligently every day, year after year, to achieve something. Moreover, it costs quite a bit. Martial arts refines the internal essence, so one must eat well and have their fill, and occasionally, one needs nourishing medicinal soups. If one gives up halfway, the previous investment will be for naught. Du Hai would say these words every time he accepted a disciple, to avoid being blamed if they ultimately failed to achieve anything. Big brother Du, I discussed it with Fugue at home yesterday. This is the apprentice initiation gift. Jiajin presented a purse of silver with both hands. Du Hai reached out and took the purse, but he did not open it. He placed it casually on the table. His rule was 10 taels of silver for the apprenticeship ceremony, which would cover teaching the child basic skills for 1 month. If they wanted to continue training with him after that, they would need to pay 2 taels of silver each month. Since you and Fugue have discussed it, then I will accept your family as Su Xiaogo. Just then, Wang Qian's voice came from outside the door, is that Jiajin? She had not gotten out of bed yet. She had learned from the servant girl that Jiajin had come, so she quickly dressed, washed, and rushed over. Walking into the main room, Wang Qian learned that Jiajin had sent Su Xiaogo to practice martial arts, and she said with a smile, it seems you've thought it through, sister. Learning an extra skill will give the child another path in the future. After speaking, she looked at Du Hai, husband, Jiajin and I are very close. Charge her a little less. Before Du Hai could respond, Jiajin waved her hands repeatedly, no. You should charge whatever you normally do. Everyone is the same. We can't break Big Brother Du's rules. Ahem. Du Hai coughed dryly twice. He knew that Jiajin and Wang Qian were close, but the villagers were all related in some way, and this precedent couldn't be set. How could I not know about the friendship between the Su family and ours? You don't need to tell me. I'll definitely take care of Sangu. The implication in his words was that the money couldn't be less, but he would definitely give Su Xiaogo extra attention. Then thank you very much, Big Brother Duo. Right, the apprenticeship tea hasn't been offered yet, has it? Guzi, quickly pay your respects to your master. Jiajin skipped over that topic and had Su Xiaogo offer the apprenticeship tea. The maid brought a prayer mat and placed it in front of Su Xiaogo, then brought a teapot and poured tea. Su Xiaogo knelt on the prayer mat, kowtowed, and respectfully offered the tea with both hands. From now on, he should call Du Hai master. Du Hai was supposed to go out and lead the disciples in their morning stance practice, but he was delayed a bit. After accepting Su Xiaogo, he left with the 3 children. At the entrance of Baiha village, there was a forest farm with an open space, where he took his students to practice martial arts every day. Jiajin was not in a hurry to leave the Du family. Instead, she chatted with Wang Qian for a good while before leaving. Time passed, and a month later, Su Fugue and his family finished dinner, then he took Su Xiaogo to the backyard alone. Sangu, you've been practicing martial arts for a month now. Have you learned anything? I learned it a long time ago. I'm very skilled with the 3 stances of stance work and the breathing technique. My master even praised me for having talent. Su Xiaogo proudly raised his head. Then Dad will test you. How do you pronounce and circulate qi for he, su, hu, chui, shi, yen in the breathing technique? For the past month, Su Fugue had been going to the fields before dawn every day to practice the 5 elements stance work in his internal space for half an hour. With more practice, he became skilled. At least his stance movements were very accurate. He only suffered from a lack of basic martial arts knowledge, unable to coordinate it with meridians, acupoints, and breathing techniques. Su Xiaogo opened his mouth and began. He originates from the heart and lungs, reaching the throat without making a sound. Su harmonizes with the liver, who harmonizes with the stomach. This was content that Du Hai had taught him countless times, content he had memorized by heart. Specifically, demonstrate it for Dad. Su Fugue pressed him. It's very simple, just like this. While demonstrating, Su Xiaogo reached out and gestured on Su Fugue's body. It's here, the qi enters from here, passes through here, and exits from here. Su Fugue seemed to understand something. This content was not difficult. Even a 7-year-old child could understand it, and he understood it with just a little explanation. Next, Su Fugue asked about some of the content in the 5-element stance exercise that he found difficult to understand. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. Understanding this basic martial arts knowledge, he was sure that he would have no obstacles in practicing the 5-element stance exercise next. Sangu, don't tell anyone about the questions Dad asked you today, Su Fugue instructed. Su Xiaogo belatedly realized and remembered. Master said that the martial arts taught to us cannot be passed on to outsiders. If discovered, our martial arts will be crippled, and in severe cases, we may even be killed. Dad, were you secretly learning just now? Su Fugue extended his rough, calloused hand, hardened from years of farm work, and gently patted Su Xiaogo's head. You little rascal, you're even wary of your own father. Don't worry, I wasn't watching your stance work. I'm not going to learn your master's set of techniques. Du Hai's martial arts technique was called Bear Tiger Stance, which included a set of accompanying martial arts moves. Based on the complexity of the technique, Su Fugue deduced that it was far inferior to the 5 elements stance. It was early morning again, before dawn. Su Fugue arrived in the fields early and entered his inner space to practice stance work. He skillfully adopted the stance and circulated the breathing method according to the content of the 5 elements stance in his mind, sensing his own meridians and acupoints. The first level consisted of 5 static stances, with each stance maintained for 5 cycles of the breathing method. After practicing all 5 stances, a quarter of an hour had passed. In the past, Su Fugue would only feel tired, but this time he finally noticed something different. His body felt warm, especially in the area of the Rin and Du meridians, where several acupoints had a slight sensation of fullness. It's working! He excitedly practiced the stake posture several more times. As his breathing technique became more and more skilled and the coordination with the stake posture became better and better, the feeling of heat in his body became more and more obvious. Until an hour later. Huff! He stopped and stood still. Observing outside the space within his body, he saw that it was already bright. Exit! Exiting the space within his body, he did not feel the usual fatigue after finishing the stake posture practice. On the contrary, he was full of energy. Time to get to work. After busying himself for half an hour, Su Fugue was ravenously hungry, so hungry that he felt dizzy. I can't hold on. Today, I'm feeling unbearably hungry half an hour earlier than usual. He knew it was caused by practicing the stake posture. The qi and blood in his body were used to strengthen his body, and he urgently needed to replenish food and nutrition. Chapter 5 Secret. Su Fugue returned home dejectedly. Jia Zhen had just started cooking. Oh, why are you back so early today? Husband, are you sick? Seeing him looking weak and feeble, Jia Zhen quickly stepped forward to help him. I'm fine. I'm just too hungry. Get me a bun. Su Fugue waved his hand, speaking weakly. Jia Zhen brought him a bun and, seeing him eating so quickly, also brought him a bowl of water. He swallowed the bun in a few bites, drank half a bowl of water, and regained some strength. Have you been too tired lately? Take a few days to rest. Jia Zhen felt sorry for him, worried that his body would collapse. I'm really fine. Su Fugue's voice gained some strength as he spoke. Jia Zhen, let us raise the family's food standards again. Add an extra egg for everyone morning and night, and eat meat every 5 days. Ah, raise it again. When Su Xiaogo was sent to practice martial arts a month ago, the family's food standards had already been raised a bit. Jia Zhen calculated in her mind. The apprenticeship gift for Su Xiaogo to practice martial arts was 10 taels of silver. A month has passed and another 2 taels of silver must be paid. In the future, practicing martial arts will mean a fixed expense of 2 taels of silver each month. If the food standards are raised to eating meat every 5 days, the harvest from the fields won't be enough to cover the expenses. How much money do we have at home now? Jia Zhen managed the Su family's money and she kept accounts of all income and expenses. There are over 230 taels of silver. Jia Zhen was frugal and hardworking, and only then was she able to save so much money. Among ordinary farming families in the village, let alone 200 taels of silver, not many could even come up with 20. ISNT, this quite a lot. You're pregnant, the children are growing, and Sangdo needs to eat more meat to practice martial arts. This year the weather has been good, and the harvest in the fields is bountiful. If all else fails, we still have the herb fields. You shouldn't be so frugal. Given the Su Fugue family's situation, as long as they didn't eat fancy meals every day, they could afford to eat meat once every 5 days. Alright. Jia Zhen still felt uneasy in her heart. She liked saving money. After all, there were many children in the family, and it was inevitable that they would encounter minor disasters or illnesses. Having savings at home gave her confidence. Half an hour later, Jia Zhen finished cooking. Children, time to eat. Su Xiaogo happened to return home after finishing his morning practice. Every day before dawn, he went to the village entrance forest and practiced stance work with Du Hai for 2 hours. Noon was their rest time. They would go to the forest in the evening to practice stance work or fist and foot techniques for an hour and a half. In the main room, the family gathered around the square table for a meal. Ha! There's an extra egg today. Su Xiaogo noticed that everyone had 2 eggs in front of them. I have good news for you all. Your father said that from now on, you'll each get an extra egg in the morning and evening, and we'll have meat every 5 days. Jia Zhen shared the news with the children. Yay! Su Xiaogo cheered. Su Xiaonyou and Su Xiaoxia also showed delighted expressions. Sitting on Su Fugue's lap, Su Xiaoyun, caught up in the atmosphere, waved his arms and babbled, "Goody goody, I eat meat too." Seeing the children so happy, Jiajin's reluctance over spending the money disappeared. What is there to feel bad about when it fills the children's bellies? A few days later, Su Fugue had become skilled in the 5 elements stance. He had mastered its essence. Practicing the stance for an hour each morning and evening, he could clearly feel the heat in his meridians and acupoints. The transformation of qi and blood through the meridians and acupoints made his body stronger. This improvement was minimal, but the martial path is one of gradual accumulation, where small gains build up over time, and quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation. Today was the day for improved meals in his family. For dinner, there was braised pork and a steamed grasscarp. After eating, Su Fugue could feel the food in his stomach being quickly digested, nourishing his body. After resting for a moment, he took Su Xianyo to the backyard and locked the gate. Dinyo, today Dad will teach you martial arts. Remember, this is our family's secret. Don't tell anyone. Su Fugue looked extremely serious, staring into Su Xianyo's eyes. Ha! Martial arts. Su Xianyo was puzzled. When did his dad learn martial arts? Dad obtained a stake stance manual by chance. Don't worry about how I got it. You just need to know that if this manual is spread, our whole family will be in danger. Su Fugue memorized the 5 elements stake stance in his mind. He didn't dare to write it down because it was currently his family's biggest secret. Especially the fact that the 5 elements stake stance could cultivate 5 pseudo-spiritual roots. This could not be known by anyone. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. He must be cautious and proceed slowly. It is unrealistic for the Su family, as rural farmers, to become a cultivation family overnight. Only through the combined efforts of generations will there be a chance for the family to grow and prosper. Su Xianyo realized the gravity of the matter and nodded emphatically. Yes, I won't say a word even if you beat me to death. Don't tell your mother or your younger siblings yet either. Although Su Fugue will teach the other children martial arts later, they are still young and may not be able to keep the secret. Let's begin. Su Fugue began teaching Su Xianyo the first level of the 5 elements stance exercises. He was already very familiar with the stance exercises, which was why he could teach Su Xianyo. Even so, after an hour, Su Xianyo still couldn't grasp the key points. Su Xianyo wasn't as clever as Su Xiaogo, and he was only 10 years old, so it was normal for him to learn slowly. Go to bed early tonight, and we'll go to the fields tomorrow morning to continue. Okay, I understand. Su Xianyo responded obediently. Time flies, summer passes, and autumn arrives. The harvest season has arrived, and this year is a bumper year. Among the 80 acres of fields owned by the Su family, the 20 acres of herb fields are their savings. The herb fields are the most precious. Those herbs require several years to grow to a sufficient age for medicinal use, and they also require careful management, so they are expensive. Those 20 acres of herb fields are closest to the Su family's residence, also to prevent them from being damaged or stolen by others. The 30 acres of dry rice and wheat are the Su family's grain ration guarantee. In case of natural disasters or man-made calamities, the family will not be without food. In terms of income, the income from growing grain is the lowest. The advantage is that it does not require much effort to manage, it is easy and simple. After the 30 acres of dry rice and wheat are harvested, Su Fugue replants a crop of sweet potatoes. After the sweet potatoes mature, he will continue to plant wheat and dry rice for the following year. There are also 30 acres of orchards, which are the Su family's main source of income. Orchard management is the most time-consuming and labor-intensive. Weeding, watering, fertilizing, pest control, pruning branches, fruit thinning, propping up, picking, these all require a lot of time. The good thing is that the orchard has a good yield and price, which can earn a lot of silver. For example, fragrant pears, with a yield of 3 to 4,000 caddies per mu, can earn 3 to 5 taels of silver when sold to fruit merchants. 30 mu of orchards can earn the Su family more than 100 taels of silver. However, field taxes need to be paid after the autumn harvest. Their field taxes, regardless of what is planted, are collected according to the number of mu, with 1 tael of silver paid per mu. Even herbal fields that do not produce for several years must pay field taxes. The Su family has 80 mu of land, so they pay 80 taels of silver. Calculated in this way, the harvest from his family's orchard, plus the rice fields and wheat, doesn't leave much after paying the field taxes, not enough for the family's expenses this year. The fields belong to the Su family. If it were land rented by tenant farmers, after paying the field taxes and then giving a portion to the landlord, what's left would only be enough to barely make a living. Chapter 6: Qi and Blood Pill. After the autumn harvest, there is less farm work in the fields. But Su Fugue is not at all relaxed. After winter, he needs to burn firewood for heating. If he relies on buying firewood, it will cost a lot of money. Next to Baiha village, there is a mountain forest. The mountain forest wasn't large, only 20 to 30 li in scope. However, its terrain was rugged, with ravines and gullies crisscrossing throughout, hence the name 100 Ravine Mountain by Hishan. It was said that tigers, wolves, and fierce beasts roamed its depths. 100 Ravine Village by Hicun was located at the foot of 100 Ravine Mountain, thus it got the name 100 Ravine Village. Every day, Su Fugue would go up the mountain to chop and gather firewood, then carry over 100 caddies of firewood back to pile up a wood stack next to his own house. He practiced stance exercises every day, and his strength gradually increased, so the firewood he carried back became heavier and heavier. Another afternoon, he carried over 100 pounds of firewood and arrived home earlier than usual. Calculating the days, Jajin's due date has arrived. I won't go up the mountain for the next few days. After stacking the firewood, he walked through the courtyard gate and was met by Granny Wu, who was hurrying along. Granny Wu was a servant he had hired 2 months ago to take care of Jajin and cook at home. He had specifically hired her from a neighboring village. Her reputation was excellent, but she was a bit expensive, costing 1 tael and 200 cash per month. If she were from this village, she would only cost 800 cash per month. Su Fugue thought that you get what you pay for. Besides, it was hard to be harsh with people from the same village. It was better to spend money and save trouble. What's wrong? Master, the madam has had several labor pains. It should be time. I'll go and fetch old woman Yang. Oh, good. Su Fugue subconsciously responded. After realizing what she said, he quickly caught up with Wu Momo, who was passing by, and said, "You take care of Jajin. I'll go." After saying that, he ran all the way to old woman Yang's house. Old woman Yang was the village's midwife, rich in experience. 90% of the pregnant women in the village sought her help for delivery. Su Fugue had greeted old woman Yang and given her gifts a month ago. Upon receiving the message, old woman Yang rushed to the Su family's residence with her niece. Her niece was her assistant during deliveries and also the heir to her mantle as a midwife. Outside the bedroom door, Su Fugue paced back and forth anxiously. Although this was Jajin giving birth to his 5th child, he was still very nervous. Here, medical technology was underdeveloped, and women dying during childbirth was a common occurrence. The children gathered outside the door, chirping and speculating whether they would get another younger brother or sister. Why is it taking so long? Su Fugue felt a rising sense of foreboding. Jajin hadn't taken this long when she gave birth to Daniel. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Yang's niece walked out with bloodstains on her clothes. "Fugue, your wife is having a difficult labor and is hemorrhaging. Save the mother or the child." What? Su Fugue's mind went blank. She was giving birth to her 5th child, how could she still have a difficult labor? Save the mother, save the mother, save the mother. He murmured, making his choice almost without hesitation. He couldn't give up Jajin no matter what. Wait. He shouted again, "If you're not sure you can save her, wait. I'll go get a doctor from the city." Alas, Fugue. Yang's niece watched Su Fugue's departing back, shaking her head helplessly. "It'll take at least a day to go to the city and back. There's no time." The children were frightened by the scene. "Sister, you must save my mother. I will definitely do my best, but you can't make any noise here, or it will affect your mother." She was referring to Su Xiaoyun. 3-year-old Su Xiaoyun didn't understand the situation. Affected by the tense atmosphere, he started crying. Su Xiaoxia sensibly took Su Xiaoyun away. Meanwhile, Su Fugue ran wildly. He had never run so fast before. He only heard his heart thumping wildly. He ran to the Du family's mansion and knocked on the gate. He didn't have many connections in the city, but Wang Qian's father was a teacher in the city, so he wanted to ask Wang Qian for help and inquire about skilled doctors in the city. The one who opened the door was a maid of the Du family. Without waiting for the maid to speak, Su Fugue barged in and happened to see Du Hai drinking tea in the yard and Wang Qian watering the flowers next to him. "Fugue, what's wrong?" Seeing Su Fugue barging in a panic disregarding etiquette, Du Hai knew something must have happened. "My wife is having a difficult labor and bleeding badly. I was wondering if you knew any famous doctors in the city. I am willing to pay, no matter how much silver it costs." Jajin is having a difficult labor. How could this be? Wang Qian was surprised, then thought of someone. "I know an old doctor with amazing skills. My father has some connections with him." Du Hai waved his hand. "There is no time. You wait here." He stood up, walked quickly back to his room, and came out a moment later with a porcelain bottle in his hand. "This is a qi and blood pill, a good medicine for nourishing qi and replenishing blood. As long as the bleeding can be stopped, it can save a life." This. Su Fugue didn't know if it would be useful, but he couldn't afford to think about it right now. He took it with both hands, simply said thank you, and turned to leave quickly. As soon as he left, Wang Qian went to change her clothes. "Father of our child, I'll go take a look." Su Fugue ran home, knocked on the wooden door of the bedroom, and shouted loudly, "Granny Yang, I brought back the qi and blood pill. Is it useful?" Following hurried footsteps, the door creaked open and Aunt Yang's niece extended a blood-stained hand. "Quick, bring it, it's useful, the qi and blood pill is useful." Hearing that the qi and blood pill was useful, Su Fugue quickly handed over the porcelain bottle. After another moment, wah! A clear cry of an infant pierced the solemn atmosphere. Granny Wu carried the baby out to show Su Fugue, "Master, mother and child are safe, it's a boy." Hearing the words, "mother and child are safe," Su Fugue collapsed into a chair as if all strength had left him. Safe is good, safe is good. After things were settled in the bedroom, Su Fugui regained some strength and stood up to go inside with Wang Qian, who had come. On the bed, Jia Jin lay weakly, her face pale. If it weren't for that Qian blood pill, she would have died from excessive blood loss. Wife, you've worked hard. Su Fugui picked up a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Jia Jin's forehead, his eyes full of heartache. Jia Jin smiled. It's all right, husband, I'm fine. Wang Qian watched the affectionate couple from the side, feeling sorry for Jia Jin's hard work in giving birth. She couldn't help but say, Fugui, if you really care about her, don't let her have any more children. You already have 5 children, 4 of them sons, that's enough. She didn't understand why there was a trend in the village where the poorer you are, the more children you have. Those with shallow pockets seem to like having more children. Giving birth is painful and affects your figure, so after she married Du Hai and had 2 sons, she didn't want to have any more. Du Hai agreed, saying that more children would lead to disputes over family property in the future. 2 sons were just right, not too many, not too few. Yes, Sister Qian is right. Su Fugui felt helpless. If it weren't for the treasure tree in his inner space, he wouldn't be willing to have so many children. Right now, it's difficult to raise 5 children, and he won't let Jia Jin get pregnant again for the next few years. Jia Jin grabbed Su Fugui's arm and sat up. Sister Qian, you have to suffer first before enjoying the sweetness. With more children, you can enjoy a happy life in the future. This was also the thinking of most people in the village, raising sons to provide for old age. Still helping Fugui speak at this time. Fugui, how many Buddhas did you pray to and how much incense did you burn in your previous life to marry such a wife? Wang Qian admired Jia Jin very much, but she looked down on Su Fugui somewhat, not very capable, not much wealth in the family, only knows how to have his wife give birth to children. She didn't have any malice towards Su Fugui, she simply felt that Su Fugui was a bit unworthy of Jia Jin. With Jia Jin's looks and family background, she could definitely marry into a landlord's or wealthy family and live a life of luxury. The Su family used to be landlords, but unfortunately, they declined. Chapter 7 Spirit Medicine. I think so too. Su Fugui looked at Jia Jin with eyes full of love. He must have had smoke rising from his ancestral grave to marry such a good wife. Sister-in-law Qian, don't say that. My Fugui is also very good. Down to earth and hardworking, honest and dutiful. Don't look at him being taciturn. He's actually a wise man pretending to be a fool. Jia Jin grew up in the city. She had seen and heard too much about wealthy gentlemen indulging in opium and visiting brothels. In her opinion, Su Fugui neither smoked, nor gambled, nor frequented brothels. Moreover, he cherished, loved, and respected her. He was the perfect husband in her eyes. Enough, too cheesy. I'll head back now and come see you again in a couple of days. Wang Qian couldn't bear to stay any longer, seeing the loving looks the couple were exchanging. Su Fugui saw Wang Qian off and then saw off Granny Yang. Granny Yang was old and all the activity earlier had exhausted her, so she went home first. Her niece, however, stayed behind to take care of Jia Jin for a couple more days. To thank them for saving Jia Jin and protecting the child, Su Fugui gave each of them a silver tael in a red envelope. Granny Wu had also helped and received a red envelope of 661. Right, almost forgot I didn't ask how much the Qian blood pill cost. Su Fugui remembered after Wang Qian left that he still owed for 1 Qian blood pill. The Qian blood pill was stored in a precious porcelain bottle, suggesting it was worth a considerable sum. Are you talking about the pill I just took? After Jia Jin swallowed the Qian blood pill, her body was immediately replenished with a large amount of Qian blood. Yes, I wonder how much silver it cost. When I was in the city, I heard that major pharmacies sell these kinds of pills, costing at least several dozen taels of silver. Several dozen taels. Su Fugui calculated in his mind that repaying this 1 Qian blood pill would deplete his already meager savings, leaving him in dire straits. This year, after Sango began practicing martial arts, he and Daniel also started. The 3 of them had greatly increased appetites and needed to supplement their diet with meat, significantly increasing their daily food expenses. After the autumn harvest, the family had savings of approximately 250 taels of silver, as well as a store of rice and flour sufficient for the coming year. However, the autumn harvest was the family's only income the rest of the time. It was all expenses. As winter approached, they needed to prepare winter supplies and New Year's goods. Next, they would need to hire Granny Wu for at least 2 more months to take care of Jia Jin and the newborn infant. A Qian blood pill, if the price is too high, the remaining savings won't be enough for the family to last until the next autumn harvest. I want to sell a few mu of medicinal herbs. The 20 mu of medicinal herbs that Su Fugui planted were for times like these. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jia Jin was a little depressed. It was all her fault for having a difficult childbirth, otherwise, the family wouldn't be so strained. Su Fugui saw his wife's mood. He bent down and gently kissed Jia Jin on the forehead. Don't worry about money. I definitely won't let you and the children go hungry. Herb field. Dad, are we really going to sell these medicinal herbs? Su Shanyao watched Su Fugui check the condition of the herbs in the field, feeling somewhat reluctant. He spends most of his time in the field managing the herb fields and has developed an attachment to them. Yes, after selling these 6 mu of iron rootgrass, I'll teach you how to cultivate seedlings and then plant them all again. Su Fugue surveyed the 20 mu of herb fields. Among them, 8 mu of withered leaf crow, 6 mu of iron rootgrass, and 6 mu of mu yuenzi. Kai Wu becomes medicinal after 3 years. Before maturing, it has green stems and leaves, but after maturing, it turns into a withered leaf-like color. Every 3 years thereafter, Kai Wu grows another leaf on its stem, increasing its medicinal effect. These 8 mu of Kai Wu are 8 years old this year. Next year, it will be 9 years old and will grow its third leaf, which will significantly increase its price. As for Tegan grass, it becomes medicinal after 2 years, and its medicinal properties increase every year thereafter. The older it is, the more expensive it becomes. The medicinal part is the root that grows underground, while the stems and leaves above barely grow. The more years it grows, the harder and more iron-like the root becomes, hence the name Tegan grass iron root grass. The 6 mu of Tegan grass that Su Fugue planted were the first ones he planted and have never been harvested, making them 11 years old this year. This is the most valuable medicinal herb in his herb field. As for the third type, Moyuanzi, he hasn't planted it for many years, so harvesting it now wouldn't be cost-effective. If this Tegan grass keeps growing, it's going to attract thieves. Su Fugue decided to sell the Tegan grass, and this was one of the reasons. The medicinal part of the iron rootgrass is in the underground roots, but if others knew he had iron rootgrass that was more than 10 years old here, stealing a plant could sell for 1 or 200 won. Wouldn't they come to steal it? After making the decision, Su Fugue went to the county town. There were brokers in the city who specialized in introducing business. He found a local broker that looked familiar. Iron rootgrass is a common medicinal material and is not difficult to sell. Su Fugue compared prices between the 2 medicinal material merchants introduced by the broker and chose the one with the highest price. He also made a special trip to a large pharmacy to buy qi and blood pills. 1 qi and blood pill costs as much as 80 taels of silver, which is no small amount. Su Fugue not only bought qi and blood pills, but also bought some fine tea. Du Hai helped him without saying a word by taking out the qi and blood pills, so he had to express his gratitude. Given Du Hai's character, he definitely wouldn't accept money, so sending some tea would be most appropriate. Back in the village, Su Fugue went to Du's house as soon as possible to return the qi and blood pills and send the tea. A few days later, merchants who purchased medicinal materials arrived at Baiha village with a convoy. After that, it was just collecting herbs, weighing them, and loading them onto the vehicles. The 6 mu of iron rootgrass were all harvested after busying himself for most of the day. Su Fugue harvested a total of 320 taels of silver. On average, 1 mu of land yielded nearly 5 taels of silver per year. Planting medicinal herbs is quite cost-effective, he thought to himself. Next, he began to cultivate seedlings. He did not sell all the iron rootgrass but kept some for raising seedlings. A dozen days later, he planted the sprouted iron rootgrass seedlings. Since he always cultivated more seedlings each time, he had some iron rootgrass seedlings left over that were not planted. Can these medicinal seedlings be planted in the inner space? He suddenly had this thought. Initially, the inner space was only the size of a palm, barely enough for him to move around. Now, the inner space, centered on the family's treasure tree, has an activity area with a radius of 3 meters, which calculates to nearly 30 square meters. Most importantly, this area will expand year by year. If I can plant in the inner space, wouldn't I have an extra small medicinal herb garden that doesn't require land tax? Thinking of this, Su Fugue immediately tried it. As usual, he went out before dawn, and after arriving at his own field, he took the prepared iron rootgrass seedlings into the inner space. He loosened the soil with a hoe, then planted the iron rootgrass seedlings and watered them. The environment inside the body's space was different from the outside world. There was no day or night, and no temperature change. Su Fugue wasn't sure if the iron rootgrass could survive in the body's space. He observed it every day. A few days later, the iron rootgrass survived. After another 10 days or so, he noticed something unusual. This isn't ordinary iron rootgrass, this is a spiritual herb. Some medicinal herbs are ordinary herbs when planted in ordinary fields, but when planted in spiritual land or deep mountains and old forests with abundant spiritual energy, they grow into spiritual herbs. Su Fugue had been planting iron rootgrass for more than 10 years. He was certain that he wouldn't misjudge. What he had inside the body's space was definitely not ordinary iron rootgrass. The body's space is a land of spiritual veins. Su Fugue was excited. The price of spiritual herbs was vastly different from that of ordinary medicinal herbs. To test this, he planted dry leaf crow and wood yuenzi in the body's space again. The wood yuenzi didn't change, but it grew faster and more vigorously. Because wood yuenzi wasn't a spiritual herb, it would be an ordinary medicinal herb no matter where it was planted. Like iron rootgrass, if planted in a spiritual vein location, wilted leaf crow becomes a spiritual herb. If planted in ordinary farmland, it is just a common medicinal material. Wilted leaf crow has also become a spiritual herb, as expected. It's a pity that the internal space is too small. With an internal space of less than 30 square meters, not many spiritual herbs can be planted. Chapter 8 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. After the autumn harvest, the morning air carries a hint of coolness. In the Su family's orchard, the fragrance of fruit still lingers in the air. Su Fugue was practicing his stance. He was as still as a bell, his chest rising and falling, rhythmically breathing between his mouth and nose. After a moment, he changed his stance. His forehead was slightly sweaty, but he didn't feel cold at all, even wearing only a thin shirt. The chi and blood within his body transformed into a faint essence, impacting his meridians and acupoints. Having practiced the 5-element stance for more than 3 years, he has cultivated the first level to the point of opening all of the Ren meridian and half of the Du meridian, activating 28 of the 36 vital acupoints of life and death. Not far from him, a boy dressed in coarse linen clothing, with a resemblance to him, was also practicing the stance. It was Su Shanyo. At 13 years old, Su Shanyo was a head taller than he had been 3 years ago. Practicing the stance had given him a well-proportioned physique, with strong and powerful limbs. Su Fugue finished his practice earlier and quietly watched from the side, his eyes filled with nothing but satisfaction for his eldest son. His son's height was quickly catching up to him, only half a head shorter. He couldn't be called handsome, but his features were proper, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Still not stopping. Su Fugue was puzzled. Their morning stance practice was always 5 repetitions, never more. Stance practice emphasized moderation. Too much practice would instead lead to a deficiency of chi and blood in the body, harming oneself. He didn't say anything, watching Su Shanyo complete another repetition of the stance before stopping. Dad, I've done it. Su Shanyo had just steadied himself, taking a deep breath, and excitedly told Su Fugue the good news. You did it, that's great. Su Fugue had been closely watching Su Shanyo's progress in practicing the stance. Perhaps because of his young age, which made it easier to improve, Su Shanyo was progressing much faster than Su Fugue. As early as 10 days ago, Su Shanyo had opened up the Ren and Du meridians and was only 1 vital point away from completing the 36 vital life points. Today, he would open up the last vital point, completing the first level of the stance training. Come, let Dad test your strength. Su Fugue rolled up his sleeves, wanting to spar with his son. Okay. Su Shanyo couldn't wait either, rolling up his sleeves and standing face to face with his dad. The two of them simultaneously extended their hands, left hand against right hand against left hand, interlocking their fingers and gripping firmly. They then each extended their left leg, forming a bow stance with their knees touching. Their right leg stretched straight back, powerfully pushing off the ground. Dad, can I start now? Go! As the words fell, Su Shanyo let out a low growl of "Heh" from his throat and suddenly exerted his strength, his arms pushing forward fiercely, his right leg plowing a furrow in the ground due to the excessive force. However, it felt like he was pushing against a wall, unyielding and still. Hoof. He groaned softly, adding a bit more strength. He exhausted all his strength, his fingers turning white, his arm muscles tense, and his face flushed red. But Su Fugue still didn't budge. Who? The deflated Su Shanyo exhaled a long breath, withdrawing his posture, his mood slightly downcast. Dad, you're still the best. You're already great, just a little bit more. You're only 13 years old, in another 2 years you'll definitely surpass Dad. Su Fugue is currently stronger than Su Shanyo because he is an adult, with a physical advantage that makes up for the difference in the progress of their stance training. Okay. Su Shanyo nodded, thinking to himself, in another 2 years he would become a man as strong as his dad. Danielle, you need to restrain yourself when you're outside, don't show off in front of outsiders. Su Fugue instructed. Don't look down on Su Shanyo's strength, which is actually much stronger than ordinary adults. Dad, I know. Su Shanyo was not one to show off and had never revealed their martial arts training to anyone outside. I'll teach you the second level of the stance work after you've consolidated your foundation for a few days. Su Fugue knew all the content of the second level of the 5-element stance work, but he hadn't practiced it yet because his progress hadn't reached that point. Okay. Su Shanyo couldn't help but look forward to it. The first level was already so powerful, the second level must be even more amazing. I'm going up the mountain to chop firewood. You take care of the herb garden. After saying that, Su Fugue picked up the woodcutting knife from the ground, grabbed a bundle of hemp rope, slung it over his shoulder, and headed towards 100 Ravine Mountain. Afternoon. The forest farm at the entrance of 100 Ravine Village. Du Hai was leading a dozen children in martial arts practice. These children were all from 100 Ravine Village, the younger ones 7 or 8 years old, the older ones 14 or 15. Those disciples who reached the age of 14 or 15 either had higher aspirations and went to the city to seek teachers and practice martial arts, or they had no future in martial arts and gave up, or they practiced martial arts at home by themselves. Ready for the starting stance? 1. Du Hai said sternly in a loud voice. Ha! The children followed his voice, performing punches and kicks in unison. Today, they were practicing the fist and foot techniques that came with the bear-tiger stance, bear-tiger body arts. 2. Ha! 3. Humph! Hold it! This move is called Black Tiger Claws at the heart. It's the heart you're aiming for. Look at what you're grabbing, someone's crotch. Du Hai occasionally spoke up to correct individual movements that were not quite right. Alright, the first two rows continue with basic fist and foot techniques. The last row practices advanced forms. He walked to the third row. The third row was the oldest group of his students, except for Su Xiaogo and his second son, Du Meng. Su Xiaogo and Du Meng were the same age, only 10 years old this year. Having practiced martial arts for 3 years, the two of them had begun to practice advanced techniques. 1, 2. What kind of crap are you practicing? Du Hai kicked Du Meng in the butt, sending him sprawling to the ground, eating dirt. This move is called Savage Bear Charge. It's like a strong bear crashing into someone. What you're doing is like a bear rubbing against a tree to scratch an itch. Du Meng climbed up, chuckling. He was used to being beaten by his father and didn't mind patting the dirt off his body. Next to him, Su Xiaogo couldn't help but snicker. Don't laugh, continue. Du Hai glared at Su Xiaogo and signaled everyone to continue. As they moved on to advanced techniques, the differences between them became apparent. Du Hai observed everyone present with keen eyes. Seeing Su Xiaogo's standard movements and his own son's slightly lacking performance, he couldn't help but think, if only my son had this talent. There are also differences in talent such as physical aptitude and comprehension in martial arts, but it's not as strict as the spiritual route in cultivation. In Du Hai's opinion, Su Xiaogo was the type of genius with outstanding talent. His two sons were not bad in terms of talent, very similar to what he had been like in his youth, but still inferior to Su Xiaogo. If I had this kind of talent back then, perhaps I would have had the opportunity to reach the innate realm. Du Hai thought to himself. He was a high-level martial artist, commonly known as a Houtian martial artist. Stepping into the Xiantian martial arts realm is equivalent to a qi refining stage cultivator in immortal cultivation, a cultivator surpassing ordinary people. Stop, let us practice up to here for now. Take a short break and then we'll have actual combat sparring. Hearing actual combat sparring, everyone got excited and eager. Du Hai had them do an actual combat spar every once in a while. What's the use of practicing beautiful fist and foot techniques? Actual combat is the real deal. Chapter 9 Sparring. Du Hai picked up a tree branch and drew a circle 1 zhang in diameter on the ground. Their sparring rule was that stepping out of the circle meant losing. Alright, let's begin. Daong, you and Zhangzan come forward. Du Yong is Du Hai's eldest son, the same age as Su Shanyo. Although Du Yong is only 13 years old, he started practicing martial arts with his father at the age of 7. Like Du Meng, he was strictly disciplined by his father from a young age. Furthermore, with the nourishment of medicinal soups, his progress in stance training was much faster than other children. His opponent, Zhang Zan, was the oldest one present at 15 years old this year. The two stood in the circle, cupped their hands in greeting, and then began. This wasn't the first time the two had sparred, so they were not polite. They immediately used their true skills. Both had trained with Du Hai and used the same moves, so they competed to see who could use them more flexibly and whose fundamentals were more solid. Fists and feet collided, banging and clattering. The onlookers watched with rapt attention, their eyes glued to the scene. This was the highest level fight among them. Don't let their ages fool you. One was 13, the other 15. Either of them could easily take on 7 or 8 ordinary adults. Just when everyone thought the back and forth exchange would continue for a long time, Du Yong suddenly changed his move, causing Zhang Zan to lose his balance and be kicked out of the boundary. Du Hai commented, Zhang Zan, actually, your foundation is more solid. Do you know where you lost? You're too straightforward. You telegraph every move you make. Who's going to fall for that? For example, just now. After some explanation, Zhang Zan lowered his head and said, Thank you for your guidance, master. Afterward, Du Hai critiqued Du Yong in the same manner. However, Du Yong performed well, and there were no major flaws to point out, only minor imperfections in the details. While Du Hai was explaining to the two of them, Su Xiaogo listened attentively. The problems of others could also become his own lessons and experiences. After a few more sparring matches, Du Hai called out Su Xiaogo's name, Su Xiaogo, you and Li Mo. Li Mo. Su Xiaogo stepped into the circle in surprise. Li Mo was 2 years older than him. How could he be his sparring partner? Everyone present had a general idea of each other's strength. Li Mo was a level higher than Su Xiaogo. Begin. After Du Hai finished speaking, both sides saluted. Su Xiaogo didn't think much about it. Since his master wanted him to challenge himself, he would give it his all. He had never sparred with Li Mo before, so he didn't know the difference in their strength. Unsurprisingly, Su Xiaogo was beaten. But he was not convinced and made excuses when Du Hai commented on him. Master, this is not fair. He is 2 years older than me. Li Mo has only been here for 2.5 years. You've been here for more than 3. Besides, what is fairness? When you meet an opponent in the martial world, does your opponent ask you your age? You know your strength is inferior, yet you still confront them head-on. Do you not use your brain? After saying his piece, Du Hai saw that Su Xiaogo still looked unconvinced and said, You're not convinced, huh? Take a break. Later, have another match with Er Meng. Okay. Su Xiaogo had fought Du Meng before, and he was slightly better. He and Du Meng were the same age and had been practicing martial arts for 3 years, so this competition was fair. After another 2 matches, Su Xiaogo entered the arena again. His opponent was Du Meng. Guzi, do you want to rest a little longer? Du Meng saw that Su Xiaogo hadn't rested for long and didn't want to take advantage of him. No need, let us start. Su Xiaogo clasped his fist in salute. With his familiarity with fist and foot techniques, he was definitely better than Du Meng. In the beginning, it was indeed as he expected. Du Meng fell into a disadvantageous position. But at the crucial moment, Du Meng erupted with a strength that Su Xiaogo hadn't anticipated, overturning him out of bounds. Su Xiaogo sat on the ground, a blank look on his face. What just happened? How did he get out of bounds? Do you know where you lost? Du Hai seized the opportunity to lecture Su Xiaogo. You lost because you thought you were certain to win, lost because of complacency and carelessness. On the sparring ground, the consequence of your loss is only going out of bounds. If it were in the martial world, losing would cost you your life. This was his intention in arranging these 2 sparring matches for Su Xiaogo. Su Xiaogo was good in every way, except that he was too proud. He knew he had a good talent and learned everything faster than others, so he always had a smug, disdainful attitude toward others. Su Xiaogo was momentarily speechless. Du Meng extended his hand to help him up. Su Xiaogo took Du Meng's hand and stood up, suddenly asking, Du Meng, did you break through in your stance training? Yes, I opened the Ren and Du meridians a few days ago, and I only need to open 6 more vital acupoints to complete it. No wonder. Su Xiaogo's stance work progress was slower. He had not yet opened his Ren and Du meridians. After evening practice, Su Xiaogo went home. At the door, he ran into his father, who was stacking firewood, and his eldest brother, who had just returned from the fields. He looked at his eldest brother, who was half a head taller than him, and suddenly had a whim. Brother, can you spar with me? Spar? Spar about what? It's just drawing a circle and seeing who has better kung fu and can push the other out. No. Su Xiaogo shook his head. I'm 3 years older than you, what's the point of comparing? But I've been practicing martial arts, I'm very strong. You definitely can't beat me, big brother. Su Xiaogo lost 2 sparring matches in the afternoon and felt aggrieved, wanting to find some validation from his brother, who didn't practice martial arts. I don't have time to play with you. Su Xiaogo was busy with his chores, feeding the pigs and chickens. Su Xiaogo kept pestering him incessantly. Su Xiaogo finished his chores and was annoyed by his persistence. Alright, I'll play with you. I work in the fields every day, I'm much stronger than you. Brother, you'll know once you try. Su Xiaogo thought to himself, my brother has finally taken the bait. In the front yard of the house, Su Xiaogo used a burnt firewood stick to draw a circle. Let us begin. Brother, your third brother is being polite. Su Xiaogo clasped his fist in salute. Su Xiaogo perfunctorily returned the gesture. You've learned a lot of showy moves. Their actions attracted the family to watch. Su Xiaogo struck first, throwing a punch with 80% of his strength. Su Xiaogo had already completed the first level of stance training. Coupled with the fact that he was 3 years older, his strength and physique were definitely much stronger than Su Xiaogo's. However, he had never practiced any boxing or martial arts, only relying on his body's instincts. Seeing his third brother's aggressive attacks, he didn't counterattack but instead used his arms to withstand the blows. The sounds of thump startled Jiajin and Su Xiaoxia, who exclaimed in amazement. Su Xiaogo found it strange. He thought he could easily win the fight with a casual strike, but he didn't expect his brother to be much stronger than he had imagined. He originally used 80% of his strength, gradually increasing it to full power. Relying on his taller and larger build, Su Xiaogo dodged and endured, stubbornly refusing to step out of bounds. Su Xiaogo grew anxious. He had practiced martial arts for more than 3 years, yet he couldn't even defeat his ordinary brother. Could it be that doing farm work really increased one's strength? He only felt that his elder brother's body was rock hard, as if he had also trained. Cough, cough. Su Fugue spoke up from the side, reminding them. Su Xiaogo also used his signature move. After a quick dodge past his elder brother, he executed the savage bear lean. Using his shoulder and back, he slammed hard into Su Xiaogo's body. Su Xiaogo had indeed never seen such refined power exertion techniques and moves. Coupled with Su Fugue's reminder, he pretended to be unable to withstand it, staggering backward several steps and out of bounds. In reality, given the difference in physical constitution between him and his third brother, this move had little impact on him. Ha, I won against big brother. Su Xiaogo laughed triumphantly. Chapter 10 Stealing Money. Denyo, are you alright? Jiajin quickly stepped forward to help Su Xiaogo, and seeing him covered in shoe prints and dust, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She always felt a sense of indebtedness towards Su Xiaogo. After all, Su Xiaogo helped with farm work every day, while the family spent so much money supporting Su Xiaogo in martial arts training. Mother, I'm fine. Su Xiaogo didn't care about losing to his third brother, he just took it as making his third brother happy. It's good that you're alright. Seeing that there were indeed no injuries on Su Xiaogo's body, Jiajin reached out and patted the dust off his clothes, then turned her head and glared at Su Xiaogo. You used real skills on your older brother. You've been practicing for more than 3 years and your brother hasn't practiced at all. What's there to be proud of? Oh. Su Xiaogo put away the smile on his face, feeling that the victory just now was meaningless. Indeed, winning against his older brother was nothing. It was more fulfilling to win against those older children who also practiced martial arts. He recalled that he lost to Du Meng in the second competition today because his stance work progress was behind. He knew that he practiced stance work better than Du Meng, and the reason for the lag was the lack of nourishing medicinal soup. Those children who practiced martial arts with Du Hai would buy nourishing medicinal materials from Du Hai from time to time. Tonics can speed up the progress of stance work. Du Meng is Du Hai's son and must have no shortage of tonics, so his stance work progress is faster than Su Xiaogo's. It's okay, the children are just playing around. Su Fugue smoothed things over. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. The children noisily went to wash their hands. The eldest son, Su Xianyo, is 13 years old, the second daughter, Su Xiaoxia, is 12 years old, the third son, Su Xiaogo, is 10 years old, the fourth son, Su Xiaoyun, is 6 years old, and the fifth son, Su Xiuan, will soon be 3 years old. 3 years ago, Jia Zhen had a difficult labor when Su Xiuan was born and the situation was critical. After that, both mother and son were safe, and Su Fugue only had one thought in his mind at the time: it's good to be safe. So he named his fifth son Xiuan. The family of 7 gathered in the main room for dinner, the atmosphere lively. Wife, in a few days it will be Xiaoan's 3rd birthday banquet. I'll come back early to cook so our whole family can have a good meal. Hearing have a good meal, the children were all excited. I want to gnaw on a pig's trotter. Mother, I want to eat pig's ears. To the children's requests, Jia Zhen verbally agreed with okay, but her gaze turned to Su Fugue with worry. Now that the children are older, there are some things she can't conveniently say in front of them. With 5 children to raise, the expenses are really too high. And this year's drought has made the harvest in the fields poor. Although the imperial court, considering the drought, have this year's land tax, reducing his family's 80 taels of silver tax to 40 taels, with rising prices, the lives of the people are not easy and the overall quality of life has declined. Jia Zhen, who manages the money at home, is worried because she sees that the savings are still not much after the autumn harvest and there are still many places to spend money. Except for the eating expense, which Su Fugue insisted on not reducing, other aspects of the household were economized to the extreme. Clothes were patched and mended repeatedly, with no new ones purchased for 2 or 3 years. Su Xiaoyun still wore Su Xiaogo's old clothes, which were covered in patches. She decided to have a good discussion with Su Fugue before bed that night to figure out what to do. Nearby, everyone was eating, and Su Xiaogo, usually talkative and boisterous, was surprisingly quiet. He ate with his head down, a series of thoughts flashing through his mind. Night fell. In the bedroom, Jia Zhen and Su Fugue were having a bedside conversation. Husband, after paying the land tax, we only have 180 taels of silver left. How are we going to make it to the autumn harvest next year? What if there's another drought next year? Don't worry, we still have 8 mu of dry leaf crow trees. The dry leaf crow trees will be 12 years old after next autumn, and they'll have grown 4 leaves, which will be worth a lot of money. Su Fugue reassured her. Besides the herb fields at home, the rejuvenating crowleaf and ironroot grass that had grown into spiritual herbs in his inner space were also worth a sum of money. By the way, wife, I was thinking of chopping more firewood to sell each day, earning 100 or 200 copper coins daily. That's not a small amount. 1 or 200 copper coins. How much firewood would you have to chop? Jia Zhen was very clear about the price of firewood. 1 or 200 copper coins. How many pounds of firewood would that be? We've saved enough firewood for the winter this year. If I carry back 300 pounds of firewood every day, selling it for 100 and several dozen copper coins shouldn't be a problem. With Su Fugue's physique, who was about to complete the first level of pile stance, carrying 300 pounds of firewood wouldn't be difficult. 300 pounds? Are you trying to kill yourself? Jia Zhen raised her voice. A skilled woodsman who frequently goes up the mountain would consider it a lot to carry back 100 pounds of firewood in one trip. 300 pounds would be exhausting to the point of vomiting blood, wouldn't it? She leaned into Su Fugue's arms and said softly, I forbid you to go. You have to live to be 80 years old. If you exhaust yourself to death, who will take care of me and the children? Don't worry, your husband is in excellent health. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Hee. Oh, you're so annoying. Soon, suppressed, delicate sounds echoed in the room. A few days later, the village entrance forest. Su Xiaogo finished his morning stance training, fine beads of sweat on his body. Morning practice is over. No need for evening practice today, take a half-day rest. Dismissed. After Du Hai shouted dismissed, Su Xiaogo followed a few children toward Du Hai. Zhang Zan, your 2 doses of tonic. Li Mo, your 1 dose of tonic. Du Hai distributed the prepared nourishing medicinal herbs to the children. These were all prepaid. The recipe for the nourishing medicinal herbs wasn't a secret. Common herbs were used and the prices were transparent. Because Du Hai frequently made purchases, he was familiar with the pharmacies in the city. In addition, due to the large quantities he bought, he could get some discounts. He relied on the discounts to earn a meager profit margin. After distributing the medicinal herbs, there were 2 other children who wanted to buy some. Master, I'll buy 2 doses of tonic. Master, I'll buy 3 doses. They handed the money to Du Hai. Finally, it was Su Xiaogo's turn. He took out an ounce of silver. Master, I want to buy 3 doses of tonic. Your mother gave you the silver. Du Hai took the silver from Su Xiaogo's hand, his eyes like torches. Yes, my mother asked me to buy something. Su Xiaogo's expression remained unchanged, but his palms involuntarily began to sweat. Alright, come and get it after morning practice tomorrow. I didn't bring any copper coins. I'll remember the remaining 100 copper coins. A dose of tonic for the first level of the stake stance costs 300 copper coins. Yes, master. After Su Xiaogo finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and turned to find his companions. He and several companions had agreed to hitch a ride on someone else's carriage to the county town to play today. Tomorrow is the 3rd birthday banquet of his 5th younger brother, Su Xuan, and he wanted to buy a small gift. Daytime arrived. Su family residence, main hall. Jia Jin was mending a patch on the pants in her hand while teaching Su Xiaoyun to read. 1, 2, 3 up, down. Mother, I've forgotten this one again. Jia Jin looked at the old, yellowed calligraphy copybook in Su Xiaoyun's hand and said with a smile, you can even forget such an important character. This character is read as een, the een of silver, which is money. Don't learn the more complicated ones in the back for now, look at the simpler ones in the front. Oh. Su Xiaoyun turned the calligraphy copybook to the first page and began from the beginning. Just then, Wang Qian arrived. She wore an exquisite silk robe, outlining her figure, and swayed her slender waist. Seeing Jia Jin doing needlework, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pity in her heart, lamenting that everyone has their own destiny. On the surface, however, she smiled and said, Jia Jin, are you teaching the child to read? Xiaoyun, how many words can you recognize? Su Xiaoyun was very familiar with Wang Qian. He counted on his fingers, unable to keep track of how many words he knew, and said in a childish voice, Auntie, I know many, many words. Seeing Wang Qian arrive, Jia Jin put down her work and offered her a seat. Sister-in-law Qian is here. Please sit down, I'll pour you some water. Chapter 11, Teaching a Son. After chatting with Jia Jin for a while, Wang Qian tentatively asked, Jia Jin, did you give Sango silver to buy tonics? What silver, what tonics? Jia Jin was puzzled and couldn't understand what Wang Qian was saying. Wang Qian already understood what was going on. My husband said that Sango gave him 1 tael of silver today to buy 3 sets of tonics. He's never bought anything like that before, so he asked me to come and inquire about the situation. Hearing this, Jia Jin realized what had happened, and her face immediately changed. That kid went to the city to play with his friends today. I'll give him a good talking to when he gets back. I'll return the silver to you. Wang Qian took out 1 tael of silver and placed it on the table. Before leaving, she worriedly added, Sango is only 10 years old, still young. It's normal for him to make mistakes. Don't beat him too hard. Sister-in-law Qian, I know what I'm doing. After seeing Wang Qian off, Jia Jin immediately went to the bedroom to count the silver. Usually, there were no outsiders at home, and she was always there, so the silver wasn't hidden very well. After carefully counting, a full 10 taels of silver were missing. She searched Su Xiaogo's east wing bedroom and quickly found 8 taels of silver inside his pillow. This kid has gone too far. She huffed angrily. Since Su Xiaogo started practicing martial arts, with Du Hai helping to discipline him, he had become much more sensible. Jia Jin thought his petty thievery had disappeared as he got older, but she never expected that when he did commit a crime, it would be such a big deal. A full 10 taels of silver. How could a 10-year-old child dare to steal so much money? Evening. Su Fugue carried a large bundle of firewood out of Baiha Mountain and headed towards the Lu family, the landlords, in the village. He carried a full 300 caddies of firewood, and from a distance, one could only see the huge bundle of firewood and not the person beneath it. A villager passed by and said in surprise, I wondered who it was. It's Fugue. You're amazing. How many caddies of firewood is that? Su Fugue pretended to be struggling. About 300 caddies. I have 5 children at home waiting to be fed, so I have to work hard. Well, you have to take care of your body. Don't work yourself sick. Afterward, Su Fugue delivered the firewood to the Lu family and sold it for 141. This year's harvest from the farmland was not good, and many people went to the mountains to cut firewood, which led to the price of firewood being lower than in previous years. Having sold the firewood, he returned home contentedly. Jia Jin, today I earned 140 when selling firewood. Income. Ha! He sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere at home. What happened? A moment later, Jia Jin walked out of the main room, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having been crying. Su Fugue's blood surged, his face flushed red. Who dares to bully his wife? He was usually honest, quiet, and reserved, but if anyone dared to bully his wife, he would risk his life. Su Xianyo followed behind Jia Jin. Dad, I saw Mom crying as soon as I got back, but when I asked her, she wouldn't say anything. Where's Xia? What's going on? Su Xiaoxia came out holding Su Xuan. Dad, I don't know either. It seems to be related to the 3rd brother. Aunt Xian came by today, and after she left, Mom started rummaging through chests and cabinets, looking for something. Seeing Su Fugui return, Jiajin seemed to have found her backbone. It's nothing serious. It's just that Sango stole money from home. I only found out when sister-in-law Qian told me. She recounted what had happened. Her crying wasn't because she was heartbroken about the money, but because her pent-up emotions had exploded. She felt she had failed in her duty to educate her son. Husband, do you think I'm doing something wrong in raising the children? Taking care of 5 children at home was not easy, especially with the family's finances so tight. She was frugal, yet she raised a child who dared to steal from the family. Seeing Jiajin's aggrieved and self-reproaching expression, Su Fugui quickly comforted her. No, my dear, you've done very well. Which child doesn't steal from the family? I stole when I was a kid too. Don't worry about anything today, I'll handle it, lest he makes you angry again. Su Xianyo watched this scene, silently praying for his third brother in his heart. Making mother angry wasn't a big deal, but making father angry was a huge problem. While they were talking, Su Xiaogo came back. He was holding a rattle drum in his hand, and his pockets were bulging. Pushing open the courtyard door, he saw several pairs of eyes staring at him with different expressions, and his heart pounded. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Jiajin, go back to the bedroom. Don't get angry. Su Fugui coaxed Jiajin back inside, then had Daniel lock the courtyard gate. Afterward, he walked step by step toward Su Xiaogo. Sangu, do you know what you did wrong? What's wrong? Dad, I don't know. Su Xiaogo was still being stubborn. He had never been beaten by his father, always assuming his father had a good temper. Don't know. Su Fugui pressed Su Xiaogo to the ground and picked up a wooden stick to beat him. The firewood stick broke from the beating. Su Xiaogo cried for his parents, wailing loudly, his cries carrying 100 meters. Ouch, Dad, I was wrong. I know I was wrong, Dad. Stop hitting me, I'll talk. Mom, save me. Su Xiaogo's face was covered in snot and tears. Su Xianyo watched from the side, feeling sympathy for his third brother. He knew how strong his father was. Even if his third brother practiced martial arts, even if he practiced for a few more years, he could only be beaten by their father. This scene left a deep shock on Su Xiaoxia and Su Xiaoyun. Su Fugui had been so ruthless because Jiajin had cried. To make his wife sad, even his own son deserved a severe beating to vent his anger. In the end, Jiajin couldn't bear to listen any longer in the room, feeling sorry for Su Xiaogo, and came out to stop him. Speak, how much money did you steal? With the anger in his heart gradually dissipating, Su Fugui stopped after Jiajin came out and questioned Su Xiaogo. 10 taels of silver. How much did you spend, and where did you spend it? Explain everything. 1 tael of silver was given to the master, and I wanted to buy tonics. Everyone else has them, but I don't, and my stance training isn't as fast as others. Su Xiaogo attempted to quibble and find excuses for himself. Su Fugui was so angry that he almost kicked out again. Then why didn't you just ask? Why did you have to steal? If you steal again next time, you can forget about practicing martial arts. Even if you succeed, you'll just be a menace. I won't steal anymore. I won't steal anymore. I'll never steal again. Su Xiaogo's buttocks were burning with pain. This beating was enough for him to remember for a lifetime. What else? Going to town cost 15 copper coins for the round trip by horse carriage. Buying a rattle drum for fifth brother cost 20 coins, a hairpin for second sister cost 30 coins, and milk candy for fourth brother cost 5 coins. Treating my friend to bake sesame cakes cost 30 coins, and I had a bowl of jajang noodles, which cost 20 coins. Su Xiaogo explained every single expense in detail. After listening, Su Fugui scolded with a smile, "You little rascal, you know how to handle things. You took money stolen from home to buy things for your siblings and show off your generosity outside. When you earn money in the future, spending your own money will be a real skill. Hand over all the remaining money." Okay. Seeing that his parents were no longer pursuing the matter, Su Xiaogo breathed a sigh of relief. After handing over the remaining money, he returned to his room and lay on his stomach on the bed. His buttocks were too sore, and he would probably have to sleep on his stomach for the next few nights. Su Xianyo walked over to him and asked, "Third brother, what about mine? What about yours? The things you bought from town. Why didn't you buy anything for me?" Su Xianyo felt that he had felt sorry for his third brother for nothing, as there was nothing for him in the things he bought. "Brother, you don't have a sweet tooth, nor are you playful. I really don't know what to buy for you. How about I buy you a candied hawthorn next time?" In Su Xiaogo's eyes, his eldest brother seemed like an old farmer who had no hobbies and only loved doing farm work. That's okay too. It's better than nothing. Su Xianyo thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything he wanted. Chapter 12 Birthday Banquet. The next day, Su Fugui returned to the village early from Baiha Mountain and sold 200 caddies of firewood to the Lu family for 90 cash. He went to the butcher's to buy pig trotters and pig ears and weighed 2 caddies of pork, spending 180 cash. This year, there was a drought, and the grain harvest was not good, which led to the rising price of pork. Back home, he saw Jiajin starting to boil water. He went to the chicken coop to catch an old hen, slaughtered it, plucked its feathers, and cleaned it. The couple busied themselves for 2 hours. As dusk approached, they finally prepared a table of sumptuous delicacies. Su Xiaogo returned home just as his evening practice ended. Everyone was present. Kids, serve the dishes. The children, drooling with anticipation, carried the dishes one by one to the square table in the main room. Today was Su Xiuan's third birthday banquet, and Wang Qian arrived punctually once again. She had come specially made up, applying thick rouge and powder, and carrying several boxes of pastries in her hand. Sister-in-law Qian, you've come at the perfect time. Please, take a seat. Su Fugue warmly welcomed Wang Qian into the house, seating her in the place of honor. Aunt! Su Xianyo greeted her shyly. Aunt Qian, you look so beautiful today, and your clothes are so pretty. When I grow up, I want to dress like that too. Hearing Su Xiaoxia's words, Wang Qian felt a warmth in her heart, and she covered her mouth, giggling. Xiaoxia, you know just what to say. Auntie is already old, not like when she was young. She was 1 year older than Jiajin, 34 this year. At this age, many village women would have faded appearances. Although she maintained herself well, it was difficult to conceal the wrinkles appearing at the corners of her eyes. While speaking, Wang Qian glanced at Jiajin, noticing that her beauty remained as ever, not at all like a mother of 5 children. In her heart, she couldn't help but sigh. Time never defeats a beautiful woman. Jiajin was usually busy, but it was all with household chores. Su Fugue never allowed her to do farm work or heavy labor, keeping her away from the wind and sun. There was also another important reason: marital harmony. Wang Qian saw that Jiajin's complexion was rosy and radiant, suggesting a harmonious and fulfilling married life. While they were chatting, the lavish birthday banquet began. The children feasted heartily, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Su Xianyo ate in silence, head down. Su Xiaoxia had the new hairpin Su Xiaogo bought for her in her hair, and she took care of 6-year-old Su Xiaoyun while eating. Su Xiaogo ate standing up. As for the reason, Wang Qian knew it clearly. He must have been severely beaten yesterday. 3-year-old Su Xiuan, holding a rattle drum in his hand, shook it with a dong sound, refusing to put it down no matter how Jiajin coaxed him. Wang Qian looked at the lively scene of the Su family, sighing that although raising many children was difficult, it had a unique atmosphere. After dinner, when Wang Qian was about to leave, Su Fugue gave Jiajin a look. Jiajin brought out 3 taels of silver. Sister-in-law Qian, these 3 taels of silver are for buying tonic medicine for Sengu. Just have brother do give him a dose of tonic medicine every 10 days. 1 dose of tonic medicine costs 300 won, and 3 taels of silver is for 10 doses. Last night, after Su Fugue beat Su Xiaogo, he discussed it with Jiajin. Since he's practicing martial arts, he has to make a name for himself. From now on, they will buy 3 doses of tonic medicine for Su Xiaogo every month, taking it once every 10 days, which is about the same frequency as other children practicing martial arts. Okay, you are really willing to spend on your child. Wang Qian accepted the silver. Su Xiaogo beside him was both excited and puzzled. He didn't understand why he was beaten yesterday, yet his parents still bought him nourishing medicine. After seeing Wang Qian off and finishing the dishes and cleaning, Su Fugue, with Su Xiuan, went to the secluded side room. I can nourish the treasure tree with the bloodline of my offspring again. I wonder what changes will occur this time. Su Fugue sat on the chair and placed Su Xiuan on his lap. Xiuan, be good, don't move. After coaxing Su Xiuan, he gently placed his hand on top of his head, chanting, Su Fugue's 5th son, Su Xiuan, is now 3 years old. May he be safe and sound, and may everything go smoothly for him, without illness or disaster in this life. A faint aura emanated from the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head, flowing into Su Fugue's body, then entering the inner space and merging with the family treasure tree. Su Fugue looked into his inner space. The treasure tree was now 3.3 meters tall, and the surrounding area had also expanded to a radius of 3.3 meters. At the top of the tree crown, 4 branches split off, each branch representing one of his children. Su Xianyo was 13 years old, with branches 1.3 meters long. Su Xiaoxia was 12 years old, with branches 1.2 meters. At this moment, the tree crown was sprouting its 5th branch. A verdant and slender young branch emerged from the trunk, growing to 30 centimeters long in the blink of an eye, and was adorned with several tender green buds. At the same time, a green, quail-like sized fruit grew out of the top of the tree, in the middle of the 5 branches. An enlightenment fruit. Su Fugue remembered that the first enlightenment fruit appeared in this way. Seeing that the fruit was no longer growing, it was clear that it needed more offspring's blood to ripen. It's a pity I can't afford to raise more children, he thought to himself. Raising 5 children was already the limit. Now that Su Xiaoyun and Su Xiuan had not grown up, the family income could still support them. When Su Xiaoyun and Su Xiuan grow up, and he teaches them martial arts, the situation will be even more difficult. When the children grow up, let them have children. Grandchildren are all my offspring, and their blood will nourish the treasure tree. This was his plan. The initial stages of development would certainly be difficult. He and Jiajin would work hard to raise the children, and things would become easier in the future. According to the information in Su Fugue's mind about the family treasure tree, his descendants could only be the children of the family's male offspring, not the female ones. For example, Su Xiaoxia, Su Fugue's daughter, could be considered a descendant. However, Su Xiaoxia's children would not be, as their bloodline could not nourish Su Fugue's treasure tree. Similarly, if Su Xiaoxiao had a daughter, then his daughter, who would be Su Fugue's granddaughter, would also be considered a descendant of the Su family. But the granddaughter's children would not be. In simple terms, when a woman marries, her offspring are not considered part of the Su family bloodline. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of winter, a heavy snowfall suddenly descended, easing Su Fugue's worries. In the early morning, he and Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the courtyard gate, looking at the snow-covered world outside, the snowdrifts reaching above their ankles. They breathed out warm air, saying, "It finally snowed. A timely snow promises a good harvest. With such heavy snow, we surely won't have a drought next year." Su Xiaoxiao voiced his hopes for the coming year's weather and headed towards the fields. After a heavy snowfall, there was certainly no farm work to be done in the fields. The two of them were simply accustomed to getting up early to practice their stance work. Su Fugue had opened up his Ren and Du meridians a few days prior. He was only one vital point away from completing the first level of stance work. "I'll strive to complete it today," he thought to himself. The two hadn't gone far when Su Xiaoxiao noticed something was amiss. "Dad, what's going on over there?" The direction he pointed in revealed a mixture of pristine snow and soiled earth, mounted together, standing out starkly against the vast expanse of white. Su Fugue followed his gaze and saw, in the distance, a trail of footprints stretching from the fields and leading far outside the village. "Damn it!" He quickened his pace towards the area, his feet sinking unevenly into the field, the sound of his boots crunching through the snow. Chapter 13 Wild Boar. The two reached the area and saw the even layers of farmland soil were dug up into a series of pits. "It's a wild boar from the mountains." Looking at the series of footprints, coupled with the gnawed crops, Su Fugue could easily determine it was a wild boar. "Denyo, go check the losses to the west. I'll go take a look at the herb field." Su Xiaoxiao went to check the situation in the western fields, while Su Fugue checked the herb field. Those 8 mu of withered leaf crow were very valuable. He would be heartbroken if the loss was significant. Fortunately, it didn't go to the herb field. Su Fugue breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the wild boar's footprints hadn't reached the herb field. Perhaps it was because the herb field was close to the Su family's residence, and the wild boar didn't dare get too close. His family's 80 mu of farmland was located on the outskirts of Baiha village, and also near the Baiha mountain direction, so encountering such a disaster was purely bad luck. After a while, Su Xiaoxiao returned after checking the situation. "Dad, several mu of sweet potato fields have been dug up beyond recognition, and quite a few mu of wheat seedlings have been gnawed on. Added together, a mu and a half has been destroyed. That wild boar has a huge appetite, it can really eat." His family cultivated 20 mu of wheat. At this time, the tender green wheat seedlings were being nourished by the heavy snow. There were also 10 mu of sweet potatoes, which would be replanted with dry rice in the spring. The yield of winter sweet potatoes was not high, but having grown until now, they were of considerable size, enough to be dug out, roasted, and eaten, and also used to feed pigs. It must be because of the drought this year. The wild boars are short of food in the mountains. After the heavy snow, it's even harder to find food. Su Fugue calculated in his mind that the loss wasn't great and he could accept it, but he had other ideas. "It can't take advantage of our family. Denyo, first practice stance work. After you finish, we'll think of a way to catch the wild boar. It's eating well here. In a couple of days, it definitely won't be able to resist coming again." He was tea just after the wild boar meat. More importantly, if he didn't catch the wild boar and it came every few days, his family's field would be ruined. Yes, with its big appetite, the field would be gnawed clean if it came a few more times. Su Xiaoxiao also felt that the wild boar had to be eliminated. After that, the two practiced stance work. Su Xiaoxiao's stance training was the second level of the 5-element stance training, consisting of 10 static stances in total, with a breathing technique more complex than the first level. The second level of stance training corresponds to intermediate level martial artists. It requires opening 5 more meridians on top of the Ren and Du meridians, unblocking all 7 main meridians, and opening 108 major acupoints. With the advantages of the 5-element stance training at the cultivation method level, Su Xiaoxiao does not need nourishing medicinal soups, and his stance training progress is still faster than Su Xiaogo's. After a while, the two finished their stance training. Su Fugue opened the last life or death acupoint, completing the first level of stance training. This is the confidence he has to hunt wild boars. Even strong men who are ordinary people, how would they dare to deal with wild boars easily? The wild boars in the mountains have thick skin and great strength. An ordinary person cannot withstand the impact of a body weighing about 200 pounds. Evening. The two dug several traps in the fields, filling them with sharpened hardwood sticks. Su Fugue had also prepared his weapons, a hoe and a sharp woodcutter's knife, its handle bound to a 2-meter-long wooden stick. "Dad, will this work?" Su Xiaoxiao was somewhat skeptical. He had heard that those who could hunt wild boars were the best of the hunters. He and his father didn't even have proper tools. Could they really hunt a wild boar? Why not? Brothers in battle are close, and fathers and sons fight tigers together. If we work together, father and son, we can definitely take down that wild boar. Su Fugue was unwilling to ask a hunter for help. If he could slaughter this wild boar, his family wouldn't lack meat in the winter. As night fell and the cold wind howled, the two of them squatted in the field wearing thick cotton padded jackets. Su Fugue saw that Dinyo's nose was red and he was sniffling, so he told him to go back first. You wait at home. I'll call you when it comes. Then you, Dad. Su Shanyo was worried that it would be too cold at night. Dad isn't afraid of the cold. You go back. Okay. After Su Shanyo left, Su Fugue kept watch until the latter half of the night. Seeing no sign of wild boars, he went home to rest. Having stayed up for most of the night, Su Fugue slept in the next day. Evening arrived. Seeing that his father still had to guard the fields, Su Shanyo offered to take the first half of the night shift. Dad, I'll watch first. I'll switch with you after 2 hours. Okay, this quilt is for you. Su Fugue had prepared in advance, bringing an old cotton quilt. That cotton quilt was old, having been used for over 10 years, and had just been replaced at home. An hour and a half later, Su Fugue came from home to replace Su Shanyo. Dinyo, you go back, I'll take over. He took the old cotton quilt from Su Shanyo and wrapped it around himself. The quilt still retained some warmth. I refuse to believe I won Tikachu, he thought to himself, determined to fight it out with the wild boar. And so, he kept watch for another 2 nights. On the 4th night of Su Fugue guarding the fields, in the late hours, the snow covering the ground melted and froze again, forming layers of icy lumps. Bright moonlight shone on the layer of ice and snow, glinting with white light. Through the dimness, Su Fugue saw a dark shadow coming from outside the village. It's here! He instantly sobered up, stealthily returning home to call Su Shanyo. As the two approached the wild boar, they saw it burying its head, rooting around in the field with its nose, the sound of crunching coming from its mouth. Dinyo, you stay on this side, I'll go to the other. We'll drive it toward the trap. Su Fugue quietly instructed, then, taking the firewood chopper tied to the long pole, he quietly crept to the other side of the wild boar. Now! He shouted loudly, taking the lead and charging towards the wild boar. Startled, the wild boar, without a word, turned tail and ran. Seeing someone on the other side as well, it turned towards the other direction. The 200-odd gene wild boar fell into the dugout trap. The trap wasn't large, only about a meter deep, filled with sharpened wooden stakes. Sharp wooden stakes had pierced the wild boar's hide, while others had been snapped in the trap. The wild boar howled in pain, grunting and snorting, stirring up its instinct for survival and its ferocity. The trap couldn't hold it struggled to climb out. Knowing the trap was unlikely to inflict a fatal wound, Su Fugue followed closely behind, swinging the club in his hand fiercely. The firewood knife tied to the front end of the club chopped towards the wild boar's head. Thud! That was the muffled sound of the firewood knife striking the skull, the blade embedding itself directly into the bone. Instantly, fresh blood flowed from the wild boar, and it wailed even louder. Su Fugue's strength was immense, 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Su Shanyo's strength was equally great. With quick eyes and hands, he swung the hoe sideways towards the back of the wild boar's head. Clang! Due to excessive force, the hoe handle snapped. The sharp front of the hoe was embedded in the wild boar's nape, a fatal wound, and blood gushed out. The wild boar convulsed, struggling even more violently, writhing madly in the trap until its sounds gradually faded away. Ha, this winter our family can eat meat every day. Su Fugue laughed heartily. These 200 caddies of wild boar are a great harvest. A caddy of wild boar meat is worth 81, twice that of domestic pork. For the first time, Su Shanyo experienced the benefits of practicing stance work. Dad, we're really amazing. Such a big wild boar, dead in just 2 hits. You're only a mid-level martial artist now. When you reach the high level, or even the innate realm, you'll be even more powerful. Yes, when I become more powerful, I'll become a hunter and earn a lot of silver for you and Mom. Suddenly, he felt a strong yearning for the occupation of a hunter. Chapter 14 Hunting Tax. Let us go, carry it home. Su Fugue lifted the 2 front legs, and Su Shanyo carried the 2 hind legs, bringing the 200-plus-pound wild boar home. The courtyard door opened, and the 2 of them carried it into the courtyard. In the bedroom, Jiajin, who was sleeping lightly in her clothes, woke up after hearing the noise in the yard. She knew that her husband had been guarding the fields against wild boars these past few nights. She got out of bed, put on a thick cotton coat, and prepared to go to the kitchen to bring Su Fugue some hot ginger tea. Stepping out of the room, she saw a big fellow lying at the feet of Su Fugue and the other man. What's that? She approached and, seeing the wild boar covered in blood and with black bristles on the ground, exclaimed in surprise, "You killed the wild boar." Previously, Su Fugue had only said to protect the farmland from the wild boars, not to hunt and kill them. Mother, aren't Dad and I amazing? Su Shanyo's face was full of pride. Are you two okay? Jiajin was worried that the 2 of them were injured. Were wild boars so easy to hunt? We're fine. Light the lamp and butcher it before it freezes. The weather was frigid. If they waited until the boar was completely frozen, it would be difficult to cut and process. Jia Zhen lit the 2 lanterns hanging under the eaves, illuminating the courtyard brightly. The 3 of them worked together to slaughter the boar. The bountiful harvest made the 3 of them forget their fatigue, and they chatted and laughed. We can't finish this much. Let us sell half of it. The weather is cold enough that the remaining half won't spoil if we hang it in the yard. Okay, I'll send a pork leg to the Du family later. Du Hai usually took good care of Su Xiaogo, and Wang Xian would occasionally send pastries. Reciprocity is the way of the world. The 3 of them busied themselves until dawn, processing over 200 catties of wild boar. They kept half and sold the remaining half to the village butcher, earning 9 taels of silver. They sent a pork leg to Du Hai's family. A few days later, the news that Su Fugue had hunted a wild boar spread throughout the village, arousing everyone's envy. Midday. The family had just finished eating and was huddled in the warm room. Deep winter meant no farm work, a rare time for rest. On the table lay a pile of 2 colored pebbles. Su Xiaogo and Su Xiaogo were playing 5 in a row. Brother, you lost again, hee hee. Su Xiaogo was very pleased. He quickly grasped this little game invented by his father. Su Fugue retrieved the piping hot sweet potatoes roasted in the stove, drawing a scramble from the children. Just then, there was a clang, clang, clang as someone hammered the door knocker. Su Fugue went to open the door. The courtyard gate opened, and he saw a middle-aged man wearing a brocade hat and a fur coat. Master Fong. Su Fugue was surprised. He recognized the person before him, Fong Yu, the mountain warden of the mountain forest supervision, an official in charge of various miscellaneous affairs of the mountain forest. What, am I not welcome? Fong Yu's face was cold, and he raised an eyebrow. No, Master Fong, please come in quickly. It's cold outside, let's talk inside. Su Fugue knew that the type of people he, a rural villager, could least afford to offend were government runners, so he quickly nodded and bowed, welcoming him into the main room. Jia Zhen, quickly pour tea for Master Fong. While calling for Jia Zhen to pour tea, he invited Fong Yu to take a seat. Fong Yu sat in the main seat without any politeness, looked around the main room, and sniffed the air a few times, saying, "Your house is quite warm. What did you have for lunch? It smells pretty good." Su Fugue, not knowing his intention, replied casually, "Just some homemade ordinary meal." When Jia Zhen brought the hot tea, Fong Yu held the teacup in his hands to warm them and started to talk business. "I heard you hunted a wild boar a few days ago." An ominous premonition arose in Su Fugue's heart. "That's right. Why didn't you pay the hunting tax?" Hunting tax. Su Fugue suddenly understood, so that's what he was here for. Although 100 Ravine Mountain is next to 100 Ravine Village, its various resources are not available to just anyone. Whether it's cutting firewood, collecting herbs, or hunting, you have to pay taxes. He had paid before for chopping firewood. Chopping and transporting firewood was hard labor with meager profits. Paying 300 copper coins for a winter was sufficient. Official Fawn, I wasn't tea hunting in the mountains. It's just that the wild boar came to my field to forage and fell into my trap, he attempted to explain. You only need to say whether that wild boar came from 100 Ravine Mountain or not. It did. If it's from 100 Ravine Mountain, then it's under my jurisdiction. You can't hunt wild boar and not pay the hunting tax. That won't do. As Fong Yu spoke, he picked up his teacup and took a sip of hot tea. The warm tea flowed down his throat, making his chest feel warm. This was the taste of power. In the side room connected to the main room, Su Xianyo and Su Xiaogo both heard Fong Yu's words. 13-year-old Su Xianyo couldn't understand why he and his father had spent so much effort, guarding in the freezing cold for several nights, to hunt the wild boar, only to have to pay money to that stranger. Peeking through the crack in the door, the man's matter-of-course demeanor infuriated him. With a creak, he pushed open the door and burst out, "What's the basis for this? When my fields were being ravaged by wild boars, you were nowhere to be seen. Now that we've hunted one, you're here demanding money." Fong Yu raised his head, casting a cold gaze over Su Xianyo. Su Fugue inwardly cursed, knowing things were going south, and quickly offered an apologetic smile. "I'll pay the hunting tax, I'll pay. My boy's a simpleton, doesn't know any better, Sir Fong, please don't take it to heart." After saying that, he scolded Jia Zhen, "See how you've taught your child. Does he have a say when adults are talking? Take him out." Afterward, he glared fiercely at Su Xianyo. "I'll deal with you later." After Su Xianyo was dragged out the door by Jia Zhen, looking aggrieved, Su Fugue lowered his head and said with a smile, "Lord Fong, how much should the hunting tax be?" Fong Yu smiled, very satisfied with Su Fugue's performance. If Su Fugue had quibbled or denied it, he would not have reduced the amount by a single cent. Ordinary hunters have to pay 5 taels of silver in hunting tax during the winter. Seeing that you aren't a hunter and that this was indeed an accident, I'll only charge you 2 taels of silver. Thank you for your consideration, Officer Fong. Su Fugue went to the bedroom, retrieved 2 taels of silver, and handed it over. Fong Yu didn't linger. After taking the money, he got up to leave. As he walked out of the room, he saw Su Xianyo standing by the courtyard wall, facing the wall as punishment. Su Fugue saw Fong Yu off, closed the door, and sighed helplessly. His family really couldn't afford to offend the Yamen runners. Dinyo, come inside with me. He planned to reason with Su Xianyo and analyze the pros and cons. This lesson was important for the children. Su Xianyo stubbornly remained still, staring at the wall. What? You're still being stubborn. Su Fugue smiled and walked to Su Xianyo's side. Want to know why? Then come over here. Su Xianyo really wanted to know why. The father in his memory wasn't like this. Main room. Su Fugue called Erxia and Sangui to attend the lesson with Su Xianyo. We are common folk from the bottom rung of society, ordinary people without status. What good can come from opposing the authorities? Dinyo, if I were to argue with that man, do you know what would happen? Su Xianyo shook his head. That man wouldn't listen, and instead, he would become disgusted and insist on collecting the hunting tax from me without reducing it by a single coin. Father, is he being unreasonable? Clearly. Reason. When one possesses power, reason becomes unimportant. Don't look at him as just one person. Behind him are the government offices, the imperial court. What level are we at to oppose the government? Su Fugue spoke earnestly, hoping his children would understand this principle. It's not just the government in the future. When facing martial arts experts, powerful clans, and lofty immortals, it will be the same. These words gave the three of them food for thought. Su Xianyo nodded repeatedly. He seemed to understand. Su Xiaogo suddenly had a whimsical idea. Father, then if we become martial arts experts, powerful clans, or immortals, wouldn't we no longer be bullied? Ha, as expected of Songgo, you've seen the light. But if becoming strong were so easy, there wouldn't be so many common folk. Chapter 15, 5 years. 5 years later. Summer. 18-year-old Su Xianyo toiled in the fields. His upper body was bare, revealing a toned, bronze physique. Sweat streamed down his sculpted muscles, soaking his waistband. The hoe in his hands moved up and down with swiftness. His work rate was astonishingly fast. In half a day, he had hoed all the weeds from 1 acre of land. Showing no signs of fatigue, he prepared to clear all the weeds from the remaining acres of the pear orchard before nightfall. The farmland he worked on was not the Su family's 80 acres, but rather the land he rented from the wealthy Lu family. As his siblings grew older, the family had surplus labor. In order to earn more money, Su Xianyo had rented 30 acres of land from the Lu family last spring, with an annual rent of 20 taels of silver. Of the 30 acres, 18 were a crisp pear orchard and 12 were planted with wheat. The land rent plus the field tax amounted to 50 taels of silver each year. With Su Xianyo's skills, he could earn 60 to 70 taels of silver from a year's labor. Dinyo, Dinyo. A clear, crisp female voice floated from afar. Su Xianyo turned his head and saw a young and beautiful girl standing at the edge of the field, waving and calling to him. It was Qin Xiulian, a girl from the same village, 1 year younger than him. Coming. He responded, put down the hoe in his hand, and put on the coarse linen vest hanging on the tree branch. The vest, which had been soaked with sweat, had long since dried after being aired for half a day. You must be thirsty after working all afternoon. Here, have some water. Chen Xiulian, with a slight smile on her face, handed over the water skin in her hand. Thank you. Su Xianyo casually took the water skin, pulled out the stopper, and tilted his head back to gulp down several large mouthfuls. There was honey added to the water, making it sweet. I also brought you locust flour cake. As Chen Xiulian spoke, she took out a piece of pastry wrapped in a handkerchief from her pocket. She gently unwrapped the handkerchief and held it out in front of Su Xianyo. This ID better not. Su Xianyo didn't dare to eat it. Last time, he ate a piece of fried sweet cake from Chen Xiulian, and Great Uncle Chen chased him into the fields and scolded him for 3 days. I made this myself, just eat it. I definitely won't tell my dad. As she said this, Chen Xiulian pinched a locust flour cake with her fingers and stuffed it into Su Xianyo's mouth. Su Xianyo quickly reached out to take it, putting the cake into his mouth and biting down. The flaky pastry burst open in his mouth, sweetness filling his oral cavity, mixed with a faint floral fragrance. Chen Xiulian blinked her watery, bright eyes. Is it good? Good. Su Xianyo hadn't even swallowed the cake in his mouth yet and nodded repeatedly. How good is it? Su Xianyo, never good with words, was stumped by this question. He swallowed the cake, racking his brains to describe it. It's as good as the ones my mom makes. So you're saying I'm the same as your mom? Humph, I'm ignoring you. Chen Xiulian turned around, taking 3 steps at a time, and briskly left. The village all said that the third son of the Su family was 1 in 100 of good lads, but she preferred Su Xianyo. In truth, she just liked to see Su Xianyo's simple and unsophisticated appearance. Su Xianyo couldn't fathom the girl's thoughts. Watching her departing figure, he realized that she had forgotten to take her water skin. I'll give it to her tomorrow. Knowing that Chen Xiulian would come again tomorrow, he turned and continued to work on the farm. Chen Xiulian returned home, seeing a figure standing at the door from afar, and thought to herself that things did not bode well. She could only pretend that nothing had happened. Dad, what are you doing standing here? Qin Bajin, Chen Xiulian's father, sported a gleaming bald head, a face full of Hangru excess flesh and pockmarks, frog-like eyes, and sausage lips. His appearance was extremely ugly. The village children had given him the nickname Chen Freak, saying he was an ugly freak. His face was cold, and coupled with his appearance, he looked even more sinister. "You went to find Dinyo again?" "No," Chen Xiulian whispered. "I saw it with my own eyes. How many times have I told you, and you still won't listen? Do you still acknowledge me as your father?" Chen Bajin pushed his daughter into the courtyard and roared at the woman inside. "Woman, lock her up for me. I don't believe I can't control her." "Is it that serious?" Chen Xiulian's mother muttered. "How is it not serious? If I don't keep her in check, she'll be led astray. Isn't it because your belly is useless? If you had given me a son, would this be happening?" Chen Bajin cursed and ranted, turning his anger on Xiulian's mother, spittle flying everywhere without pause. Seeing the fire spreading to her, her mother quickly pulled Chen Xiulian into the house. Now, Chen Bajin's disagreement with Chen Xiulian and Su Xianyo is not because he is dissatisfied with Su Xianyo. When Chen Bajin was young, his family only had 10 acres of poor land. Compared to the tenant farmers, his conditions were okay, but he was born ugly and couldn't find a wife. To this end, he went to the city and struggled for 20 years, returning to the village in his 30s to acquire another 20 acres of land. He managed to marry a wife thanks to the 30 mu of land his family owned. Unexpectedly, after the marriage, her belly remained stubbornly quiet. When she finally conceived, it was a daughter. A few years later, she conceived again, and it was still a daughter. By then, Chen Bajin was already in his 40s. After further fruitless efforts, he gave up. With 2 daughters, he had no choice but to seek a son-in-law. His eldest daughter found a satisfactory young man, but they couldn't agree on him marrying into the family. She insisted on marrying out. Fortunately, he still had his second daughter. Unfortunately, his eldest daughter died in childbirth with her first child. Neither mother nor child survived. With only 1 daughter left, he had to find a son-in-law to marry into his family. Initially, Chen Xiulian and Su Xianyo caught each other's eye, and Chen Bajin was quite pleased. After all, the Su family had 4 sons. It would be perfect for one of them to marry into his family. But after Chen Bajin spoke with Su Fugue, the Su family flatly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. Chen Bajin was very angry and desperate. He had worked so hard to build up 30 acres of land. If he married his daughter into the Su family, wouldn't the Su family be eating him out of house and home? Evening at the village entrance forest. Du Hai was absent, and his eldest son, Du Yong, was in charge of discipline in his stead. In recent years, some students had left martial arts training, and more children had come, totaling 17 or 18 people. They stopped after practicing bear-tiger body technique several times. "Master is not here. What shall we practice today? How about a spar?" "The last spar was a month ago." "Good. I opened up the Ren and Du Meridians a few days ago. I am about to complete the first level of stance training." Du Hai was strict with them, but when Du Hai was away, they relaxed a lot. Du Yang was only a few years older than them, and he played with everyone. He picked up a stick and drew a circle on the ground. The circle had a diameter of nearly 2 zhang. "Brother Yon, isn't the sparring circle drawn too big?" Usually, when Du Hai let them spar, the drawn circle was only 1 zhang in diameter. "I did it on purpose. A bigger circle allows for better performance." While speaking, Du Yang glanced at Su Xiaogo. He had lost to Su Xiaogo in their last match, and he was not convinced. In terms of age, he was 3 years older than Su Xiaogo. In terms of stance work progress, he was slightly better than Su Xiaogo. How could he have lost? This time, he deliberately drew a larger circle, which would increase the intensity of the match. Otherwise, he would accidentally step out of bounds. "Brother Yong and Brother Go, you're up first." Amidst the children's cheers, Du Yong stepped into the fighting circle and looked directly at Su Xiaogo. Su Xiaogo knew Du Yong's intention, smiled, stepped into the circle, clasped his fist in salute, and said, "Brother Yong, then I'll have to offend you." Du Yong also clasped his fist. "My father often says, give it your all." Chapter 16, The Lu Landlord. Su Xiaogo and Du Yong stood facing each other. Both were burly and strongly built. This was a result of years of practicing the bear-tiger stance, making their bodies like bears and tigers. Many martial arts stance exercises are like this one can judge their progress from their physique and appearance. Su Xiaogo was slightly shorter than Du Yong, but the difference was not significant. Since Su Xiaogo began using nourishing medicinal herbs 5 years ago to improve his stance training progress, he has been slowly catching up to the gap between himself and Du Hai's 2 sons, relying on his talent. The second level of stance training involves opening 7 main meridians and 108 major acupoints. Currently, his second level of stance training has progressed to opening 5 main meridians and over 70 major acupoints. In terms of stance training progress, he is still somewhat behind Du Yong. However, his mastery of martial arts techniques is far superior to Du Yong, which allowed him to narrowly win their last match. The watching children all widened their eyes, watching this peak duel. One side is 18-year-old Du Yong, who has been practicing martial arts with his father since he was 7 years old and has no shortage of nourishing medicinal herbs. The other side is 15-year-old Su Xiaogo, the most talented student the master has ever taught. "Begin!" someone shouted. Du Yong took the lead, launching a fierce and swift tiger's roar fist. Su Xiaogo blocked the attack, accurately deflecting the tiger's roar fist's offensive, and smoothly transitioned into a leg sweep towards his opponent. Most of the bear-tiger body technique consists of forceful and fierce moves. Their fists and feet collided, thumping and banging as they reached a stalemate. Su Xiaogo's moves were always a bit faster, but Du Yong managed to hold on due to his stance work and physical advantages. Luckily, I drew a larger fighting circle. Du Yong secretly rejoiced. If the circle hadn't been enlarged, he would have been out of bounds several times already. An opening. At a critical moment, he seized an opening in Su Xiaogo's defense, preparing to take advantage of it and send him flying out of bounds in one fell swoop. But he saw Su Xiaogo lunge forward, bowing and crouching, rushing toward his chest. What kind of move is this? Du Yong had never seen this move before and didn't know how to respond. He then saw Su Xiaogo crash in sideways. Within it, he saw the shadow of Savage Bear Lean. With the explosive force of the Savage Bear Lean, if Su Xiaogo rammed into his chest, he would be sent flying. Unwilling to lose just like that, he turned his hands into Tiger Claw style. Although he would have to endure the Savage Bear Lean, he could take the opportunity to grab the opponent to prevent him from going out of bounds. A dull thud echoed as Du Yong's chest was struck. He nearly flew backward, barely managing to grab the other's shoulder with his tiger claws to steady himself. However, the force of the impact was not easy to bear. Du Yong felt a constriction in his chest, and the qi gathered in his chest and abdomen dispersed. Su Xiaogo continued forward, passing Du Yong, and tripped him with his leg. Du Yong's entire upper body fell backward toward the ground, his hand still gripping Su Xiaogo. Boom! Dust billowed, and grass leaves flew. When Du Yong regained his senses, Su Xiaogo's right hand, like an eagle's hook and tiger's claw, was on his throat. Brother Yong, I concede. Su Xiaogo withdrew his hand and stood upright, his expression respectful, without the arrogance of victory. Du Yong had not been forced out of the boundary, but this kind of defeat was more humiliating than being forced out. He got up, brushed off the dust, and pretended not to care, saying, Sangha, your skill is unmatched among the younger generation in our Baiha village. Baiha village, eh? Su Xiaogo thought to himself, 100 Ravine village was too small, just 1,000 or so households. He would go to the county town in the future, where there were even more powerful martial arts experts. The county town where 100 Ravine village was located was called Tonggu County. If he could make a name for himself in the county town, then he would be a big shot. Next were the other children's sparring matches. Compared to the sparring match between Su Xiaogo and Du Yong, the others were like children playing. It wasn't that the others were weak, but that those two were too strong. According to Du Hai, Du Yong was more skilled than he was at the same age. As for Su Xiaogo, his realm and martial arts moves had reached another level, not sticking to the original moves but changing moves, combining moves, and even beginning to comprehend a deeper level of artistic conception. At this level, one could only rely on self-comprehension, and even Du Hai had nothing to teach Su Xiaogo. So half a year ago, Du Hai reduced Su Xiaogo's martial arts tuition to 1 tael of silver per month. The reason Su Xiaogo still practiced martial arts with Du Hai was that he hadn't learned the third level of stance training. Once he completed the third level, Su Xiaogo would no longer need to follow Du Hai for martial arts training. Du Hai himself had completed the third level of stance training and was stuck at the bottleneck of entering the innate realm. One match after another ended. Du Yong and Su Xiaogo guided them. Just as there were 2 matches left, a group of 7 or 8 people walked over from a distance, all around the age of 16 or 17. Hey, you guys move aside, we want to hunt rabbits. The person in the lead was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit made of silk, which looked quite expensive. Lu Hongtu, our evening practice is almost over, at most an incense stick's worth of time. Du Yong wanted the other party to wait for a moment. Lu Hongtu was the third son of the Lu family's patriarch, 17 years old this year. Before Lu Hongtu could speak, someone behind him stepped forward. When we tell you to leave, just leave, why so much talk? This forest isn't yours, do we have to wait for you? Hurry up and leave, don't spoil our fun. Yo, a competition. With your pathetic skills, what is there to even compare? Don't waste time, we're waiting to release the rabbits. Someone carried a cage containing over a dozen lively rabbits. Du Yong had just lost the competition and was simmering with anger. If it were Lu Hongtu, fine, but the person speaking was just a wealthy villager, a lackey who hung around with Lu Hongtu. Given the Du family's status in the village, he couldn't tolerate this. Just as he was about to retort, he felt Su Xiaogo tugging at his sleeve. Forget it, Brother Yong, don't bother with them. Su Xiaogo whispered in Du Yong's ear, then said to the group practicing martial arts, evening practice is over, dismissed. In recent years, Su Fugui often taught his children to be low-key, to be patient, and not to argue with others over temporary anger. Besides, Su Xiaogo was well aware of the Lu family's current influence, and it was unnecessary to clash with Lu Hongtu. The Lu family was the biggest landlord in Baiha village, not only wealthy but also well-connected. Just 2 years prior, after the death of Master Lu, the younger brother of the Lu family had broke through to the acquired martial artist realm and became the county commandant in Tonggu County. Consequently, the Lu family's status rose sharply, becoming an existence that no one dared to provoke in the surrounding villages. The Lu family's influence was at its zenith. Hoof. Meng, let's go. Du Yong didn't bother to pay attention to the Lu family and the others and left with Du Meng. Although the others were unconvinced, they could only disperse. Similar things had happened several times. Not to mention Du Yong, even his father Du Hai would not want to provoke Lu Hongtu if he were here. Phew. Ha ha. Behind them, the young men with Lu Hongtu burst out laughing. At 16 or 17 years old, they were at their most spoiled and arrogant. These individuals all came from families with good financial situations. They also practiced martial arts, but not with Du Hai. Instead, they went to the county town. Therefore, Lu Hongtu mixed with them in the same circle. Chapter 17 Mountain Hunting Dog. When Su Xiaogo returned home, Su Fuguei and Su Xianyo had just come back from the fields. Jia Jin and Su Xiaoxia had prepared dinner. Everyone's here, let's eat. Today was the Su family's meal improvement day. With a loud shout from Su Fuguei, the children hurriedly carried the dishes prepared in the kitchen to the table in the main room. It was still that simple, antique 8 Immortals table. Having been used for many years, the lacquer on the table had been rubbed clean, revealing the original wood underneath. Today, there's fragrant braised pork, marinated pig trotters, and a pot of fish soup made from 3 pounds of grass carp, simmered until it turns milky white. Take your time, no need to rush. 11-year-old Su Xiaoyun and 8-year-old Su Xiuan devoured their food, as if afraid they wouldn't get enough if they ate even a bite slower. Mind your manners. There are no outsiders here. Su Xiaoyun mumbled, his mouth full of braised pork and steamed bun. You must be polite even with family. If you continue like this, you'll be punished by standing. Jia Jin glared at Su Xiaoyun, only letting him off when she saw that he had finally restrained his eating habits. Mother, it's just that the food you make is too delicious. Su Xiuan was clearly better at speaking. The family of 7 was happy and harmonious, and the atmosphere was lively. Su Xiaogo looked at the old clothes full of patches worn by his 4th and 5th younger brothers and sighed in his heart. His family never skimped on food, improving their meals every now and then, but they were too frugal in other aspects. He knew that it was because of his martial arts training that the extra expenses in the family were provided for him. He made a vow that he would definitely practice martial arts well, make a name for himself, and live up to his parents spending so much money on him. Dinner ended. Su Xianyo took out a dirty, broken pottery bowl and filled it with the leftovers from the table. He carried the pottery bowl out of the courtyard gate and came to the back of the Su family's residence, next to the farmland. There was a mud brick doghouse. Da-hey! Seeing that Da-hey was not in the kennel, he shouted Da-hey twice in the direction of the farmland. Woof woof! A response came from afar. As the barking grew closer, Da-hey appeared, swift as a shadow in the dim light. Woof woof! Da-hey rushed to Su Xianyo, wagging its tail incessantly, circling his legs, and nuzzling him with its head and neck, displaying immense affection. Its body was slender and agile, covered in short, glossy black fur. It had a large frame, its shoulder reaching Su Xianyo's waist. There was a lot of food today, gnawed on pig trotters, and fish. Eat up. Su Xianyo placed the ceramic bowl on the ground. Woof. Da-hey lowered its head and quickly finished eating, then frolicked around Su Xianyo, jumping up and down. Stop, sit, roll over, lie down, come on, run with me. Su Xianyo and Da-hey were having a great time. Da-hey was picked up by Su Xianyo and his father 3 years ago, during a hunting trip in the autumn. That day, the two of them had good luck bagging 2 mountain pheasants. They found Da-hey on the way back from 100 Ravine Mountain. At that time, Da-hey was a puppy the size of a palm, its eyes barely open, appearing weak and on the verge of death. Su Xianyo brought it home and saved its life by feeding it rice gruel and meat broth. Jia Jin initially disagreed, as their family's situation really didn't allow for spare food to feed a dog. After his earnest pleas, his parents finally agreed to let him keep the dog. Da-hey grew quickly, transforming from a palm-sized puppy into a fierce, large dog in 2 years. Su Xianyo didn't know what breed it was. Some people said it was a wild dog from the mountains, while others said it was a hunting dog bred for hunting. Da-hey was indeed unlike ordinary domestic dogs. Its 4 upper and lower canine teeth were very long and sharp, and it ran much faster than domestic dogs. It was also much smarter than the average domestic dog and could understand simple commands. After it grew up, feeding it didn't require too much food. It would catch field mice and wild rabbits in the fields on its own. And more importantly, Da-hey could guard the farmland. This was an important reason why Su Fuguei agreed to raise Da-hey. His family's farmland needed guarding, especially the precious herb fields. Therefore, Da-hey's kennel was located next to the Su family's farmland, where he was usually allowed to roam freely. With Da-hey around, Su Fuguei no longer worried about unexpected situations such as wild boars digging for food at night, nor did he have to worry about people stealing fruit or medicinal herbs when the orchard ripened. The next morning, the Su family orchard. There was still about a month before the fragrant pears and apricots ripened. The fruit trees were laden with fruits of all sizes, and a faint fruity fragrance floated in the air. Su Fuguei was practicing stance training. His stance training progress was at the 2nd level, having opened up 5 main meridians, with the 6th main meridian about to be opened, and 90 important acupoints. Next to him, two others were also practicing stance training: the eldest son, Su Xianyo, and the fourth son, Su Xiaoyun. Su Xianyo was 18 years old at the peak of his martial arts training and was about to complete the second level of stance training. He had opened up all 7 main meridians and was only 2 acupoints away from opening all 108 important acupoints. In terms of strength, he had surpassed his father last year. The fourth son, Su Xiaoyun, started learning stance training last spring and has been practicing for over a year now. After finishing 2 rounds of stance training, he stopped and saw that his father and eldest brother were still immersed in it. He yawned and continued practicing. His stance movements looked weak, and the warm sensation within his body was also very faint. After another round of stance training, he felt a little tired and stretched. He spaced out for a while out of boredom, and seeing that his father and brother hadn't stopped, he continued with the stance training. Actually, he didn't like practicing stances, he was purely forced to come by his father. He didn't understand the meaning of getting up before dawn every day to practice stance training. What was the point of practicing so hard? Was it to fight with others? But his father had also said that he couldn't fight or cause trouble. Su Fugue finished 5 rounds of stance training and stopped. He glanced at Su Xiaoyun not far away, and seeing his unstable stance, he shook his head helplessly, sigh. He had taught Su Xiaoyun countless times, but Su Xiaoyun didn't take it to heart, and there was nothing he could do. Back when he wanted to choose Su Xianyo and Su Xiaogo to practice martial arts, both were very enthusiastic. In the end, Su Xianyo voluntarily gave up to help the family with farm work. Now, he is proactively teaching Su Xiaoyun, but Su Xiaoyun is unwilling to learn. To this, Su Fugue could only lament: different ambitions, different destinies. He knew that his fourth son, Su Xiaoyun, wasn't being disobedient but simply wasn't interested in practicing martial arts. Compared to his older brothers and sisters, Su Xiaoyun knew the most characters and loved to read the most. After a moment, Su Xianyo finished his stance training and, seeing that his fourth brother hadn't finished, greeted Su Fugue: "Dad, I'll go get busy first." Afterward, he went to manage his rented 30 mu of farmland. Before long, Su Xiaoyun finally finished the 4th round of stance training. Seeing that his dad and eldest brother had both finished, he decided to be lazy and skip 1 round. "Dad, what work am I doing today?" "Go manage the medicinal herb field and check for pests." "Okay." Su Xiaoyun walked towards the herb field. His farming skills were also inferior to his eldest brother's. After helping his father with farm work for more than a year, he was still not proficient in anything. Su Fugue hoed grass and propped up branches in the orchard. The weather was good this year, so there should be a good harvest. Before he knew it, he was busy until noon, and it was time to go back for lunch. Just then, barking sounds came from not far away. It was Dahe's voice. Su Fugue walked out of the orchard and saw a figure peeking around next to the wheat field. Dahe was barking wildly at him. Chapter 18 War. "What are you doing?" Su Fugue stepped forward and saw that the man was unfamiliar. He was not from the village. "Big brother, is this your wheat? Judging by this, you must be a master farmer. This wheat is growing really well," the man said with a smile, flattering him. Su Fugue listened to the other party's insincere pleasantries, his eyes suspicious, and did not answer. The other party's accent was very different from the Tonggu County area accent, clearly from out of town. "Big brother, my master is a grain merchant who deals in the grain business. I just want to ask if your wheat has been booked yet. If not, you can consider us." The man explained his purpose. Su Fugue simply shook his head. "Not selling. I'm keeping it for my own family to eat." The man persisted. "Big brother, you must be joking. How can one family finish eating 30 acres of wheat and dry rice? Our family is buying grain at a high price this year, really, a price 30% higher than last year." "I said I'm not selling. My family has 7 people plus a dog. Is it not normal to eat more? Leave." Saying that, Su Fugue waved his hand impatiently. "Big brother." Seeing that the man still wanted to pester him, Su Fugue directly ignored him and walked towards his house. And by the way, he called out to Su Xiaoyun in the herb field, "Su Xiaoyun, come home for dinner." "Coming, Dad." Woof woof. Dahe was very smart and could judge whether the person in front of him was a friend or foe through people's emotions. Seeing that Su Fugue was impatient, it barked wildly at the man to drive him away. The man had no choice but to walk away quickly. What a strange thing. Su Fugue was puzzled. This was the 3rd time. Since half a month ago, grain merchants from other places had come to his door, saying they wanted to buy grain. Could it be that grain prices were about to rise? It should be known that unless there were natural disasters such as severe droughts or floods, grain prices would basically not fluctuate much. For out-of-town grain merchants to offer 30% higher than last year's price for grain, something must be happening. But he hadn't heard of any droughts or floods anywhere. Baiha village was just a remote mountain village. News within the village was limited, so even if major events occurred outside, it would be difficult for them to know. Su Fugue returned home to eat with his family and heard Jiajin talking about major events outside. "Sister-in-law Wang Qian told me that the Chen Yuan Immortal Dynasty and the Baiyu Immortal Dynasty have started fighting." "Fighting? What for?" Su Fugue couldn't help but worry. War was definitely an irresistible disaster for ordinary families, and it could easily lead to complete destruction. It seems like they discovered some spiritual veins or spiritual mines, or something like that. Anyway, it has something to do with immortals. I don't understand those things. Jia Jin heard it from Wang Qian. Wang Qian herself only had a vague understanding, let alone explaining it clearly to her. The affairs of immortals have nothing to do with us. Living a good life is better than anything else. Su Xiaoxia hasn't seen the world, so she doesn't understand. Su Fuguei didn't think so. He thought of the grain merchants who had recently come to purchase grain and guessed that it was likely that the war had caused the price of grain to rise. Apart from natural disasters, the most likely cause of rising grain prices is war. Also, Tonggu County, where they are located, is not far from the Baiyue immortal dynasty. This not far is in relation to immortals. Baihe village, where the Su family is located, belongs to Tonggu County. Tonggu County belongs to Yuanli Prefecture, and Yuanli Prefecture belongs to Jinnan Prefecture. And Jinnan Prefecture is the southernmost prefecture of the Qianyuan immortal dynasty. Further south is the Baiyue immortal dynasty. The Qianyuan immortal dynasty, as a court controlled by immortals, has a vast territory, very vast. Su Fuguei had never seen a map of the Qianyuan immortal dynasty, or even a map of Jinnan Prefecture. He only knew that the Qianyuan immortal dynasty had 38 prefectures, and Jinnan Prefecture was one of them. Jinnan Prefecture has 33 counties, and Yuanli County is one of them. Yuanli Commandery had dozens of counties, and Tonggu County was one of them. The more Su Fuguei thought about it, the more he felt that this war might affect them, so he reminded everyone, let's be vigilant, store our grain well, and prepare for the unexpected. Ha! Dad, the immortal dynasty's affairs shouldn't affect us, right? Su Xiaogo didn't understand. Our Tonggu County, Yuanli Commandery, is located in the Jinnan Prefecture on the southernmost edge of the Qianyuan immortal dynasty. Further south is the Baiyue immortal dynasty. For us, it's tens of thousands of miles away, but not for the immortals. Ordinary families can't withstand the turmoil. The impact of war on ordinary people like us is the greatest. Su Fuguei patiently explained to the children. A trivial grain of sand in an era, when it falls on ordinary people, is a mountain. Young people with insufficient experience find it difficult to grasp this truth. 10 days later, news of the immortal dynasty's war spread like wildfire in the village, and occasionally unfamiliar faces passed by Baihe village. In the Su family's wheat field, Su Fuguei was harvesting wheat with Daniel, Su Xiaogo, and Su Xiaoyun. Everyone, put in some extra effort and try to finish cutting the wheat in one day. Su Fuguei, sickle in hand, plunged into the wheat field, cutting down swaths of wheat with each sweep. Recently, the grain merchants who collect grain had come twice, giving Su Fuguei a sense of urgency. As soon as the wheat was ripe, he hurriedly brought his children to harvest it. Big brother, let's have a competition to see who's faster. Su Xiaogo wanted to compete with his older brother. He didn't often do farm work and usually only helped during the busy farming season, but with his second level of the Xionghu Zhuanggong bear tiger stance skill, his physique was even stronger than Su Xianyo's. Alright. Before Su Xianyo finished speaking, he had already plunged into the wheat field in front of him. Big brother, you're cheating. I haven't said start yet. Su Xiaogo said, hurrying towards the adjacent wheat field, competing fiercely with Su Xianyo. As for Su Xiaoyun, he began to cut the wheat at a leisurely pace. He was young and lacked the strength, not a main force in the work. Su Fuguei was undoubtedly the fastest. Having worked on the farm for 20 years, he seemed to have transformed into a harvesting machine, reaping a large swath of wheat wherever he went. Beside him, Su Xianyo was quite a bit faster than Su Xiaogo. After harvesting 1 mu of wheat, Su Xiaogo was unconvinced. Brother, let's continue. Your stamina definitely isn't as good as mine. The two continued to compete. Su Xianyo seemed tireless, his stamina astonishing Su Xiaogo. And so, before dusk, the 4 of them harvested more than 20 mu of wheat with their sickles. Afterward, threshing, drying, and milling would require several more days of labor. Danielle, after we finish up at home these next 2 days, we'll go together to harvest those 10 plus mu of wheat you rented. Su Fuguei hadn't forgotten the land Su Xianyo had rented. Dad, I can do it myself. At most, it would only take him 2 days alone. Let's still go together. The sooner we harvest it, the sooner we can relax. There have been quite a few new faces in the village these past 2 days, and I'm worried something might happen. Su Fuguei had noticed the strangers. Some villagers said they were refugees who had fled here. All right. A few days later, Su Fuguei, along with Su Xiaogo, helped Su Xianyo harvest over 10 acres of wheat. None of the harvested wheat was sold, it was all stored at home. Previously, Su Fuguei would sell the surplus after setting aside enough for his family's consumption. However, this time, Su Fuguei was concerned that the war would last too long, so he kept all the grain. The increasing number of strangers appearing in Baihe village confirmed Su Fuguei's suspicions. Afternoon. The weather was hot, and Su Xianyo, stripped to the waist, was working in the crisp pear orchard. In another half-month, these 18 acres of crisp pears would be ripe. After the harvest, he would be much more relaxed. Not far away, a woman with disheveled hair, wearing thick hemp clothing and carrying a bundle, was watching Su Xianyo. So robust. She looked at Su Xianyo's strong and well-proportioned body, guessing that his family was well off. If he were a poor peasant or tenant farmer, he would often be skinny and wouldn't have this physique. Her current name was Su Jinshu. Her identity was that of a wealthy merchant's daughter from Lanting County in Yunbian Prefecture who had become separated from her family while fleeing a disaster, a noble lady in distress. She smoothed her disheveled hair, revealing a delicate, palm-sized oval face, and wiped the dirt from her face, revealing fair skin. This young man, she pitched her voice high, making it sound sweet and cloying. Chapter 19, Refugees. Su Xianyo had noticed Su Jinshu, who was furtively watching him. He had been watching her out of the corner of his eye, wary that she might take advantage of his inattention to steal the crispy pears from his pear orchard. Hearing Su Jinshu call him young man, he walked forward expressionlessly. What is it? Young man, I'm a refugee from Yunbian Prefecture. Unfortunately, I got separated from my family along the way. May I ask, what place is this? Su Jinshu spoke in a delicate voice, glancing timidly at Su Xianyo's robust physique, then shifting her gaze away with a hint of bashfulness. This is Baihe Village. Su Xianyo added after speaking. Baihe Village, Tonggu County. Su Jinshu's throat bobbed as she swallowed hard, looking at the few pear trees in front of her. Brother, I'd been exposed to the wind and dew all the way, and the money I had is all spent. Could you give me a pear to eat? Su Xianyo didn't answer. He turned around, picked the largest crisp pear from the tree, and handed it to her. He wasn't a heartless person. The girl in front of him had chapped and peeling lips. Thank you. Su Jinshu accepted it with both hands, thanking him with joy, and bit into the pear. Your pears are so delicious. Su Jinshu's eyes curved into crescents with a smile. Her face was filled with gratitude as she ate heartily, striking up a conversation with Su Xianyo as she ate. Brother, my name is Su Jinshu. What about you? Su Xianyo. Married. You have a great figure. Have you practiced martial arts? Su Xianyo felt uncomfortable under Su Jinshu's flirtatious gaze and put on the sleeveless vest hanging on the tree branch. Su Jinshu thought to herself that the young man before her was definitely from a well-off farming family, honest and not very eloquent. With her experience and skills, handling this young man would be easy. Her real name was not Su Jinshu, but Huang Tsuetsue. Before being sold to the brothel, her real name was Huang Tsuetsue, and she had changed her stage name several times since then. In Lanting County, Yunbian Prefecture, she was a famous courtesan of the local brothel Peach Blossom House, selling both her art and her body. She was sold to Peach Blossom House by her family at the age of 12, where she learned music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and prose. Several years later, relying on her beautiful appearance and her ability to observe people's expressions and win them over, she became a famous top courtesan. In a mixed place like a brothel, how could she have climbed to the top without some wit and skills? She originally thought that she would be exploited by the brothel until she was old and haggard and driven away when she could no longer receive guests to find a place to retire. She never expected that the sudden war would affect Lanting County. Immortals soared high and far, battling with magic in the sky. Even a stray ripple from their spells could destroy cities and demolish houses. The people of Lanting County, seeking to survive, had abandoned their homes and scattered in all directions as refugees. She seized the opportunity to escape in the chaos, disguising herself under the identity of Su Jinshu to seek a new life. She was still very young, and this was her chance at rebirth. To have a stable life and to avoid being recognized, she traveled for half a year from Yunbian County to Qinghe County and then to Yuanli County, crossing thousands of miles to arrive in this unremarkable Tonggu County. Young man, is this your family's land? Su Jinshu asked tentatively. She wasn't short of money. Hidden in her baggage were gold and silver jewelry gifted by guests, and in her inner pocket were silver notes worth several hundred taels of silver. She disguised herself as poor to avoid being robbed, otherwise she would never have made it here with her looks. But she didn't want to suffer in a poor family either. It would be best if the family had some influence. No, this is land I rent. Su Xianyo answered truthfully. Rented land. A tenant farmer. Su Jinshu's good impression of Su Xianyo was greatly diminished, and she pressed further. How many people are in your family? Do they all rent land and farm like you? Su Xianyo was honest but not stupid. He would answer personal questions, but he became wary when asked about his family. It's getting late, I need to get back to work. If you're not full, I'll give you another one. Su Xianyo picked another crisp pear and placed it in Su Jinshu's hand, then turned to his farm work. Brother, I still wanted to ask about something. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Su Jinshu had no choice but to walk away. She wondered, how could a man not want to say a few more words to her? She had practically rolled her eyes out of their sockets and even pretended to be hot, loosening her collar to reveal a large expanse of white skin. What a blockhead, he must be a virgin who hasn't tasted meat, doesn't know my allure. Thinking this, she went to find her next target. Why hasn't Ti Xiulian come by in a while? After Su Jinshu left, Su Xianyo thought of Qin Xiulian. Previously, Qin Xiulian came almost every day, bringing him honey water or melon and fruit snacks, and chatting for a while. She hadn't come since she dropped her water pouch more than 10 days ago. Su Shanyo was tempted to look for Chen Xiulian, but when he thought of her father Chen Bajin's face, he felt timid and dared not go. The nickname Chen the Eccentric was well known in Baihe village, a figure who could stop children from crying at night. Moreover, Chen Bajin disagreed with his daughter's affair with Su Shanyo and had scolded Su Shanyo many times. Well, if her father really disagrees, just make it clear and don't delay her. Su Shanyo felt helpless. His father wouldn't let him marry into the family, and he would definitely listen to his father. After finishing his farm work, he carried a basket of crisp pears home. These pears were either of poor quality or infested with insects, just right to take back to feed the pigs and chickens. On the way home, he saw a group of teenagers gathered by a large tree on the roadside. He went closer for a look and saw a ragged old man sitting under a tree, telling stories to a group of 10 or so children who had gathered around. Then the immortal pointed his finger, and with a whoosh, the sword flew out 2 miles, cutting off the man's head. Blood spurted half a zhang high, and the body was still twitching. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't be alive today. Grandpa, how do those immortals fly? Do they fly standing up or lying down? Of course, they fly standing up. How unsightly would it be to fly sideways? Immortals have a breath of immortal chi inside them, and they fly with that. Su Shanyo wasn't interested in these half-true, half-false stories and left after listening for a few sentences. Back home, he fed the pigs and chickens, washed up, and ate. There have been many refugees fleeing famine in the village recently. You must be careful when you encounter strangers, Su Fugue said while eating, reminding the children. Those refugees had all fled from Yunbian Prefecture, traveling thousands of miles, leaving their homes. After escaping all this way, they must have spent all their travel money and still needed to find a place to settle down and survive. It wasn't that Su Fugue was maliciously speculating about those refugees, but human nature was like that. Poverty diminishes ambition. When people are extremely poor, they can easily lose their bottom line. Once there are too many refugees, troubles are bound to arise. Understood, Dad. The others responded in agreement. Su Shanyo thought of Su Jinshu. That girl was asking about his family, she must have other intentions. Fortunately, he sent her away and didn't talk too much. After eating, he fed Dihei and then went to the backyard with his father to practice stance work. A few days ago, he completed the 2nd level of stance work and began learning the 3rd level of 5 elements stance work with Su Fugue. The 3rd level of 5 elements stance work has 15 static stances, and the breathing method is more complex than the 2nd level. The 3rd level of stance work corresponds to high-level martial artists. To complete the 3rd level of stance work, one needs to open the 12 branch meridians in the meridians, as well as activate 576 minor acupoints. The human body has a total of 720 acupoints, of which 36 are vital acupoints related to life and death, 108 are important acupoints, and the rest are minor acupoints. Although there are many minor acupoints, the 7 main meridians have been opened, and the vital acupoints related to life and death and important acupoints have already been activated, so opening the minor acupoints next will be relatively simple. Chapter 20 Night Theft. Late at night, a figure quietly approached the Su family's orchard, casually grabbing a red apricot. His name was Wang Bo, a refugee who had fled here due to famine. He stuffed the apricot into his mouth, took a bite, and immediately a sour and astringent taste filled his mouth, so sour that saliva flowed. Red apricots are naturally sour, and there are still some days before they are ripe, so they have an astringent taste. Sour and astringent, disgusting. He spat out the apricot in his mouth and reached for the pear orchard next to it. He picked a large, round, fragrant pear, and began to eat it, fragrant, sweet, and full of juice. The fragrant pears are good, even better than the ones I grow. It's just that this pear orchard is small in scale. My family has 50 acres. He planned to pick a few more. Woof woof. The sudden barking startled Wang Bo, causing the half-eaten fragrant pear in his hand to fall to the ground. Where did this stray dog come from, scaring the hell out of me? The pear orchard he was in was far from the Su family's residence, separated by dozens of acres of land. He assumed the large dog in front of him was a stray. Get lost, don't attract the owner of this pear orchard. He pretended to bend down and pick up stones from the ground. An ordinary dog would avoid this action. Big Black was not fooled by him. It lowered its body, suddenly rushed forward, and bit him on the calf. Ouch! Wang Bo felt a sharp pain in his calf. The bite broke the skin and drew blood, but fortunately, it didn't injure the bone. He retreated repeatedly, kicking his legs in an attempt to kick Big Black away. Big Black only released its mouth when he retreated out of the orchard. This dog is really fierce. He lowered his head and saw that his trouser leg was torn, revealing the bleeding wound inside. To get bitten for stealing a fragrant pear, what bad luck. He gave up the idea of finding a stick and fighting the stray dog. Wang Bo had come here fleeing famine. It wasn't worth fighting a dog and getting injured just to steal a pear. If he got hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. He hadn't walked far when a voice came from behind. Did the dog bite you? Wang Bo turned around and saw the ragged old man. Old son, what are you doing here? I thought you'd gone far away. The old man was named Sun Yi, the very one who had been telling stories under the tree during the day. He hailed from Sanji County in Yunbian Prefecture. In his youth, he was a high-level martial artist and a somewhat famous Biashur bodyguard escort in the county town, but he never accumulated wealth due to his gambling habit. With age, his chi and blood deteriorated, and his strength declined. After being dismissed from the escort agency, he engaged in small business, setting up a stall to sell knives, spears, staffs, martial arts manuals, and various pills. In reality, he was passing off inferior goods as quality ones, deceiving newcomers who had just started practicing martial arts. After fleeing the Yunbian prefecture, Sun Yi encountered a group of fellow villagers on the road who were also fleeing. Wang Bo, the man before him, was among them. However, after traveling with them for a while, Sun Yi took the initiative to leave the group. Those people were not capable, and traveling with them was boring. I arrived at this 100 ravine village 2 days ago. I've run out of money and plan to earn some to fill my stomach. Old Sun, are you also eyeing the fragrant pears in their pear orchard? Pears. Sun Yi rolled his eyes. Look at your ambition. How much are pears worth? What's valuable is the medicinal herbs. Do you know what that is? He pointed to the Su family's herb field. I don't know. Wang Bo shook his head. He had never grown medicinal herbs. That's the withered leaf crow, the 5-leaf withered leaf crow. This medicinal material grows 1 leaf every 3 years. 5 leaves mean it has grown for at least 15 years. One plant is worth at least 500 copper coins. 500 copper coins. All medicine shops accept this medicinal material. It's very easy to sell. Sun Yi opened his hand, gesturing with 5 fingers. 500 copper coins. Half a tael of silver. 1, 2, 3. Stop counting. There are approximately 400 withered leaf crow plants per acre, which is 200 taels. There are 8 acres here, making it 1,600 taels. Sun Yi had already figured out the situation of the Su family's herb field. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Wang Bo couldn't wait, wishing he could pocket a few withered black leaves right now. What's your hurry? How many plants can the 2 of us collect in one night? Tomorrow, when the master sees them, he will definitely pick them all and sell them, and we'll have no chance. Besides, they have dogs. Have you forgotten that you just got bitten? Uncle Sun, isn't it enough for us to pick a few? 2 plants are 1 tael of silver, and 4 plants are 2 taels. If we steal a dozen or so from him, we can sell them for a lot of silver. Knowing when to stop is Wang Bo's style. Look at your ambition. Withered black leaves worth 1,600 taels, and you want to steal tens of taels. Why not do something big? There won't be another chance after this. Sun Yi looked towards the herb field, his eyes gleaming in the night. Do something big. Wang Bo felt his heart flutter. He had never seen 1,600 taels of silver in his life. Uncle Sun, what do you plan to do? Do you know where our fellow villagers from Sanji County are? I know, it's just a few villages nearby. Isn't it because I'm starving, so I scattered around to find something to eat? Listen to me. Sun Yi narrates his plan. 2 days later, afternoon. Su Fugui, Su Xiaonyao, and Su Xiaoyun are working in the fields. Su Xiaogo goes to the forest farm to practice martial arts. Only Jiajin, Su Xiaoxia, and Su Xiuan are at home. In the main room, Jiajin sews clothes while supervising Su Xiuan's dictation of the 1,000-character classic. Su Xiaoxia is washing clothes in the yard when she suddenly hears a knock on the door. Who is it? She opens the courtyard door and sees Sun Yi, ragged and gray-haired. Sun Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, holding a bowl in his hand, his voice hoarse. Girl, I'm here to escape the famine. I really can't walk anymore. Can I have a drink of water? Old man. Su Xiaoxia is kind-hearted, helps the trembling Sun Yi, and takes the bowl from his hand. Old man, wait a moment, I'll pour you a bowl of water. Saying that, she turns and walks into the yard. Behind her, Sun Yi followed her into the courtyard without her permission. He feigned exhaustion, tottering as he sat on the steps, his eyes subtly observing the situation within the yard. Before long, Su Xiaoxia brought a bowl of water. Seeing Sun Yi resting on the steps in the courtyard, she didn't pay much attention. Sun Yi picked up the bowl and gulped down the water. The water wet his beard and a few drops hung on his gray-white whiskers. Thank you, miss. It's really thirst-quenching. As he said this, he tried to get up, but he staggered and fell back onto the ground. Grandpa, take it easy. Su Xiaoxia quickly helped him up. I'm so hungry I have no strength. Miss, do you have any leftovers, cornbread, or even wheat bran for feeding pigs? Thank you, kind people are rewarded, may Buddha bless you. I'll get you a steamed bun. Seeing Sun Yi's pitiful appearance, Su Xiaoxia felt a pang of sympathy. She originally intended to ask her mother, but she thought that her mother was also so kind and shouldn't refuse. So he went straight to the kitchen. Sun Yi quietly followed into the kitchen. He looked left and right but couldn't find a better opportunity, so he secretly poured the drug into the water tank. The water tank was too large, and he was worried that the effect would not be good, so he poured the entire packet of the drug in. This drug cost a lot of money. he said with heartache, thinking that the family would definitely use water when cooking at night and they would all be drugged, which would be convenient for their actions at night. Ha, old man, you. Su Xiaoxia took 2 steamed buns and turned around to find that Sun Yi had followed into the kitchen at some point. Chapter 21, Exposure. Sun Yi quickly pretended to be unable to move easily and slowly raised his bowl. I'm still a little thirsty. Can you pour me another bowl of water? Seeing the 2 steamed buns in Su Xiaoxia's hand, he said again, you were so kind, girl. Just give me 1 steamed bun to fill my stomach. 1 is enough. Su Xiaoxia was interrupted by him, and she didn't notice how he had quietly followed into the kitchen. It's okay, you eat it. She stuffed 2 steamed buns into Sun Yi's hands, then took the bowl and poured a full bowl of water from the kettle. Sun Yi took the steamed buns and couldn't wait to chew on them. He ate so fast that he choked and quickly took a large gulp of water to wash it down. After finishing 1 bun, he carefully put the other bun into his pocket. His acting was so realistic that it didn't arouse Su Xiaoxia's suspicion at all. Take care, Grandpa. Su Xiaoxia helped him and saw him out of the courtyard gate. Turning around, she saw Jiajin coming out of the main room on the north side. Xiaoxia, who was that? Jiajin heard the noise outside and came out to ask. Mom, it's nothing, just an old man passing by who came in to ask for a drink of water. I also gave him 2 steamed buns. Did he leave? Yes, I just saw him off. Hearing her daughter's reply, Jiajin didn't think too much about it. Her daughter was kind-hearted, and giving 2 steamed buns was nothing. As evening approached, Su Xiaoxiao returned home from the fields. As usual, he first fed the chickens and pigs and then walked into the kitchen. On the kitchen table sat a basin of cooled Scutellaria bicalensis water. Every day he would return thirsty from the fields, so Jiajin or Su Xiaoxiao would cool a basin of water in advance for him to drink upon his return. He scooped a full bowl of water, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. Not satisfied, he drank another half bowl. The water was infused with Scutellaria bicalensis roots, giving it a slightly bitter taste, which was truly refreshing and thirst-quenching in the hot summer. Brr! Su Xiaoxiao let out a watery burp and suddenly felt a bit sleepy. Whoa! He yawned widely, wondering why he was so drowsy today. Father and third brother Haven T returned, yet I'll go rest for a while. He went back to the bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Before long, Su Fugue and the others arrived home one after another. Dinner's ready. In the main room, the Su family gathered around the table, waiting for dinner, but Su Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be seen. Why hasn't T Dinyo come back yet today? Let us wait for him. They would wait until everyone was present before starting. Su Fugue casually asked, there are many more displaced people in the village today. Did you encounter any bad people? No, what bad people could I encounter? Su Xiaogo shook his head. With his burly figure, strangers would avoid him when they saw him. I didn't encounter any bad people, but I did meet an old man begging for water. I even gave him 2 steamed buns. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to express her kindness. Old man? What old man? At this moment, Su Fugue hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. That old man looked like he was 70 or 80 years old. He said he was fleeing the famine and was so hungry that he couldn't stand steadily. He spoke weakly, so I poured him a bowl of water and gave him 2 steamed buns. Su Fugue vaguely felt that something was wrong. Tonggu County is several thousand miles away from Yunbian Prefecture. An old man in his 70s or 80s walked all the way here on foot. Su Xiaoyun's stomach rumbled with hunger next to him. Mom, can I eat a bun first? I'm so hungry. Be good, hold on for a little longer, your big brother will be back soon. Jiajin comforted him. Su Fugue's brow gradually furrowed. Su Xiaoxia, tell me exactly what happened when that old man came to our house. Don't leave out any details. Okay. Su Xiaoxia, feeling puzzled, recounted the process of Sun Yi coming to ask for water. When he heard that Sun Yi had followed her into the kitchen, Su Fugue's expression suddenly changed. He even went into the kitchen. Even Jiajin could tell something was wrong. Xiaoxia, why didn't you tell your mother he went into the kitchen? The kitchen is where food is prepared. How could a stranger be allowed to enter? Su Xiaoxia shrugged, her face full of innocence, and muttered softly, he followed me in on his own. Su Xuan, who had been silent on the side, said, I heard Big Brother come back to feed the pigs earlier, then I don't know where he went. Denyo came back. Su Fugue stood up abruptly. Quick, go find him. Having said that, he walked out of the main room. As he passed the east wing, he heard snores coming from inside the window. He sleeping. Su Fugue and the others walked into Su Xiaoxiao's bedroom with puzzled expressions and saw him lying on the bed, fully clothed and with his shoes on, snoring loudly. Hey, Denyo, Denyo! Su Fugue shouted a few times but couldn't wake him. He shook him vigorously before finally rousing him. Su Xiaoxiao opened his eyes groggily and saw the worried faces in front of him. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? How long have I been asleep? I'm so sleepy. He yawned again. Su Fugue had never seen him so listless. Denyo, what did you do after coming home? I fed the pigs and chickens as usual, washed my hands and face, and then I was so sleepy that I went to bed. Didn't you go to the kitchen? I did. I drank 2 bowls of Baikal skullcap water. Now Su Fugue finally understood what was happening. The water can't be drunk, it's been drugged. No, the rice can't be eaten either. Our family's large water vat is right at the entrance to the kitchen. Someone wants to drug us and do bad things. Hearing that he had been drugged, Su Xianyo broke out in a cold sweat and instantly sobered up. Dad, are you saying I was so sleepy because I drank the drugged water? That's right. Su Fugue nodded with certainty. The crowd looked at each other, all with lingering fear and unease. Almost their entire family would have been drugged. Only Su Xiaoxia was still dubious. That old man looked so pitiful, how could he be a bad person? Her kindness in helping others almost harmed the whole family. Dad, what are they after? Su Xiaogo had a worried expression on his face. What else could it be? Climbing over walls, breaking into houses, stealing chickens and dogs. Su Fugue had just finished speaking when he realized what his family's apparent wealth was. It's the herb field, the dryleaf crow. The only thing that could make vagrants, who are unaware of his family's situation, take notice is the 8 mu of dryleaf crow in the herb field. The dryleaf crow grew its 5th leaf last year, making this its 16th year. Many medicinal herbs become more expensive and profitable the older they are. For example, 15-year-old dryleaf crow can sell for 200 taels of silver per mu, averaging over 10 taels of silver in profit per mu per year. This is why Su Fugue is reluctant to sell those dryleaf crows. However, the risk is, if natural or man-made disasters destroy the field, he will lose everything, and it's easy to be coveted by others. I need to sell the dryleaf crow as soon as possible, Su Fugue thought. The current problem is, what to do tonight. That person used sleeping pills on his family, so they must be planning to take action tonight. When it gets dark later, Danielle, Sango, stay with me in the field to guard it tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the county town to find a pharmacy to sell those 8 mu of dryleaf crow. This is the best he can think of. Dad, we don't have enough manpower. Wait for me to go out for a while. Having said that, Su Xiaogo turned and ran out the door to find his friends. Chapter 22 Socializing Seeking Follow-up reads. In a closed-off mountain village, interpersonal relationships are very important. However, Su Fugue was busy raising so many children and was not good at socializing. He almost never attended banquets for weddings or funerals in other people's families. This was also a way to save money and trouble. His relationship with the villagers was mostly limited to nodding and greeting each other. The advantage was that he didn't offend anyone and had no enemies, but the disadvantage was that he couldn't find anyone to help when he encountered problems. There were advantages and disadvantages, and it was difficult to judge. Su Xiaogo was different. He had practiced martial arts with Du Hai for 8 years, from the age of 7 to 15, and was very familiar with the children he practiced with. He was righteous and had a good talent for martial arts, so he was naturally very popular. Children in their teens are at an age when they are simple-minded and easily develop deep feelings. They practiced martial arts together day and night, and their friendship was deep. Therefore, Su Xiaogo had many good friends. He usually went out for a stroll with his friends in groups. After a while, Su Xiaogo arrived at the herb field with a group of 7 or 8 people. Among them were Zhang Zan, who was 20 years old, Liu Mo, who was 17, the Du brothers, Du Yong, and Du Meng. From the Du family, most of them were a few years older than Su Xiaogo. The only one present who was a year younger than Su Xiaogo was named Zhao Shuai. Su Xiaogo was worried that there would be a conflict and a fight later, so he called upon those with strong martial arts skills. He did not call his friends who were younger and had weaker foundations. Everyone, tonight we will lie in ambush next to my family's herb field and guard it. If anyone dares to come and steal, beat them up. Daring to steal my family's herbs is like lighting a lantern in the outhouse, courting death. Su Xiaogo gesticulated with his fist. Let's do it. Those vagrants are too much. Do they really think the people of Baiha village are easy to bully? They don't know how to restrain themselves when they come to our territory. They deserve to be beaten to death. Zhang Zan chimed in. That's right, we should give them a good beating so they don't dare to come again. Several people responded in agreement. Su Xiaogo cupped his hands in a fist salute, feigning sincerity, and said, Esteemed heroes, I, Su Xiaogo, will never forget your great kindness and virtue today. I will engrave it in my heart and repay you with a spring of gratitude in the future, even if it means braving scalding water and raging flames. We're all brothers, why say such things? Go, 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 you're acting like an adult now. Go GE, just treat me to some beggar's chicken later. The speaker was Zhao Shuai. He and Su Xiaogo had an excellent relationship. However, his strength was slightly weaker. Su Xiaogo hadn't originally called him, but after he saw Su Xiaogo and the others coming together and learned about the situation, he insisted on coming to help. Su Xiaogo said with a smile, no problem, I'll treat you to your fill later. At this time, it was already dark. Su Xiaogo arranged for them to guard the perimeter of the herb field. The Su family had a total of 20 mu of medicinal herbs, of which 8 mu were withered leaf crow plants, a very large area. Su Xiaogo returned home and told Su Fugue about the support he had found. Good, good, good. Su Fugue patted Su Xiaogo's shoulder approvingly. He didn't have much social interaction in the village, and he didn't expect Su Xiaogo to summon so many helpers who knew kung fu at once. Danielle, Sangu, and I will go out to guard the fields. Jiajin, you and the children stay at home and lock the doors. Don't come out if it gets too chaotic outside, Su Fuguei instructed. If other people's target was his herb field, then the number of people coming would definitely not be small. Those people would definitely pick all the kaiwu overnight and would also dig up the taijian grass next to the kaiwu along the way. Okay, you must be careful. Safety is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you lose some medicinal herbs, Jiajin urged the three of them. In any case, the safety of the family is more important than money. Understood, we will be careful. Su Fuguei led Dinyo and Sangu out of the courtyard gate to guard near the herb field. The night was deep and quiet. Near Baiha village, a group of people quietly gathered together. They were all summoned by Sun Yi and Wang Bo, totaling more than 20 people. Let us make it clear in advance, I discovered the medicinal herbs and I took the risk of planting the knockout powder in their house. After this is over, each of you must give me 40% of your share. Sun Yi reiterated. Don't worry, old son, we agreed in advance and everyone has to abide by it. I just want to know, are those medicinal herbs really that valuable? Is one plant really worth 500 won? Would I lie to you? One plant is worth at least 500 won. How much does his family have? Is it enough for us to divide? A full 8 mu of land. It'll be difficult for all of us to dig it all up at night. Are you worried it won't be enough to divide? Oh right, let me remind you, dig them up with the roots and don't damage the leaves or the quality won't be good and the price will be reduced. Sun Yi reminded them. After that, someone spoke softly, with worry in their tone, old son, what if we get discovered? These people were just refugees, not thieves or bandits. They only made this decision because they were truly desperate. Therefore, the thought of stealing medicinal herbs worth 1,600 taels of silver from someone else's house made them very uneasy. What are you afraid of? If we're discovered, we'll just retreat. With so many of us scattering and running, I'll cover your escape. They won't be able to catch us. I've inquired that family only has one kid who has practiced martial arts for a few years. The rest are ordinary people. Besides, I used a whole packet of sleeping drugs. They are guaranteed to sleep soundly until late morning. This was Sun Yi's confidence. If there were experts at home, he definitely wouldn't dare to do this. Let us go, set off. Sun Yi led the way, heading towards the Su family's herb field. The arrow was on the string, there was no turning back for them. Even if some of them had second thoughts, they had no choice but to follow the crowd. After a while, they arrived at the Su family's herb field in the dark. Looking out, there were large patches of neatly managed medicinal herbs. This is the withered leaf crow. Everyone, spread out and start collecting. 20-odd people scattered and burrowed into the herb field, holding sacks and herb-picking hoes, shovels, and other tools in their hands. Seeing the 5-leafed, withered leaf crow plants, even if they still had doubts in their hearts, they were now only left with greed. They were like seeing silver strewn all over the ground, unguarded and laid out before them. Sun Yi held a stick in his hand, with Wang Bo following beside him, carrying a sack and rope. Let us sneak over to the doghouse and get that dog. Dog meat is very nourishing. Sun Yi hardened his heart, preparing to tie up Big Black and beat it to death. The two stealthily approached the doghouse, only to find it was completely silent. Whereas that big black dog? Maybe it ran off somewhere to play. Never mind it, let us quickly dig up the medicinal herbs. The two sneaked into the herb field. At this moment, in the darkness, Su Shanyo lay prone on the ground, with Big Black lying next to him. Shu, wait a moment. Su Shanyo saw shadowy figures in the field, and he grabbed Big Black's mouth to prevent it from making noise. Until Su Fuguei shouted, piercing the silent night. Stop! Catch the thieves! Woof woof! Big Black roared and charged out first. Immediately following were the others lying in ambush. Crap! Sun Yi and the others had just begun to steal medicinal herbs when they were discovered, before they even had time to pick a single dry-leaf crow. Instantly, they were all terrified and fled in panic. How were we discovered? Sun Yi couldn't understand it. He couldn't worry about so much. He plucked the dry-leaf crow in his hand and stuffed it into his chest, fleeing under the cover of the night. He had previously said that if they were discovered, he would cover his companion's retreat. That was just a lie. There was no relationship between them, they were just temporary partners, exploiting each other. He had a foundation in martial arts and would definitely run faster than his companions. Chapter 23 Reputation Seeking Follow-up reads. The Su family, father and sons, appeared, along with 7 or 8 of Su Xiaogo's friends plus the fierce Big Black. Stop, halt, or surrender. Woof woof. The 20-odd people stealing medicinal herbs didn't expect so many people, with shouts coming from all directions. Didn't old son say that the owner of this herb field only had a few people? Didn't he say they were drugged with sleeping pills? They didn't care about anything else and fled in different directions. Su Xiaogo's friends were all hot-blooded teenagers in their teens. Usually, they had no chance to fight when practicing martial arts, and even sparring was only a matter of touching each other to stop. Where would they have such a real fighting opportunity? Each of them was like they had been injected with chicken blood, striking fiercely. Ouch! Bang! Someone screamed and flew 3 to 5 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Someone was punched in the stomach, their abdomen churning and vomiting incessantly. Some were in so much pain that they convulsed on the ground, losing their ability to resist. Du Yong caught up with a strong man who was running very fast, blocking him. That strong man had a face full of thick stubble and a sturdy build. He had practiced martial arts for a few years when he was young, completing the first level of stance training. Coupled with his burly figure, dealing with 5 or 6 ordinary people was not a problem for him. Seeing someone blocking him, the strong man sized up the other party. He noticed that although Du Yong was burly, his face was clearly still young. Where did you come from, you little brat? I just want to get some money. I don't want to hurt anyone. Get out of my way, don't force me to act. Why don't you make a move? If you beat me, you can leave. Those ordinary people were too weak. Du Yong saw that this person seemed to have some skill, so he specifically stopped him. You're pretty cocky, kid. As the strongman spoke, he suddenly attacked, his fan-like hands slapping towards Du Yong. Du Yong struck after, but arrived first. While ducking his head to dodge, he landed a tiger's roar fist on the opponent's chest. He had been practicing martial arts for 11 years and was about to complete the second level of stance training. He was proficient in fist and foot techniques. The strong man in front of him was too weak for him. After a few moves, the strong man's leg was broken, and he lay on the ground, crying out in pain and begging for mercy. On the other side, Su Xiaogo chased after Sun Yi. Hey, old man, stop. Ha! Sun Yi was puzzled. So many people were stealing medicinal herbs, so why were they chasing him in particular? He couldn't understand even more how the other party had arranged so many people in advance. You're the one who poured the sleeping drug into my family's water tank, right? While speaking, Su Xiaogo caught up with Sun Yi and unleashed a tiger fist towards his back. From Su Xiaose's description, the only one who fit the bill was this old man. Although he looked old, he was quite fast. Hearing the fist whine behind him, Sun Yi quickly turned around to parry, blocking with both arms. With a muffled bang, Sun Yi heard his bones creaking and cracking, his arms numb and powerless. He used to be a high-level martial artist, but now that he was old, his strength had declined significantly. Good kid, not old, but your skills are quite impressive. This old man doesn't have time to play with you. After saying that, Sun Yi scattered a handful of lime powder, turned, and fled. Su Xiaogo was prepared. His master often told them that the martial world was treacherous and that many people would use dirty tricks. This old man knew how to use knockout drugs, so he must be a treacherous person. He held his breath, narrowed his eyes, quickly sidestepped to avoid the lime powder, and continued to chase after him. He caught up with Sun Yi after only a few steps and engaged him in a fierce battle. After a short while, Sun Yi was pinned to the ground, his face bruised and swollen. Still running. You win. I admit defeat. Sun Yi panted heavily, his face filled with resentment. If he were 10 years younger, he wouldn't have been humiliated by a teenager like this. Get up. Su Xiaogo lifted Sun Yi to his feet with one hand and took out a hemp rope, tying his hands behind his back. Let's go. In a short while, the group was brought to the front gate of the Su family's residence. Of the 20-odd people, only 2 or 3 managed to escape in the chaos. The rest were captured. Among them were several women in their 30s. Some of these people had their hands and feet tied, some were beaten until they couldn't resist, and others limped with broken legs. The 20 or so people huddled together, groaning. Su Fugui, seeing their miserable state, thought to himself, those young martial artists are really ruthless. He and Dinyo at most would have captured and tied them up, while Su Xiaogo's friends injured everyone they caught. Heroes, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I beg you. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I really had no choice but to find a way to survive. Wah. It was that old man surnamed Sun who instigated it. It was him. Yes, blame him. He's the one who bewitched us. Sun Ye's face was dark. This group betrayed him without the slightest hesitation. Shut up. If my father hadn't noticed, our whole family would have been drugged, and the medicinal herbs we worked so hard to grow for over a decade would have been stolen by you. And you, Tui. Su Xiaogo spat at Sun Yi. You actually took advantage of my sister's kindness. Do you have any humanity left? Vile. After speaking, he looked at Su Fugui. Dad, how should we deal with them? How to deal with them? This was a difficult problem. Su Fugui fell into thought. If they were released, it would be too easy on them. If they were made to pay compensation, they wouldn't have the money. Kill them. It wasn't that serious. Dad, let's send them to the yamen. Su Xianyo suggested. Hearing the words yamen, the captured people panicked. No, please. I'll kowtow to you all. Immediately, someone knelt down and kowtowed. Theft was a minor issue. The problem lay in their identities. Vagrants. Vagrants who had lost their land and household registration and left their homes faced a very miserable end once caught by the authorities. They would be tortured half to death in prison first and then forced into labor, a life worse than death. At dawn, send them all to the Liu family. Su Fugui decided to pass this hot potato to the Liu family. The head of the Lu family, Lu Yaozong, was not only the largest landowner in Baiha village but also the village chief. In the village, he had the authority to handle some simple cases, disputes, and so on. Besides, so many vagrants had come to the village recently, and the Su family wasn't the only one being robbed, other families had been, too. As the village chief, Lu Yaozong should take care of it. The gate of the Su family's courtyard opened, and Jiajin peered out. The commotion outside had been so loud just now she had been worried the whole time, only opening the door when she heard the noise subside. "Husband, have you caught them all?" "Yes, we'll send them to the Lu family at dawn." "Bring some more fine hemp rope." Jiajin fetched a coil of fine hemp rope. Everyone helped to tie those people up securely, guarding them while waiting for dawn. Su Xiaoxia walked out of the house, saw Sun Yi tied up, and the anxiety in her heart finally dissipated. "Second sister, it's this old man, right? He's the leader, and his kung fu isn't weak." Su Xiaogo's words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Su Xiaoxia almost cry from grievance. The old man acted so pitifully she really didn't expect he was acting to harm their family. "Xiar, it's not your fault for being kind, it's just that he's too wicked." Knowing that Su Xiaoxia was mentally affected, Jiajin gently stroked her head in comfort. "Second Xia, don't be sad, learn from your mistakes." Su Fuguei educated the children in a timely manner, saying, "This is also a lesson for everyone. You must not have the heart to harm others, but you must be vigilant against others. Never easily trust others, especially strangers you've just met." Uncle Fuguei is right, this is a lesson for us all. Although Du Yong and the others were skilled in martial arts, they were young and had never experienced such deliberate scheming. This incident would surely leave a deep impression on them. Afterward, Su Fuguei quietly instructed Jiajin to prepare a sumptuous meal. After all, they had helped for an entire night, he couldn't let them go back hungry. Jiajin and Su Xiaoxia busied themselves in the kitchen for a long while, stewing 2 chickens, steaming a pot of buns, and preparing several side dishes. "Everyone must be hungry, come inside and eat." Su Fuguei opened the courtyard gate wide, letting Su Xianyo and Su Xiaogo move the tables and chairs into the front yard. "Uncle Fuguei, no need to trouble yourself." "Uncle, why are you being so polite?" Su Fuguei said with a smile, "You've helped your uncle so much, it's only right that you have a meal. We didn't prepare in advance, so I hope you don't mind our simple fare." "Don't be polite, everyone. The food is ready. Shui even mentioned treating you to a meal earlier, come on in." Su Xiaogo pulled Zhao Shui to the dining table. Zhao Shui lowered his head embarrassedly. He could be unrestrained in front of Su Xiaogo, but he still had to be reserved and polite in front of elders. The young people no longer declined and came to the table to eat. The meal was simple: stewed chicken, steamed buns, side dishes, and rice porridge. Although it wasn't a feast of meat and delicacies, it was considered plentiful for a daily meal in the village. After the meal, the sky was dimly lit. They escorted about 20 people to the Lu family. Their large group alarmed many villagers. "What happened? Why are there so many people?" the idle villagers inquired. By word of mouth, the whole story quickly spread throughout the village. "Those vagrants are really bold. They finally got caught. My melon patch was missing a lot of melons, all stolen by them. And the vegetables in my garden. The Su family is really amazing. They caught about 20 people in one night. You know the third son of the Su family, Sango. He practices martial arts with Du Hai and he's really good. The young men who hang out with him are all skilled in martial arts. Fu Guier is lucky. His eldest son is reliable and hardworking, and his third son is capable. Plus, there are the fourth and fifth sons. If those two grow up to be successful, the Su family will be powerful. In the village, what matters is family power, especially the sons in the family. Given the Su family's situation, the villagers can already see his family's influence in the village in a decade or so. In the center of Baiha village stands a large walled compound covering nearly 2 acres. This 3-courtyard residence originally belonged to Su Fugui's family but was bought by the Lu family 20 years ago. The Lu family renovated and rebuilt it a few years ago, raising the courtyard walls. Now it looks brand new and imposing. Su Fugui looked at the mansion without any emotion because he had no memory of it. To be precise, it was his predecessor who lived here. Soon after he transmigrated, he married Jiajin and moved into the current Su family. The group walked to the front of the Lu family mansion. Su Fugui stepped forward and knocked on the door knocker. The one who opened the door was a maid from the Lu family, who was startled to see so many people outside. "What are you doing?" Su Fugui briefly explained the situation. "The master hasn't gotten up yet, you wait." After the maid finished speaking, she turned around to inform Lu Yaozong. At this time, the farmers got up and went to the fields to work while the weather was not hot. Chapter 24 Rich Family Miss. Lu Yaozong was vaguely awakened by the maid and was served to slowly dress and wash up, then walked towards the outside of the mansion. He heard the maid say that someone had caught a group of refugees and came to the door, seeing the villagers surrounding a group of strangers. "Master Lu is here." "Good morning, Master Lu." The villagers watching the excitement greeted Lu Yaozong one after another. Su Fugui finally waited for him and stepped forward. "Master Lu, this group of refugees stole the medicinal materials from my house last night and were caught by us. Regarding the displaced people of Baiha village, Lu Yaozong was aware, but he hadn't expected this group to be so bold as to use even knockout drugs. Since they've been caught red-handed, there's no point in denying it. Lock them up at my place first. I'll write a letter to Yaozu and have him take them all away. Lu Yaozong's younger brother, Lu Yaozu, was a Xiantian realm martial artist and the county commandant of Tonggu County, responsible for the county's security and military affairs. Lu Yaozong handing these displaced people over to his brother would count as a merit. After saying this, he instructed the Lu family's servants to lock all 20-some people in the outer courtyard rooms. After dealing with this matter, he said to the villagers, "Recently, there are many displaced people in the village. Everyone should be vigilant, keep your doors tightly shut at night, and guard against theft and robbery. I will also arrange for 2 night watchmen to patrol." As for the displaced people, the village had no good solution. To resolve this matter, they could only rely on the government. The crowd gathered around the Lu family dispersed. Su Fugue was going to the county town to find a medicinal herb shop that buys medicinal materials. Su Xianyo and Su Xiaogo returned home. Lu Yaozong walked back to the inner courtyard and saw the graceful woman. His face immediately broke into a smile. "Miss Su, you're awake so early." The woman in front of him was Su Jinshu. Su Jinshu nodded slightly in greeting. "Good morning, Master Lu. I've been awake for a while and was just about to wash up." Good, go wash up first. I'll have the maid prepare breakfast." Lu Yaozong smiled, his eyes narrowed, and he marveled at how such a perfect woman could exist in the world, so beautiful even without makeup in the morning. A moment later, Su Jinshu, having washed up, arrived in the main room. "Miss Su, please sit." Lu Yaozong was courteous and made a gesture for her to sit. "Thank you, Master Lu." Su Jinshu smiled faintly and nodded. Her eyes held only polite respect and a hint of indifference, without any seductive intent. Such indifference only fueled Lu Yaozong's desire to possess her. "Did you sleep well last night? Are you comfortable here?" He showed his concern, asking after her well-being. The day before yesterday, he encountered Su Jinshu outside the Lu family mansion. One glance was enough to leave him thunderstruck by her celestial beauty. Thus, he invited Su Jinshu to his home, and after a round of casual conversation, he learned of Su Jinshu's background. The daughter of a major tea merchant from Lanting County, Yunbian Prefecture. She has an elder brother and was engaged to an official's son. However, she was caught in the crossfire of war, and many of her family members died. They scattered while fleeing, leaving only her. Su Jinshu had nowhere to go, so Lu Yaozong let her stay in the Lu family, treating her with good food and drink, and even gave her new clothes. "Thank you for your concern, Master Lu. Last night, I dreamed of my parents and brother again and woke up several times in fright. My parents are dead. I wonder if my brother is still alive." As Su Jinshu spoke, she lowered her head, and 2 tears slid down. Lu Yaozong felt heartache when he saw this, and quickly said, "It is because I have not treated Miss Su well. My home is simple, not comparable to yours." He thought to himself he must not mention Su Jinshu's sad past anymore, otherwise it would always cause the beauty to shed tears. "Master Lu, please don't say that. Compared to my days of sleeping in the open, living in your home is very comfortable." After a few more words of casual conversation, Lu Yaozong suddenly asked, "So, Miss Su, what are your plans for the future?" Su Jinshu revealed a worried expression. "Alas, I'll just have to take things one step at a time. I was engaged, but given the current situation, I fear my fiancé is also his fate is uncertain. Even if I could find him, it would be many years from now. I haven't even met my fiancé a few times, so there is no love between us. As a helpless woman with nowhere to call home, I can only seek a good family to marry into. Master Lu, you are highly respected in this area. Could you help me find a reliable family?" "Miss Su, you come from a wealthy family, you won't find a suitable match in our village." Lu Yaozong was secretly pleased to hear Su Jinshu say she wanted to marry into a family. "Not at all, I am just a pitiful person with no home to return to. I dare not aim too high, I only hope that others won't mind that I don't have a family to back me up. You are knowledgeable, courteous, beautiful, and virtuous. Which family would dislike you?" The more Lu Yaozong looked at Su Jinshu, the more fascinated he became. He was momentarily lost in thought, and when he came back to his senses and realized his gap, he quickly said, "Ahem, I'll help you inquire about it. I happen to need to write a letter, would you be willing to write it for me?" "Of course." The two went to the study. Su Jinshu extended her slender, fair hand, picked up the writing brush, and helped Lu Yaozong write the letter. Lu Yaozong spoke, and Su Jinshu wrote, the content being precisely about the refugees just now. Su Jinshu's beautiful calligraphy made Lu Yaozong feel even more that she was perfect, and his heart, which had been dormant for several years, began to stir. Everything was an act put on by Su Jinshu. She was very skilled at understanding men's minds. Dealing with a landlord like Lu Yaozong was, of course, different from dealing with an ignorant village youth like Su Shanyo. Seduction was useless against this kind of man, on the contrary, it would be counterproductive. Because she didn't want to seduce Lu Yaozong, but to rise to the top and become his legal wife. The colder and nobler she seemed, the more Lu Yaozong's heart itched unbearably, making him feel that he had to have her. she had inquired in advance. Lu Yaozong was not a second-generation landlord. Originally, the Lu family was just a wealthy family in the village. It was through the hard work of Lu Yaozong and his brother, Lu Yaozu, that they became the great landlords they are today. Therefore, Lu Yaozong definitely doesn't frequent brothels or entertainment venues. Lu Yaozong's wife passed away a few years ago and he hasn't taken a concubine. This gave Su Jinshu an opportunity. She didn't want to be someone's concubine. A concubine's status is very low, equivalent to a plaything. Su Jinshu seized this hard-won opportunity and observed the Lu family's surroundings for 2 days, finally finding a chance to accidentally encounter Lu Yaozong. Her meticulous plan didn't stop there. The identity of Su Jinshu is real. She is indeed the daughter of a large tea merchant from Lanting County and she does have a fiancé. Everything she said can be verified. But she is not Su Jinshu. Su Jinshu's fiancé was a regular customer of hers when she was in the brothel, very familiar to her. Thus, she pulled a bait and switch, borrowing Su Jinshu's background. Separated by thousands of miles, and with Lanting County gone, no one would ever know. Judging from the current progress, Su Jinshu's plan was very successful. She only needed to spend more time with Lu Yaozong, and he would naturally propose to marry her. Someone of her status would have been an unattainable rich lady for Lu Yaozong in his youth. Not to mention when he was young, even with Lu Yaozong's current status as a landlord, it would be difficult for him to marry the daughter of a wealthy tea merchant. According to Su Jinshu's description, her family's assets were more than 10 times that of the Lu family. For Lu Yaozong to marry her would be a dream come true. Chapter 25 Fasting. Around noon, the weather was hot. Chen Bajin originally planned to take a nap, but when he thought of his disobedient daughter, he felt depressed and couldn't sleep, so he went out to find his old buddies to play chess and relieve his boredom. Walking to the entrance of the alley, he saw several old men and women taking shade and chatting under the big tree. He happened to be free and had nothing to do, so he went over to chat and then heard about what happened at the Su family's house last night. Su family's third son is that powerful. Chen Bajin had only heard that Su Xiaogo practiced martial arts but didn't know that his skills were outstanding. Very powerful. My son said that among the young people, Sangu is the most powerful. He's also well connected and has many friends. In 10 or 20 years, he will definitely be a big shot in the village. Su Fugue has such a gambling father, but he can still rely on his son to turn things around. He's really lucky. He married a good wife and had 5 children, 4 of whom are sons. I'll ask them later what they usually eat and if they have any tips for having sons. Chen Bajin came out to relieve boredom, but when he heard others talking about this topic, he felt very uncomfortable and turned around to go home. His biggest regret in this life is not having a son, and his second regret is being ugly. If only I had a son like Su family's Sangu. This was his beautiful fantasy. Pushing open the courtyard gate and returning home, he saw his wife carrying a bowl of rice out of Chen Xiulian's bedroom. What, she still won't eat? Xiulian's mother shook her head inside. She hasn't touched a bite. Alas, why is this child so stubborn? Some time ago, Chen Bajin locked his daughter at home, strictly guarding her, not letting her go out to find Su Xianyo. Starting yesterday, Chen Xiulian suddenly said she would go on a hunger strike, not eating a bite of rice or drinking a drop of water. Chen Bajin thought his daughter was just being temperamental, but he didn't expect her to be serious. If she doesn't want to eat, then don't eat. Let her starve to death. I'll just pretend I don't have this daughter. He shouted loudly at Chen Xiulian's bedroom in anger. Old man, keep your voice down. Chen Bajin suddenly had an idea and spoke loudly. I just heard outside that something happened to the Su family. Something happened to the Su family. Xiulian's mother was surprised. Yes, the Su family almost suffered a great disaster. Let me tell you. Chen Bajin whispered in his wife's ear, then instructed, I'm going out for a while. You coax Xiulian to eat something. As soon as he left, Chen Xiulian, pale with hunger, walked out of the bedroom. Mother, what happened to the Su family? Drink some water first, eat something, and your mother will tell you slowly. When your father comes back, I'll tell him you haven't eaten a thing. Okay. Chen Xiulian drank some water, ate half a bowl of rice, and then listened to her mother tell her about what had happened in the Su family. Learning that nothing had happened to the Su family, the stone in her heart fell to the ground. The Lu family mansion. Lu Yaozong's third son, Lu Hongtu, returned home. He had been having fun in the county town for the past few days and only came home when he got bored. At the age of 17, his family was not short of money and he was not married, so it was the time to loaf around. Usually, besides practicing martial arts, he would eat, drink, and have fun with friends, walk dogs, and chase rabbits. Just as he arrived home this time, he saw a beauty that made his eyes light up. Su Jinshu was wearing a light blue summer dress, the skirt gauze being thin. She had her hair up and wore light makeup. Miss, who are you? Lu Hongtu was puzzled. How could a strange girl appear in his house after being away for just a few days? Could it be that his father found him a fiancé? This little lady's name is Su Jinshu, and I come from Lanting County, Yunbian Prefecture, and you. Su Jinshu briefly introduced herself and asked in return. In fact, she noticed that he bore some resemblance to Lu Yaozong, and guessed his identity. I am Lu Hongtu. Upon learning the other party's background, Lu Hongtu was even more convinced that this was the fiancé his father had found for him. Otherwise, why would his father allow a completely unrelated stranger to stay overnight at their home? So you are the third young master of the Lu family. Su Jinshu greets you. As she spoke, Su Jinshu nodded slightly, bent her knees, and gracefully performed a curtsy. The more Lu Hongtu looked, the more satisfied he became. He liked everything about the woman before him, from her appearance to her temperament. Her background was also a good match for him. Where is my father? As he asked, Lu Yaozong walked in from the outer courtyard. Hongtu is back. You've already met Miss Su, I presume. This Miss Su is truly fated to be with me, so I've decided to let her stay. After speaking, Lu Yaozong looked at Su Jinshu. I just sent someone to the county town to buy a yaoqin. In a couple of days, you'll be able to play. Thank you, Master Lu. Ha! Lu Hongtu sensed something was off between his father and Su Jinshu. That look didn't seem like he was introducing his fiancée, it was more like his father was finding him a stepmother. For a moment, his mood was complicated, a mix of emotions. However, he never interfered with his father's life. If his father was willing, he could only offer his blessings. The Su family's herb fields were bustling with activity. In addition to the 8 mu of withered leaf crow, Su Fugue decided to sell the 6 mu of iron rootgrass as well. The medicinal part of the iron rootgrass is the underground root. Most people can't tell, but his family's iron rootgrass has also been planted for 8 years and has some value. The people brought by the medicinal herb merchant were working in the fields, harvesting stalks of wiltleaf crow and iron rootgrass. Su Fugue supervised the work alongside Dinyo, Sango, and Su Xiaoyun. Because the medicinal herbs were expensive, they had to keep an eye on the workers to prevent them from hiding some, or the merchants from deliberately miscounting the number. This was very necessary. No merchant is without deceit, and the purchasing merchants often did this to gain a small advantage. After a busy day, all 14 mu of medicinal herbs had been harvested and filled several carriages. The purchasing merchant began to count and settle the accounts. Because of the war in Yunbian County, the prices of most medicinal herbs had risen, including wiltleaf crow and iron root grass. Wiltleaf crow in perfect condition is 550 won per stalk. There are 35 bundles in total, with 80 stalks per bundle, which is. The accountant moved the abacus beads to the side and said 2,600 stalks, which is 1,430 taels. That's wrong. A clear, young voice rang out. It was Su Xiaoyun. 35 bundles, with 80 stalks per bundle, is 2,800 stalks, totaling 1,540 taels. The accountant quickly recalculated. Yes, I miscalculated just now. Whether it was a miscalculation or intentional, they knew it in their hearts. The Su family and others, realizing what had happened, looked displeased, especially Su Xiaogo. Calculated properly again. If you miscalculate again, be careful or your head will be cracked open. Yes. The accountant's forehead began to sweat. Su Fugue thought to himself, merchants just like to bully honest farmers who can't do accounts. Then he looked at Su Xiaoyun in surprise. He hadn't even reacted yet, but his son Su Xiaoyun had already calculated it. The slightly inferior dried leaf crow, 400 copper coins per plant, 8 bundles in total, 80 plants per bundle, that is. After what happened just now, the accountant didn't dare to miscalculate again and reported the accurate number, 640 plants, 256 taels of silver. An iron rootgrass, 180 copper coins per plant, 42 bundles in total, 30 plants per bundle, a total of 1260 plants, 226 taels, and 800 copper coins, rounded up to 227 taels. 6 mu of iron rootgrass was far less valuable than that 15-year-old dried leaf crow. A total of 23 taels. Su Xiaoyun blurted out. At the same time, the accountant also calculated the result and nodded, correct. After confirming everything was correct, the merchant handed Su Fugue 1,000 tael silver note, 2 500 tael silver notes, and another 23 taels of silver. The transaction was successful, and everyone was delighted. After the merchant's caravan departed, the Su family returned home, each with a beaming smile. Dad, we're rich. 2,000 taels of silver. Dad, can I see the silver note? I've never seen one before. Faced with his children's excitement, Su Fugue was equally thrilled, but he restrained his emotions. Calm down, that's not much silver. Only by being diligent and frugal can we hold on to the money, otherwise, even more silver will be squandered. Do you know your grandfather? Our Su family used to be landlords, but your grandfather squandered it all. We know, Dad, you've said it countless times. Good to know. Su Fugue let the children admire the 1,000 tael silver note, then took it back to the bedroom and hid it carefully. Although this sum was large, it was exchanged for 14 mu of medicinal herbs, especially those 8 mu of withered leaf blackwood planted for 16 years, older than Su Xiaogo. The Su family will have many expenses in the future. For example, Su Xianyo and Su Xiaogo are both of marriageable age, and betrothal gifts and wedding arrangements will be a considerable expense. Furthermore, the Su family's old house is quite old, and Su Fugue plans to renovate and repair it, adding some furniture. Chapter 26, Tragedy. 2 days later. At the forest farm near the village entrance, Du Hai was leading the students in martial arts practice. Compared to 5 years ago, Du Hai's face had more wrinkles and there were more strands of white hair on his head. He was already 50 years old this year, showing signs of aging. When he was young, he practiced martial arts, pursuing the peak of martial arts. It was only after confirming that his chances of reaching the innate realm were slim that he settled down, got married, and took Wang Qian, who was more than 10 years younger than him, as his wife. Before the innate realm, martial arts offered no assistance in prolonging life. Only upon reaching the innate realm could one extend their life and increase their lifespan by 20 or 30 years. Therefore, Du Hai was not much different from the other 50-year-old men in the village. He watched the children practicing their stance work and his heart filled with emotion. Youth is truly wonderful. In just the past 2 years, he had noticed his physical strength declining and his power waning. Why hasn't Zhao Shuai arrived yet? Half of the morning practice's pile stance time had passed, but Zhao Shuai still hadn't appeared. Du Hai was puzzled. If Zhao Shuai had something to attend to, he would definitely ask for leave in advance, and even if something came up unexpectedly, he would have someone send a message. Zhao Shuai didn't come even after the morning practice ended. Sangu, did Zhao Shuai ask you to bring a message? Du Hai asked Su Xiaogo. He knew that Zhao Shuai and Su Xiaogo were the closest and that the two had an excellent relationship. No, he didn't. Su Xiaogo was puzzled. He thought Zhao Shuai had asked for leave yesterday. What happened? After the morning practice was dismissed, Su Xiaogo headed towards the Zhao residence. Before he even reached the Zhao family's courtyard, he heard people saying things like something happened to the Zhao family and someone in the Zhao family died. Many people were rushing towards the Zhao residence. What? Su Xiaogo became anxious and quickened his pace to get to the Zhao residence. The Zhao family was a wealthy household in Baiha village. Not only did they have hundreds of acres of fertile land, but they also raised 2 pig pens. The Zhao family's grand courtyard was imposing and spacious. What's going on here? Su Xiaogo saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, discussing something he couldn't quite make out, each with an expression of pity on their faces. He stepped forward and happened to see someone walking out. He grabbed the person and asked, "What happened?" Alas! This person was a neighbor of the Zhao family, living no more than 50 meters away from the Zhao residence. He shook his head and sighed, "Except for Shuai, everyone in the family is dead. They must have been victims of thieves. Sangha, you have a good relationship with him, go and comfort him. Everyone in the family is dead." Su Xiaogo's mind buzzed, his face changed drastically, and he rushed into the Zhao residence. Several neighbors were helping to move the bodies to the courtyard and cover them with white cloth. Zhao Shuai knelt on the ground, crying with red and swollen eyes, his voice hoarse, sobbing softly. His parents, grandfather, older brother, and sister-in-law were all dead. 5 corpses were laid out in a row, a gruesome sight. Shuai. Su Xiaogo called out softly. Zhao Shuai saw Su Xiaogo and cried, "Goji, I have no family anymore." Faced with such a tragedy, Su Xiaogo didn't know how to offer comfort. He could only hold Zhao Shuai, letting the tears and mucus stain his clothes. After a long while, Su Xiaogo learned the general details from fragments of information from the neighboring villagers. Yesterday, the Zhao family sold all 2 pens of pigs they were raising, earning 700 or 800 taels of silver. With the autumn harvest just past, the Zhao family also sold all the grain and melons from their fields. It was precisely when the Zhao family had the most money that they suffered this calamity. Zhao Shuai slept very soundly last night and didn't know what had happened. When he got up in the morning, he found the door to his room open and the inside ransacked. He wondered who had entered his room. After realizing something was wrong, he discovered that his family members in the other rooms had all been brutally murdered. He immediately burst into tears, attracting the attention of the villagers who were getting up early to work and passing by his house. How could I not know anything? Wah! Zhao Shuai was only 14 years old, how could he bear such a tragedy? At dusk, a team of constables and a coroner rushed from the county seat to the Zhao family residence. A case where an entire family of 5 died was no ordinary matter. However, the constables investigating the case wore expressions as if this was commonplace. After a cursory investigation, they concluded it was a bandit specializing in theft who had scouted the location and inquired about the situation beforehand. The coroner also determined the cause of death for the Zhao family members. All were killed with a single fatal throwing knife strike, very precise, and wouldn't have made much noise. This person is an expert. Then why am I still alive? Why? Bandits are generally after wealth, not murder. He used a sleeping incense, so you were all fast asleep when he entered the house to search for things. Perhaps the sleeping incense wasn't very effective. Your room didn't have much money, so he rummaged through it casually and left. Your family's money was all in your parents' and elder brother and sister-in-law's rooms. Those 2 rooms were turned upside down, waking them up, so the bandit struck with a deadly hand. Having said that, the constables prepared to leave. When will you catch that person? Su Xiaogo quickly stopped them. Catch them? Wait for news. The constables rolled their eyes. The bandits were at least high-level martial artists. They killed people in this remote mountain village. Where could they be caught? Maybe they've already run off somewhere else. Wait until when? Su Xiaogo pressed relentlessly. How could this kind of tragedy be allowed to pass without any assurance? To tell you the truth, it's impossible to catch them. We don't know who they are, how to catch them, or where to catch them. Do you think we're gods? There are so many displaced people recently, they're probably just some wandering refugees from somewhere. You is the government feeding you for nothing. What outrageous things are you saying? As they spoke, the constables were about to draw their weapons and arrest Su Xiaogo with stocks. The villagers next to him quickly chimed in to help. Esteemed sirs, he is just a child, speaking without thinking. Please don't hold it against him. For the sake of County Lieutenant Liu, please let him go. County Lieutenant Liu. You know County Lieutenant Liu. Hearing the three words County Lieutenant Liu, the constable's attitude softened. Our Liu the wealthy from 100 Ravines village, Master Liu, is named Liu Yaozong, and he is the biological elder brother of County Commandant Liu. The County Commandant is named Liu Yaozu. Hearing the name, the constables believed it. Folks, we will properly investigate this matter when we return. Give us some time. Regardless of whether they would actually investigate, they had to give face to County Commandant Liu. Afterward, the Yaman's people left, leaving behind only the heartbroken Zhao Shuai and the regretful villagers of 100 Ravines village. Su family. Su Fugue learned of the Zhao family's affair. While he felt sorrow for the Zhao family, he also became more vigilant. This world is just like this. Martial arts experts can crush ordinary people. However, the government Yaman still has some control over martial arts experts. If it were cultivators, the official Yaman wouldn't even bother to manage them. Danielle, go help the Zhao family handle the aftermath. Tell me if you need anything. Su Fugue instructed Su Xianyo to go. Zhao Shuai had just visited his home some time ago, and in the blink of an eye, this kind of accident happened. Su Xiaogo would certainly help manage the funeral arrangements. Su Fugue worried he would be overwhelmed, so he asked Su Xianyo to assist. After the autumn harvest, there wasn't much farm work to do in the fields anyway. There wasn't much the Su family could do, at most help manage the affairs after a person's death. Chapter 27 Dowry. A few days later, at the Chen residence, Chen Bajin, seeing his daughter was so hungry that she was becoming emaciated, felt both heartache and anger. He sat alone in the courtyard, gulping down cup after cup of bitter tea, as if trying to dispel the restlessness that filled his entire being. Over the past couple of days, his conviction to find Aliven's son-in-law had begun to waver. Not only because of his daughter's hunger strike, but the Zhao family's tragic case had changed his views. The Zhao family's residence wasn't far from his home, only about half a li away. After the incident, Chen Bajin had gone to the Zhao family's house. The way those people died sent shivers down his spine and gave him nightmares for several nights. He couldn't help but wonder, what would be the consequences if something like that happened to his family? The answer filled him with a deep sense of helplessness. His family of three had no ability to resist in the face of martial arts experts. His family had no power, influence, or martial strength, making them too vulnerable in this world. He was already 60 years old and could pass away at any time. If he suddenly died, what would happen to his daughter? What would happen to his wife? The Su family is thriving, and the third son is a martial arts expert. If Xiulian marries into the Su family, at least she will be safe. Her mother and I can also receive some care. Chen Bajin downed a gulp of cold tea, his mind racing. Let the line end, so be it. It's just the line of Chen Bagui that ends, not the line of the Chen family. They, the Chen family, had more than just his branch. He knew of at least 2 other branches with close blood ties to his family, and they were all developing well. Therefore, the demise of his insignificant Chen family in this Baiha village would be of little consequence. After making the decision, he felt as if a large stone had fallen from his heart. Ouch! He had been sitting for too long. When he stood up, his lumbar spine creaked with soreness. He rubbed his lower back, preparing to tell his daughter his decision. But after taking only 2 steps, he stopped again. His stubborn nature made him unwilling to bring it up himself. No, I can't be the one to say it. Otherwise, she'll think I'm afraid of her fasting. Let her starve for 2 more days. I don't believe she can take it. He wanted to wait until his daughter begged him before agreeing along the lines he had planned. Outside the Chen family courtyard gate, Su Xianyo raised his hand to knock on the door, but it hovered in mid-air, then lowered. His other hand held a water skin. No. He hesitated and took a few steps back, pacing back and forth outside the door. He had been lingering here for a long time, unable to make a decision. He, who had always been straightforward, discovered that there were such difficult problems in the world. He wanted to persuade Qin Shulian to give up, but he felt very uncomfortable. He didn't understand love or affection. He only knew that seeing Qin Shulian every day made him feel good, and if he didn't see her for a day, he would miss her. But his father had said he would never allow him to be Enliven's son-in-law. Sigh. Su Xianyo's brain was burning as he thought, but he couldn't come up with an answer, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He mustered his courage and walked forward, knocking on the courtyard door. Who is it? Chen Bajin's weathered voice came from inside the courtyard. Uncle Chen, it's me. Based on age, Su Xianyo should call him Grandpa Chen, but considering his relationship with Chen Xiulian, he lowered Chen Bajin's generation. The courtyard door opened. Chen Bajin's eyes lit up when he saw Su Xianyo. He was worried about how to take the initiative to speak, but then he saw Su Xianyo taking the initiative to come to his door. He deliberately kept a cold face. "What are you doing here?" I'm returning the water pouch to Xiulian. She left it at my place last time." Su Xianyo looked at Chen Bajin's face, and his heart panicked. "Come in." Chen Bajin stepped aside, allowing Su Xianyo to enter the courtyard and then closed the courtyard door. "Uncle Chen, how is Xiulian? I haven't seen her in a while." Su Xianyo asked about Chen Xiulian's recent situation. "How's it going?" "I'm starving," Chen Bajin huffed, blowing his beard and glaring. "Starving?" Anxious, Su Xianyo blurted out, "Uncle Chen, does your family have no grain to eat?" Chen Bajin was so angry he almost swore. Did his family look like they were too poor to eat? At that moment, Chen Xiulian, hearing the commotion, was helped out of the yard by her mother. Having not eaten for days, she was pale and could barely stand. "Xiulian, what happened to you?" Su Xianyo quickly stepped forward, his heart aching at Chen Xiulian's miserable state. Chen Bajin said sarcastically, "Her wings have hardened, and she is playing a hunger strike with her father." "Su Dinyo, I ask you, do you really want to marry my daughter?" Yes, I do." Su Xianyo nodded emphatically. "Good, I'll give you a chance. How much betrothal gift can you offer?" "Betrothal gift." Su Xianyo thought for a moment and said, "I've saved 30 taels of silver." "Too little, not enough." Chen Bajin shook his head. 50 taels. Su Xianyo had never paid attention to the betrothal gift customs of the village. "Not enough." Chen Bajin still shook his head. In reality, marriages in the village didn't require that much in betrothal gifts. It all depended on the circumstances of both families. A few taels of silver would suffice for smaller families, and at most, it would be 30 to 50 taels. Only wealthy families at the level of large landowners would have high betrothal gifts, but they also married those who were well matched and whose dowries were equally generous. "Uncle Chen, you name a number. I have plenty of strength. I can earn back any amount of silver." Su Xianyo patted his chest. With his brute strength, he could do the work of 10 men, even if it was hard labor. Chen Bajin extended his index finger. 1,000 taels. The number he spoke startled everyone present. "Dad, aren't you making things difficult for him? Which family gives a betrothal gift of 1,000 taels of silver for a marriage?" Chen Xiulian thought her father was relenting, but upon hearing the demand for 1,000 taels of silver, she quickly spoke up for Su Xianyo. "What? Is it too much to ask for 1,000 taels of silver when the 30 acres of land of my Chen family will belong to a Su family in the future? Dinyo, if you really want to marry my daughter, show me your sincerity. Once the silver is in hand, you can find a matchmaker to come over and follow the proper procedures to marry my daughter." Although Chen Bajin had already made this decision, he felt depressed when he saw his daughter speaking up for the other party. "Okay." Su Xianyo spoke with resounding firmness. 1,000 taels of silver, that's a considerable sum. No matter how great the difficulties, there's a way to solve them. It's better than before when he racked his brains but couldn't come up with an answer. "You lad, you've got ambition. Have you eaten yet?" Chen Bajin vented his feelings and his mood eased. "Not yet. I just stood outside for a long time, not daring to come in." Su Xianyo scratched his head awkwardly, telling the truth. "Stay and have a meal." Chen Bajin asked his wife to cook, keeping Su Xianyo for a simple meal. "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Su Xianyo had never eaten at the Chen family's house before. He wasn't stupid, he knew that Chen Bajin had finally accepted him. After a long while, the food was cooked and brought to the table. Chen Xiulian, who had been hungry for several days, ate accompanied by Su Xianyo. Her eyes never left Su Xianyo for a second, her gaze full of happiness and joy. "Xiulian, eat slowly. After being hungry for a few days, you can't eat too fast. I'll soak some bread for you." Su Xianyo broke the steamed bun into pieces and soaked them in the soup, pushing the bowl in front of Chen Xiulian. Chen Xiulian thought, who said Dinyo was dull. He knows how to care for people. Marrying Su Xianyo is like finding a treasure. I'm full." Chen Bajin finished his meal in a few mouthfuls, placed the bowl heavily on the table, and turned to leave. He really couldn't stand the sticky sweetness of the two young people, it was too much. Chapter 28 Inheritance. After Su Xianyo returned from the Chen family, he relayed what had happened there to his parents. "How much?" 1,000 taels. Jia Jin exclaimed. "What are they after?" "Are they after the money our family just made from selling medicinal herbs?" 1,000 taels of silver was a fortune to the villagers of Baiha village. Even wealthy families would have difficulty producing such a sum at once. If the Su family hadn't sold their medicinal herbs, they wouldn't have been able to come up with that much either. Su Fugue, however, remained calm. "I've dealt with old Chen before. He's not a greedy man. He's probably just venting some anger and looking for a way to let it out." It wasn't easy for Dinyo and Xiulian to get together. Xiulian even threatened to starve herself. "As their parents, we have to put in some effort." He had seen the affection between Su Xianyo and Chen Sholian with his own eyes. Besides, Chen Bajin was right about one thing: his family's 30 mu of land would belong to the Su family in the future. In the end, the Su family was taking advantage. Pick an auspicious day and have the matchmaker go to discuss the marriage proposal. Su Fugue made the final decision. On the other side, at the Lu family's mansion, the main room in the inner courtyard, Lu Yaozong summoned his eldest son, Lu Hongwei, and his third son, Lu Hongtu. His eldest son, Lu Hongwei, had been married for a few years and usually lived in the east wing with his wife. Hongwei, Hongtu, I called you two here today because there is a serious matter. Lu Yaozong sat in the main seat and waved his hand, signaling the maidservants to withdraw. The maidservants were very perceptive and closed the door as they left. Father, what is it? Your mother has been gone for 4 or 5 years. I want to remarry and take Miss Su as my wife. What are your thoughts? Lu Yaozong knew that marriage was no small matter, so he discussed it with his sons. Remarry and take a wife. Lu Hongwei was usually at home, so he knew about the situation between his father and Su Jinshu. But he didn't expect his father to want to marry her. The position of the principal wife was very high. If Su Jinshu married Lu Yaozong as his wife, Lu Hongwei would have to respectfully call her mother in the future. A stepmother is still a mother. Father, if you like Miss Su, then take her as a concubine. Why marry her? Lu Hongwei didn't want to acknowledge a woman younger than himself as his mother. Miss Su comes from a wealthy family. How could I take her as a concubine? Wouldn't that be an insult to her family? Father, it's hard to say whether her family is even around anymore. Aren't you kicking someone when they're down, taking advantage of their misfortune? Seeing that no matter what he said, his father would immediately retort, Lu Hongwei knew that his father was already infatuated. He quickly signaled to his third brother, Lu Hongtu. At this moment, Lu Hongtu lowered his head, holding a teacup and sipping slowly, his mind already wandering elsewhere. During the past few days, he had also grown fond of Su Jinshu. He was at the age when youthful hearts begin to stir. When he was practicing martial arts in the county, his second brother supervised him, not allowing him to get close to girls, saying that beauty would affect his martial arts practice. So, when he saw Su Jinshu's exquisite face and her graceful charm, he was captivated. Hongtu, what do you think? Lu Yaozong interrupted Lu Hongtu's daydreaming. Lu Hongtu came back to his senses and said against his will, Father, just follow your heart. I have no objections. Third brother, you. Lu Hongwei originally wanted his third brother to speak up for him, but seeing him say that, he was so angry that he left his sentence, anyway, I don't agree, and got up and pushed the door to leave. Seeing his eldest son's tough attitude, Lu Yaozong picked up the teacup beside him and smashed it on the ground. This is outrageous. Father, I'll go and persuade eldest brother. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Hongtu slipped away. He walked out the door and saw his eldest brother waiting for him. Come with me. Lu Hongwei looked at his third brother as if he were looking at an idiot. Oh. Lu Hongtu followed Lu Hongwei to the bedroom. The door closed, and the two spoke in unison. Why don't you agree, brother? How could you agree, third brother? All you do is eat, drink, and be merry all day long, never worrying about anything. Do you really think money grows on trees? Lu Hongwei sat down, looking disappointed. You sit too. I'll explain it to you slowly. Do you know how much land our family owns and how much silver we earn each year? I know. Our family has 800 acres of land. I haven't calculated the income, but it should be around 4 or 5,000 taels of silver, right? Lu Hongtu blurted out. His family's 800 acres of land was known to everyone in the village. 4 or 5,000 taels. Dream on. Most of the land is rented to tenant farmers, and the rent isn't much since our family doesn't work and prefers to relax. The main income comes from the 100+ acres of medicinal herb fields that we cultivate ourselves, hiring farmhands, so the profit is higher. We earn at most 2,000 taels of silver a year, which is just enough to support our entire family. The Lu family's herb fields are planted for more than 10 years before harvesting, so the yield is high. They hire farmhands to guard them, and with County Constable Lu's backing, no one dares to steal. Hongtu, do you know how much of these 800 acres you own? How much do I own? This question stumped Lu Hongtu. After father passes away, our 3 brothers are destined to divide the family. Dividing the family means dividing the land. I am the eldest son, so naturally I will get the largest share, and the rest will be divided between Hongzhan and you. The eldest son takes the lion's share, the other sons divide a smaller portion, and the daughters generally get nothing. This is the rule. Under normal circumstances, the elders would discuss how to distribute the inheritance while they were still alive, with the elders' wishes taking precedence. If the elders suddenly passed away, the brothers would discuss it among themselves according to the rules, which often led to bloody fights and feuds over a small amount of property. The Lu family's 800 mu of land doesn't all belong to our family. Uncle has 100 mu of it, which was divided before grandpa passed away. The remaining 700 mu will be divided among the 3 of us. It's not excessive for me to take 500 mu, right? You and Hongzhan can split the remaining 200 mu. Lu Hongwei's words were a wake-up call for Lu Hongtu. With our father's age, he's not even 50 yet. That Su Jinshu is only 20, young, and can still have children. There are plenty of cases of old men with young wives having children. It's not uncommon for men in their 50s to be able to have children. Lu Hongwei had said all he needed to say, and there was no need to elaborate further. This was the most important reason he disagreed with his father taking a wife. Titles were not so important, the most important thing was benefit. Lu Hongtu instantly sobered up. As the third child, he wouldn't receive much property to begin with. If his father had a fourth or even a fifth child, his situation would be even more miserable. Father is completely infatuated and has made up his mind. What do we do? He really didn't want to be hoeing fields when he was old. His eldest brother would inherit the family business, and his second brother was stronger than him in martial arts. He had no advantages in either area. Call the second brother back. He has more ideas. If the three of us work together, can't we deal with one girl? The next day, Lu Hongjian, the second son of the Lu family, returned home after hearing the news. Lu Hongjian had been promoted to a high-level martial artist in less than half a year. He currently worked under his uncle, Lu Yaozu, and was usually busy, so he didn't often return to the village. He knew the seriousness of the matter, so he hurried home after receiving the news. He really didn't want to inexplicably have two more half-siblings. Third brother, what's going on? I've only been gone for 2 months, and father wants to marry a stepmother. Chapter 29 Black Heart. Lu Hongwei recounted the entire story of Su Jinshu to Lu Hongjian. This Su Jinshu has such a big background. Lu Hongjian was surprised. A leading tea merchant in a county, her family's power and wealth are definitely more than 10 times his own. Could it be made up? He questioned. Lu Hongwei said helplessly that Yunbian Prefecture's Lanting County is thousands of miles away. Even if we wanted to investigate, we couldn't. However, I inquired indirectly, and she answered fluently and calmly, not like she was lying. Lu Hongtu chimed in from the side. She is knowledgeable in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and prose. Compared to her, I'm like an uneducated country bumpkin. Ordinary families definitely couldn't raise a daughter like that. Then it's really difficult. If father has made up his mind, it will be difficult for us to dissuade him. After listening to his eldest brother and third brother's descriptions, Lu Hongjian felt it was very troublesome. Once his father decides on something, he won't change his mind unless they can prove that the disadvantages far outweigh the benefits. The three of them looked at each other, their expressions worried. Sigh, let me first meet this Miss Su who has captivated my father so completely. Lu Hongjian wanted to see with his own eyes just how beautiful and charming Su Jinshu truly was. In the veranda, Su Jinshu was playing the zither. She wore a thin silk dress, her demeanor elegant and ethereal. Her slender, jade-white hands plucked the strings, the sounds tinkling like a clear spring stream. The weather was sultry, and a servant girl beside her waved a fan up and down. Su Jinshu never imagined that she could achieve the status of landlord's wife in this life. She knew that she was the lowliest courtesan in a brothel. Even if she married into an ordinary family in the future, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven, and she would always be scorned behind her back. Now, all is well. She has no worries about food or clothing, and she is attended by servant girls. She usually plays the zither and grows flowers. Her life can be described as perfect. And there are 3 sons. Even if Lu Yaozong dies in the future, for the sake of filial piety, the 3 sons will have to provide for her old age. Su Jinshu didn't ask for much. This was her idea of a perfect life. However, at this moment, her 3 sons appeared. Among them was an unfamiliar face, presumably Lu Hongjian, the second son of the Lu family. This must be Miss Su. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. You are indeed beautiful, with a noble aura, and play the piano so well. Lu Hongjian's face was full of smiles, his eyes scanning Su Jinshu up and down. You must be Hongjian. My piano skills are average. I'm making a fool of myself in front of you. Not at all, you play beautifully. Would you continue? The previous piece was unfinished, and we were all left wanting more. Then I shall make a fool of myself again. Su Jinshu sat upright and began to play another piece from the beginning. However, compared to the smooth music from before, a few out-of-tune notes occasionally appeared. Her heart was in turmoil. Second brother, what are you doing? Lu Hongtu whispered in Lu Hongjian's ear. He asked Lu Hongjian to come and test Su Jinshu, so why was he praising her? And that unscrupulous, scrutinizing gaze of his was so impolite. Don't worry, this marriage won't happen. Lu Hongjian was confident, his tone filled with assurance. A piece of music came to an end. Miss Su, where did you learn your zither skills? It couldn't be from some brothel, could it? What do you mean? Su Jinshu's heart trembled, and her face changed. I mean, Miss Su, with your looks, how much silver would it cost to spend a night with you? 20 taels, 30 taels, or even 50. Lu Hongjian was a yamen runner in the county town, and he frequented such places. He saw through Su Jinshu's identity at a glance. Which young lady from a respectable family would include those seductive little gestures when playing the zither? Besides, after going to those places so often, he could deduce it with great accuracy based on her movements and temperament alone. You lecherous scoundrel, you're disgusting. I didn't expect the Lu family to have someone like you, Su Jinshu said angrily, turning to leave. In fact, the first time she saw Lu Hongjian, she felt uneasy. The way Lu Hongjian sized her up was exactly the same as those customers who frequented brothels. Want to leave? No way. Lu Hongjian stepped forward and grabbed Su Jinshu's arm, restraining her. Eldest brother, let's go see our father. Third brother, go and search the things she brought with her. As he spoke, he escorted Su Jinshu before Lu Yaozong. Hongjian, what are you doing? Let go at once. How can you treat Miss Su like this? Lu Yaozong felt puzzled. How could such a thing happen as soon as his second son returned home? Father, see clearly what kind of person you are marrying into our family. As Lu Hongjian spoke, he tore Su Jinshu's clothes apart. He was a high-level martial artist. Su Jinshu was as fragile as a leaf in the wind before him. Here, and this bite mark. You wouldn't want to say these marks were left by accidentally falling down, would you? A courtesan who receives guests year-round inevitably encounters some rough customers. Su Jinshu tried her best to cover herself with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Hongwei, already understanding what was happening, shifted his gaze, looking embarrassed. At this moment, Lu Hongtu arrived with a package of items. Upon seeing the scene before him, his face flushed red. Second brother, I've found them. It's jewelry and silver notes. Lu Hongjian tore open the bundle and scattered the jewelry within all over the ground. Gold rings, silver hairpins, jade pendants, all sorts of things. And this gold and silver jewelry, of all qualities. If it wasn't rewarded by guests, what is it? Lu Yaozong stood frozen in place, a storm raging in his heart. He had been shrewd his whole life, yet he was almost deceived by a brothel girl. The veins on his forehead throbbed. He turned and left, leaving only one sentence: you handle it. His voice was as cold as snow in the dead of winter. Su Jinshu begged for mercy, her voice filled with tears. Please spare me. I just wanted to make a living. Woo woo. A lowly prostitute trying to scam her way into our family through marriage. You're courting death. Lu Hongjian was ruthless, striking her skull with a palm. Su Jinshu's body slumped down, her fragrant soul vanished. Good, this saves us from spreading shame to the Lu family. Lu Hongjian didn't care at all. Killing a migrant from a brothel, no one would care. Lu Hongwei and Lu Hongtu were unsurprised. They had seen plenty of servants and maids beaten to death in their home. In this world, common people were like weeds, let alone the even lower-class refugees, servants, and maids. They ordered 2 servants to bury the body in the pauper's graveyard, then sat together to discuss serious matters. Let's take this opportunity to inventory our family's land and property so we know exactly what we have. Okay. Good. Clear accounts make good brothers. Lu Hongtu was approaching the age of marriage, and they would have to discuss these matters sooner or later. Given the Lu family's situation, they would normally divide the family and live separately. Only aristocratic families could develop as a family unit and not divide. The 3 brothers took out the family's land deeds and lease contracts. Whose lease is this? The rent is so low it's time to raise it. How is this lease so old and there's no corresponding land deed? Lu Hongtu discovered an old lease contract dating back more than 20 years. Which one has no land deed? Lu Hongwei examined the lease contract. The tenant's surname on it was Zhao. Isn't that 50 acres of land owned by the Zhao family? The same Zhao family that was almost wiped out, leaving behind a son named Zhao Shuai. What Zhao family? Having a lease proves that this belongs to our Lu family. Later, ask him if he has a field deed. If not, we'll take it back. Lu Hongjian reacted quickly, already having a plan to swindle someone. Doesn't our family not have a field deed either? Lu Hongtu was puzzled. How can you be so stupid? Who is our uncle? Just make a new field deed. It's just a matter of our uncle saying hello. I heard the Zhao family has 100 acres. If we could get it all. Lu Hongwei and Lu Hongjian exchanged glances and smiled at each other. The Lu family's development to this point has involved harming many people. In the past, Lu Yaozong's style was unscrupulous, but he has restrained himself as he has gotten older to gain a reputation. And the Lu family's 3 sons, with Lu Yaozu of the innate realm as their backing, act even more recklessly. Chapter 30 Bullying. Zhao family residence. White lanterns hung under the eaves, paper flower wreaths leaned against the corner of the wall. Black, white, and gray were the only colors in sight, making the scene utterly desolate. The main room's door was open. Zhao Shuai, dressed in plain clothes and wearing a white cap, knelt blankly on a prayer mat facing his family's morning hall. A series of footsteps came closer. Su Xiaogo, carrying a wooden food box, didn't knock but directly pushed open the courtyard door and entered. A few days ago, he and his friends had helped the Zhao family complete the funeral arrangements. Such a tragic case wasn't handled with great fanfare, only a simple encoffining and burial. These past few days, he had been coming to keep Zhao Shuai company from time to time, worried that this 14-year-old boy might do something rash. Second Shuai, it's time to eat. He walked to the entrance of the morning hall and called out softly. Oh, thanks, Goji. Zhao Shuai stood up stiffly. He had been kneeling for hours without realizing it, and his legs were numb. He stuffed the food into his mouth and swallowed it at random, not knowing what he was eating or what it tasted like. Before long, someone else came. Liemo held a jar of wine in his hand. Look what good stuff I brought. Wine. Su Xiaogo's eyes lit up. He had never drunk alcohol because his mother said he was too young and would be punished if he dared to steal a drink. I brought this back from the city. They say getting drunk solves 1,000 worries. Let's get drunk and see. As Liemo spoke, he opened the lid of the wine jar and the aroma of alcohol immediately filled the air. Su Xiaogo brought a low table and placed it in the courtyard, then fetched water bowls. The three of them sat in the courtyard drinking. Can this stuff really solve 1,000 worries? Zhao Shuai had only tasted a small sip of wine when his brother got married. He was only 10 years old at the time, and he only remembered the burning sensation in his throat with no other impression. You'll know when you're drunk. Come on, cheers. Liemo was trying to help Zhao Shuai relieve his grief and distract him. As for whether alcohol had the effect of dispelling sorrow, he didn't know. The three of them imitated adults, clinking bowls and drinking heartily. After a few bowls of wine, their faces were flushed red. Creak. The gate of the Zhao family's residence was pushed open again. The three thought another friend had arrived and looked towards the courtyard gate, only to find that it was Lu Hongtu who had entered. Yo, drinking. Lu Hongtu knew Zhao Shuai, so he came to check on the Zhao family's situation. His two older brothers had told him that if he could render a service, some of the fields swindled from the Zhao family would be allocated to him depending on the circumstances. What are you doing here? Su Xiaogo's tone was unfriendly. They had no relationship with Lu Hongtu, and instead, they disliked each other. Lu Hongtu didn't even come when Zhao Shuai's family was holding a funeral, so what was he doing here now? None of your business. This isn't your house. Lu Hongtu's language was foul. He practiced martial arts in the city and looked down on Su Xiaogo and the others who practiced in the village, feeling that they were poor people who wanted to practice martial arts without having money. I'm here to talk business with Zhao Shuai. Zhao Shuai, your family's field rent is due. Seeing your family's situation, if you don't want to rent the fields anymore or can't afford the rent, my family will take the fields back. Field rent. Zhao Shuai's face was filled with bewilderment. Although he didn't pay attention to the situation of the farmland at home, he should know if his family had rented land. His family had 100 mu of land, and he had never heard of any being rented from the Lu family. I have a lease signed by your father, with his signature and handprint. You wouldn't be thinking of going back on your word, would you? Could there be a mistake? When did my family rent land? Zhao Shuai was dubious. The lease is from 20 years ago. Your father didn't tell you. You weren't even born then, of course you wouldn't know. If you don't believe me, you can come to my house to see it, or you can bring out your family's land deed. Lu Hongtu's primary purpose was to see if the Zhao family had a land deed. If they didn't have a land deed, then wouldn't they be able to say whatever they wanted? I'll go look. Zhao Shuai got up and went to the room to search for the land deed. However, he quickly became desperate. His house had been robbed, and all the silver notes, land deeds, and paper documents had been stolen. It seems to have been stolen. Stolen. Is it that your family doesn't have a land deed, or that it was stolen? You need to provide some proof. Lu Hongtu was secretly pleased. As long as the Zhao family didn't have the land deed, everything else would be easy to handle. Liemo and Su Xiaogo couldn't stand it any longer, even though this matter had nothing to do with them. Hey, the land deed is registered in the yamen. A simple investigation will reveal whose land it is. Lu Hongtu, you're too inhumane. Can't this matter be discussed after some time? Do you have to rub salt in other people's wounds? Su Xiaogo had been drinking earlier and his blood rushed to his head. Who are you scolding? Looking for a beating? Ha! I've long disliked you guys. You're always competing in the forest with your mediocre skills. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Hongtu was used to bullying people in the village. When he scolded others, they didn't dare to talk back. When had he ever been scolded by someone else? That's still better than you. You're always acting arrogantly in the village. If it weren't for your father, you would have been beaten 800 times already. If it were the old Su Xiaogo, he would have endured it. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps it was the pent-up frustration that had nowhere to vent, but today, Su Xiaogo let out all his dissatisfaction with Lu Hongtu. Damn it, even without my dad, I'm still a mid-level martial artist who has almost mastered the second level of stance training. Lu Hongtu rolled up his sleeves, intending to teach Su Xiaogo a lesson. He had beaten up many people in the village. Even if he broke their heads and made them bleed, he could just pay some money. He wasn't clear on Su Xiaogo's actual combat strength. Calm down, both of you, calm down. Liemo stepped between the two, an idea forming in his mind. Lu Hongtu, I heard that martial arts practitioners in your county also have practical combat competitions, and they play for even higher stakes in private. Heh, I'm afraid you can't afford to play. We call it a gambling fight. The loser has to give silver. Those who practiced martial arts in the county were either wealthy landlords from the villages or merchant families from the county. There were many rich people among them. These people were generous and arrogant. Even a simple fight had to have a prize. Liemo winked at Su Xiaogo, urging him, then you two have a fair match. No getting angry if you lose. Come on, at least 1 or 2 taels of silver to play. Lu Hongtu took out a tael of silver and tossed it aside, then took off his shirt. He wasn't trying to win money, just wanted a legitimate reason to teach Su Xiaogo a lesson. He practiced martial arts in the city. His master was better than Du Hai. He wasn't lacking in nourishing medicinal herbs, and he was 2 years older than Su Xiaogo. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like he could lose. Let's make this clear: fists and feet have no eyes. Don't go crying to your parents saying I'm bullying you if you end up with a broken leg or arm, he added. Su Xiaogo was waiting for these words. Good, this is a fair spar. The loser accepts the consequences. What are the boundaries? What boundaries? Our city brawls don't end until one side admits defeat. Lu Hongtu was determined to beat Su Xiaogo until he was crying for his daddy and begging for mercy. Su Xiaogo also took off his shirt. The fabric of their clothes couldn't withstand their sparring, it would easily be torn to shreds. That broad back and thick waist gave Lu Hongtu a slight feeling of unease. Even if Su Xiaogo, at only 15, was practicing the bear-tiger stance, he shouldn't be this strong, right? Lu Hongtu recalled the many hulking simpletons he had fought before, dispelling his doubts. Chapter 31, Fight. The two stood facing each other, their fighting spirits rising. Lu Hongtu's muscles tensed, revealing chiseled lines, his skin a bronze color, gleaming with a metallic sheen. In the county town, he had learned the Vajra Arhite skill, the best stance technique publicly available in Tonggu County. The special characteristic of this stance is bronze skin and iron bones, a strong body. It includes a matching Arhat fist. The only disadvantage of practicing this stance is, it costs money. Lu Hongtu spent about 150 taels of silver each year on martial arts just for tuition and nourishing medicinal soups. But his talent was average, and he didn't have the tenacity to endure hardship, so he hadn't even reached the second level of the stance, and his fist and foot skills were also mediocre. Begin! Li Mo spoke from the side. Lu Hongtu was the first to attack, his unadorned bow stance punch blasting towards Su Xiaogo's abdomen. Su Xiaogo also threw a punch, actually intending to trade blows with Lu Hongtu. With a soft bang, the two of them retreated several steps. Su Xiaogo felt as if he had struck a hard iron block, his fist aching, but he was clearly stronger, and his opponent retreated further. Heh, it hurts, right? Lu Hongtu said with a sneer. His body, trained with the Vajra Arhat skill, was much tougher than that of martial artists in the same realm. Going head-to-head with him was like an egg hitting a rock. Su Xiaogo was expressionless, silent, and attacked again. He first used the forceful moves from bear-tiger body technique to clash head-on with Lu Hongtu. Their fists and feet collided, back and forth. Su Xiaogo's physique was weaker, putting him at a slight disadvantage. Is that all? His probing was over. He thought he had met a good opponent, but unexpectedly, he was far inferior to Du Yong. Now, among the younger generation in Baiha village, he had no rivals. Usually, in sparring matches, the opponents practiced the same techniques, so it was not challenging. He engaged with Lu Hongtu intending to broaden his horizons, but he was disappointed. Tiger Claw. Su Xiaogo changed his fighting style, engaging Lu Hongtu in close combat. The Tiger Claw technique he used was modified by him, losing some of its power and dominance, and adding some mean softness and elusiveness. TSS. After a few moves, Lu Hongtu had several bloody marks on his body. What? Lu Hongtu was confused. Suddenly, he couldn't keep up with the opponent's moves. His attacks seemed to be seen through by the opponent. His punches and kicks could not be fully exerted, and he could only parry in a hurry. On the contrary, he could not understand the opponent's Tiger Claw, and it was impossible to defend against. Whoosh! Su Xiaogo made a fierce move. The Tiger Claw slashed across Lu Hongtu's collarbone, leaving a deep bloody mark. A little more deviation, and it could have torn his throat. You still won T admit defeat. No, I haven't T lost yet. Unconvinced, Lu Hongtu was unwilling to admit that his kung fu was far inferior to Su Xiaogo's. Taking advantage of Su Xiaogo's pause in speaking, he launched an attack, punching towards his face. Savage Bear Ram. As Su Xiaogo dodged sideways, the Savage Bear Ram struck Lu Hongtu's chest. This was his most skilled move, one he had mastered to perfection. Lu Hongtu's body, weighing over 100 pounds, flew backward like cotton fluff. With a bang, he slammed into the courtyard wall, then rebounded and face planted onto the ground. Cough, cough. Lu Hongtu got up, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, as if a rib had broken. For his physique to break a rib, it showed how powerful the explosive force he had endured was. He glared at Su Xiaogo resentfully, picked up his clothes, and turned to leave. He won't go back to complain, will he? Li Mo, who had just instigated the two to fight, said, feeling a sense of foreboding. Possibly. Su Xiaogo's drunkenness faded, and he realized that he had caused trouble. This who knew that guy's kung fu was so bad, but his mouth was so tough. If he had admitted defeat earlier, nothing would have happened. I shouldn't have egged him on. His uncle is the county commandant, anyone he sends could deal with us easily. Li Mo was filled with regret for his actions just now. Anyway, what's done is done. I don't think he's seriously injured. I hope he keeps his promise and accepts his loss. The Su family. In the main room, Su Fugue and Jia Zhen were entertaining a guest, a matchmaker for a marriage proposal. The matchmaker was a woman in her 40s named Zhang Feng. She was distantly related to Chen Bajin's wife and could also claim kinship with Su Fugui's mother. Such was the custom in the village to find someone related to both families to act as a matchmaker, serving as a coordinator between the two parties to discuss marriage ceremonies and the like. My aunt's husband said that the betrothal gift should be 6 6/10 taels of silver for double 6 great fortune. Also, prepare 1,314 copper coins symbolizing one lifetime, one love. Zhang Feng's face was amiable, her eyes squinting with a smile. 6 taels and 6 mace, 1314 cash. Adding it all up, it's less than 8 taels of silver. Su Fugui and Jiazhen were puzzled. Wasn't it said to be 1,000 taels of silver for the betrothal gift? Seeing their confusion, Zhang Feng added, my aunt's husband said 1,000 taels of silver before, but that was just angry talk. He told me that as long as our wedding can be arranged a bit better so that his daughter can marry in style, that's all that matters. That is for sure, getting married is the most important event in a person's life, and we can't be careless. Whatever style wedding banquets are in our village, we'll do it according to the highest standards. Su Fugui quickly promised. Since the other party was making concessions, he also had to show sincerity. Jiazhen nodded beside him. We all adore Xulian. Once she marries into our family, we will definitely treat her like our own daughter. After discussing for a long time, and agreeing on the general procedures and wedding banquet specifications, it was getting late. Su Fugui and Jiazhen saw the matchmaker out. Su Fugui's face was full of joy. Once Dinyo marries a wife, we'll urge him to have children quickly. The family treasure tree in his inner space had been waiting for the Su family's bloodline to nourish it. The Su family must branch out, grow and become stronger. With Dinyo's marriage settled, next is Erxia, and then Sango. Jiazhen's thoughts were very traditional. A peaceful and harmonious family was happiness. At this moment, Su Xiaogo returned, his face not looking too good. After discussing it with Liamo and Zhao Shui for a long time, they couldn't come up with a result. Dad, Mom, I think I might have gotten into trouble. Su Xiaogo was only 15 years old after all, and his first thought was to tell his parents when he encountered something. His parents had also said countless times that if something happened outside, he must tell his family. What trouble did you get into? Did you drink alcohol? Jiazhen smelled the alcohol on Su Xiaogo's clothes. Su Xiaogo felt wronged and told the truth, including why he had been drinking and how the conflict with Lu Hongtu had started. Let us go inside. Su Fugui's expression was grave. This matter could be a big deal or a small one, depending on how it was handled. The three of them entered the main room and closed the door. Jiazhen remained silent, watching Su Fugui with concern. In the face of such major events in the family, Su Fugui always made the decisions. Sango, oh Sango, how many times have I told you, don't act on impulse. You've trained in martial arts to this extent, a slightly heavier hand could kill someone, you know. Who did you have to provoke? It had to be the Lu family. How influential is the Lu family? Do you know what a Xiantian martial artist is? Do you know what a county commandant is? Those are top figures in the county town. I know you value loyalty, but you have to know your limits. You hitting Lu Hongtu will only backfire. Su Xiaogo listened to his father's words and could only lower his head, remaining silent. Chapter 32 Apology. After Su Fugui finished his scolding, the next step was how to resolve the situation. How severe are Lu Hongtu's injuries? I scratched a few bloody marks on his body and I also hit him with my savage Berlin. I probably broke a few of his ribs. Not too serious, it just depends on whether the Lu family will hold it against us. Su Fugui fell into thought. Based on his understanding of the Lu family's reputation, it was unlikely that they would be magnanimous and easily forgive them. The possibility of the other party not holding a grudge is almost zero. In this situation, any prior agreement, fair competition, is just a useless excuse. The adult world only looks at results. Lu Hongtu was injured, Su Xiaogo was not. How about this? Tomorrow I'll go to the county town to buy a qi and blood pill and some snacks and tea. I'll take Sango with me to personally visit and apologize. This was the most useful solution Su Fugui could think of. Compensating with money and apologies, giving the Lu family enough face, the Lu family should no longer make trouble for his family. One qi and blood pill costs 80 taels of silver, very expensive. It was a qi and blood pill that saved Jiazhen's life back then. Its original function is to replenish qi and blood for martial artists capable of instantly replenishing a large amount of qi and blood, which is very useful for breaking through realms when practicing stance exercises, stopping bleeding from injuries, and recovering from injuries. Therefore, Du Hai's family keeps qi and blood pills in stock. The Lu family mansion. Lu Hongtu's broken ribs had been set and covered with precious healing ointment. He lay in bed, expecting to recover in a few days. For martial artists, this was a minor injury. What's the situation? Tell me about it. Lu Yaozong sat beside him, inquiring about what had happened. Lu Hongwei was also present. It was Su Xiaogo who beat me. Lu Hongtu didn't really want to admit it. Su Xiaogo, the third son of the Su family. I heard he's quite skilled. What happened exactly? Why? Before Lu Yaozong finished speaking, Lu Hongwei, who was beside him, couldn't help but say, daring to bully my third brother, he must be tired of living. It's a pity that my second brother has returned to the county seat, otherwise I'd have him go and smash their door. You, be quiet for a moment, Hong Tu, you speak. Lu Yaozong shot Lu Hongwei a glare. He knew his three sons very well. No one would bully his son for no reason, it was always his son bullying others. Father, it's like this. Lu Hongtu recounted his trip to the Zhao family and his encounter with Su Xiaogo. Of course, he concealed his own faults, saying that Su Xiaogo had acted against him to defend a friend. I understand. Lu Yaozong's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't take it to heart. Father, our third brother was beaten. How should we handle this? No need to handle it. We'll wait for them to come to our door. Lu Yaozong stood up. He had been in poor spirits recently, still immersed in the psychological shadow of being deceived by Su Jinshu. As he left a sentence. Hong Tu, if your kung fu isn't good enough, don't go causing trouble outside. It's my old face you're embarrassing. He knew that Lu Hongtu was definitely at fault, but he was too lazy to ask. In short, his son had been beaten, so the other party would definitely have to make amends. If the other party didn't know what was good for them, he would let them know what the Lu family of Baihe village was all about. After Lu Yaozong left, Lu Hongtu and Lu Hongwei began to discuss in the room. Third brother, if our father won't do anything, I'll write a letter to our uncle. We must get Su Xiaogo arrested and taught a lesson in prison. Lu Hongwei was about to write a letter after speaking. Brother, are we bothering our uncle again? Lu Hongtu felt it wasn't appropriate to involve Lu Yaozu in such a small matter. Have you forgotten about the Zhao family matter? Let our uncle get us a land deed. Combined with our lease, the evidence will be irrefutable. That Zhao brat won't be able to deny it then. Scolding Su Xiaogo was just a side benefit, the main goal was to seize other people's land. The next morning, Su Fugue was just about to go out when he ran into Li Mo and his father, Li Xiang. It turned out that Li Mo had also told his parents about the matter last night. Although Li Mo didn't directly cause Lu Hongtu's injury, he had fueled the fire. Besides, he didn't want to push all the responsibility onto his friend, that would be betraying a friend. They would bear the consequences together. Li Mo's father, Li Xiang, had the same idea as Su Fugue, to apologize. So, they came to the Su family early to discuss it. The two hit it off. Since Su Xiaogo had been the one to strike, the Su family would buy a qi and blood pill worth 80 taels of silver. The Li family would pay for some good tea and sweets as gifts. As dusk approached, Su Fugue brought Su Xiaogo, and Li Xiang brought Li Mo. The four of them arrived at the Lu family mansion. A servant girl led them into the inner courtyard's reception hall, where they met Lu Yaozong. Su Fugue and Li Xiang adopted a very humble posture. Master Lu, I learned last night that my son had a conflict with your third young master and accidentally injured him. I quickly bought a qi and blood pill to offer my apologies. Su Fugue said with a smile, respectfully handing the qi and blood pill to the servant girl beside him. The servant girl took the qi and blood pill and placed it on the table in front of Lu Yaozong. Li Xiang had a similar attitude. Master Lu, it's just a small conflict between the children. Young people are inevitably full of youthful vigor. Please don't take it to heart. Saying this, he presented the gifts with both hands. Both men were adults who had experienced a cruel reality, and they understood the importance of yielding and submitting. Lu Yaozong sat in his chair, casually glancing over the qi and blood pills and gifts on the table, a sense of triumph in his heart. This was the influence of the Lu family. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing important, I didn't take it to heart. If Su Fugue and Li Xiang hadn't been so sensible, he definitely would have taken it to heart. Su Xiaogo quickly thanked Master Lu for his generosity. Also, apologized to the third young master in a moment. Su Fugue looked at Su Xiaogo. At this moment, Su Xiaogo must have felt uncomfortable, especially seeing his father bowing and scraping. He still felt the pain of losing 80 taels of silver. His family was very frugal in all aspects except for their daily meals. 80 taels of silver could buy so many things. His desire for strength and status reached its peak. Thank you, Master Lu, for your generosity. I know I was wrong. I will go apologize to Hongtu Ji right away. Su Xiaogo lowered his head. He didn't want to cause any more trouble for the Su family. Li Mo was the same, bowing his head to Lu Yaozong to apologize, and then went to apologize to Lu Hongtu. Lu Hongtu was lying in his bedroom resting when he saw Su Xiaogo respectfully call him Brother Hongtu and humbly apologize. His heart couldn't help but feel complacent and swell with pride. So what if his kung fu was better than mine? He still has to bow his head in front of me. Forget it, Sango, I won't hold it against you. In the future, when you see me in the village, you have to lower your head and call me brother, you hear? Lu Hongtu even felt that his chest no longer hurt, and he felt very happy. I hear you, Brother Hongtu. At this moment, only Su Xiaogo knew how he truly felt. Tonggu County, county seat. Next to the bustling street stood an elegant yet luxurious residence. This was the residence of County Commandant Lu Yaozu. The residence occupied 2 acres, which was not large considering Lu Yaozu's strength and status. but considering the residence's location near the center of the city, its price was unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 33 County Commandant seeking follow-up reading. On either side of the mansion's main gate stood two guards clad in bright silver scale armor, swords at their waists. Both were high-level martial artists, their expressions stern, exuding an aura of grimness. A couple, both in their 40s or 50s, walked to the gate. They were dressed in coarse linen clothing, carrying melons, fruits, and eggs in their hands, their brows furrowed with anxiety. "My lords, could you please allow us to see the county commandant? My son was wrongly arrested and thrown into prison. He's a very honest man." "Get lost!" A guard interrupted them with a sharp shout. "Is the county commandant someone you can just see whenever you want? Get lost, and don't be an eyesore here." Seeing that the couple still intended to speak, the guard drew his blade halfway with a swoosh, revealing its cold, gleaming edge. The two of them were frightened and quickly left. As guards at County Commandant Lu's gate, they were long accustomed to such scenes. Almost every day, people who didn't know any better tried to see the county commandant. The couple had barely left when another person approached. "A family letter from Baiha village for the county commandant. Please deliver it." As he said this, the man handed over a letter. The guard took the letter, glanced at the envelope, and quickly turned to enter the residence to deliver it. Reception hall. Lu Yaozu sat in the main seat. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a resolute appearance, he looked young for his 40 years, possessing an imposing presence. On both sides sat a dozen or so large landowners and village chiefs. "County Commandant, we understand your meaning. This matter has great potential indeed." A fair-skinned, chubby landowner smiled, flattering Lu Yaozu. Lu Yaozu picked up the teacup at hand and took a light sip. "Please do not publicize this matter. After it's done, we'll split the profits 3-7. 3-7 split, of course, with him taking 70%. "County Commandant, you worry too much. We will definitely keep our mouths shut. We've been dealing with each other for so many years, you can rest assured." Everyone present expressed their views. These landowners and village chiefs present were all closely associated with Lu Yaozu, with intricate and complex relationships of mutual benefit. "Of course, I trust everyone. I'm just reminding you to be careful, in case you encounter some jealous petty people." After Lu Yaozu finished speaking, he held up his teacup, indicating that he was seeing them off. The others were understanding. "Since County Commandant, Master Lu, has arranged everything properly, we'll take our leave first." The group departed. Two beautiful servant girls entered the reception hall, cleaning the tables and chairs and tidying up the tea sets. None of the servant girls in this residence were bought by Lu Yaozu, they were all gifts from others. Each one was beautiful, and all were his personal servant girls whom he could enjoy at will. Lu Yaozu had not married yet. For a martial artist, marrying too early would delay their martial arts practice. There was an even more important reason. When he was young, his family background was ordinary, but he believed that he had outstanding talent in martial arts. Only when his strength and status reached a certain level could he find a wife who would satisfy him. The wife he could find as a first-level martial warrior would definitely be different from the one he could find as a higher-level martial artist. As someone who was focused solely on climbing higher and gaining more wealth and status, his wife's family had to have the power to help him. At that moment, the steward came forward. "Master, Miss Lu has accepted the jade bracelet you had sent over." "What did she say?" Lu Yaozu eagerly asked. "The Lu family is a qi cultivating family in Tonggu County. The current county magistrate is the head of the Lu family, and Lu Jinlan, whom Lu Yaozu is pursuing, is his granddaughter. That Lu Jinlan is just an ordinary person with average looks and a perverse, unruly temperament. Even so, it is very difficult for Lu Yaozu to climb up to the Lu family through marriage." Miss Lu only said not bad. The steward answered truthfully. The jade bracelet was a top-grade green and purple jade that Lu Yaozu had spent a lot of money on and had someone buy back from another place. "Alright, I understand." Lu Yaozu was helpless. He was a rare young talent in Tonggu County, but so what? "Master, there is also a letter from home." The steward handed over the letter from Baiha village. Lu Yaozu casually took it, opened the envelope, glanced through it, and quickly finished reading. "You haven't improved at all, still relying on seizing property from the childless to acquire other people's fields. You have to use favors and give a cut to the registrar in charge of land deeds. My third nephew had a rib broken by someone from the same village. He deserved it. You come to me with such trivial matters." Regarding what Lu Hongwei wrote in his letter about Lu Hongtu being bullied and having a rib broken, Lu Yaozu didn't believe a word of it. He knew what kind of character his three nephews had. Relying on his backing, the three nephews were more overbearing than the next. The land deed matter must be taken care of, the other trivial matter can be ignored. He thought to himself. With his elder brother in Baiha village, he definitely wouldn't need to handle such trivial matters. No matter what, they are his own nephews. The longer he spent time outside, the more he realized the importance of family background. Now he was the sky of the Lu family and had to support the Lu family, protect the younger generation as they grew, and maybe one of his nephews or grandnephews would become successful and become an assistant to him in the future, or even become his backing. Also, his older brother had scrimped and saved to support his martial arts training. His relationship with his brother was beyond question. Make a trip to the county office. Lu Yaozu got up to change his clothes, preparing to go to the county office to take care of official business and, by the way, deal with Zhao Shuai's land deed. 2 days later, in Baihe village, Lu Yaozong received official documents from the county office and a letter from his younger brother. Alas, now there will be great chaos. He didn't know what his mood was. Their Lu family would make a lot of money in this incident, but when he thought of the helplessness of ordinary people in this world, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow and lament like a rabbit mourning the death of a fox. Hongwei, he called his eldest son. Dad, what's the matter? Lu Hongwei entered the door and saw Lu Yaozong holding a letter in his hand. Did uncle write a letter? Is it about the land deed, or is it about teaching Su Sanggo that kid a lesson? Seeing his son's arrogant demeanor, Lu Yaozong couldn't help but point at his nose and scold. I told you to drop that matter. Why did you still write to your uncle? He's the county commandant, not your trio's thug. As punishment, your expenses, yours and your wife's, will be reduced by 100 taels of silver this month. Ha! Lu Hongwei was most afraid of having his expenses cut. After all, his father now controlled the family's finances. Father, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I won't bother uncle again in the future. Just let it go this time. Say another word and it's 200 taels. Lu Hongwei immediately fell silent. Which families in our village have weddings coming up recently? Lu Yaozong got down to business. The Su family, that is Su Sango's eldest brother and Chen Baguai's daughter. There is also a family marrying off their daughter to another village. Those are the only two I'm sure of. Haven't heard about any others. Father, why are you asking about this? Go and inform them, the weddings are suspended, not allowed to proceed. Ha! Why? See for yourself. Lu Yaozong handed the document to Lu Hongwei. Lu Hongwei suspiciously took it. After a careful look, he stood rooted to the spot, utterly shocked. The people of Yuanli Prefecture are going to suffer. Chapter 34 Corvée. Official document content. Tonggu County Yamen, as required by the Yuanli Prefecture government, is conscripting soldiers to be sent to Yunbian Prefecture. From this day forward, all families are prohibited from marrying, adopting children, in order to prevent evasion of military service. Violators will have their entire family sentenced to labor service. Lu Hongwei carefully studied the requirements for this conscription and discovered that at least half of the families in Baihe village would have a male member conscripted. I don't know how many farmers will be ruined. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. Given the situation in Yunbian Prefecture, this so-called conscription is actually just sending ordinary people to be cannon fodder in forced labor, only able to do things like transporting grain and supplies, and building walls and houses. A casual aftershock of an immortal spell can cause countless casualties among ordinary people. In short, ordinary people are sure to face a 9 out of 10 chance of death if they go. Fortunately, I have my uncle, so my family is fine. That was what Lu Hongwei thought. Not only would his family be fine, but they could also take advantage of this opportunity to annex more land. Su Xianyo and Shen Xiulian's wedding date had been set for an auspicious day at the beginning of next month. In the Su household, everyone was preparing for the wedding banquet. This courtyard home is a bit small, we need to expand it. Su Fugue had just returned from the county town, where he had ordered a red lacquered solid wood bed as the wedding bed. His family currently consisted of 7 people, which was already a bit crowded. Once Su Xianyo got married, there wouldn't be enough rooms. The silver we've saved up just won't last. Because of the family's treasure tree, Su Fugue planned for his children to not separate after marriage, laying the foundation for a future large family. Just then, Lu Hongwei arrived at the Su residence. Seeing the courtyard gate was open, he pushed it open and entered. Hey, Su family head. Young Master Lu. What is this? I'm here to give you a heads up, don't hold the wedding. What? At that moment, everyone in the Su family was at home. Su Xiaogo was in his room. Hearing the noise, he rushed out. Lu Hongwei, this isn't because of your third brother, is it? Even if I beat him, it shouldn't interfere with my elder brother's wedding, right? Young Master Lu, what is the reason for this? The Su family members all walked into the courtyard. Lu Hongwei took out an official document. This matter has nothing to do with my family. You can see for yourselves. Su Fugue took the document, and Su Xianyo and Su Xiugo next to him crowded around. When they saw military conscription written on it, everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Conscription. Su Fugue's hand trembled slightly. According to the requirements, one of the 2 unmarried males in his family over the age of 15 must be selected for military service. I've delivered the message. You can discuss it yourselves. If you try anything funny, you will bear the consequences. After Lu Hongwei finished speaking, he took back the document, turned around, and left. The scene fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, Su Fugue shook his head and sighed deeply. Alas! They were just ordinary people. What could they do when faced with such a situation? This is why every household in the village has many children, yet the population remains stable. The lives of those at the bottom are as worthless as weeds. Only by having many children can they withstand the attrition from various forces beyond their control. Dad, what should we do? All eyes focused on Su Fugue. Wait a few days, listen to the outside news, and see what other families do. Su Fugue figured there were always ways to evade conscription, such as paying exemption silver or finding a substitute. Those wealthy families couldn't just stand by and watch their sons become cannon fodder on the battlefield. The news of the government's call for conscription spread through 100 Ravine village like a gust of wind. The villagers were full of complaints. What does the imperial court's war have to do with us? They insist on seizing us to be cannon fodder. If we lose, we die. If we win, we don't get a single coin. I only have one son at home. Just because I'm still young, I have to choose between my son and myself. Is there any justice? If there is only one son in the family who is 15 years old and unmarried, and the father is under 40 years old, then one of the father and son must be selected. Either the father is conscripted, and the son forms a family to support the mother in her old age. Or the son is conscripted, and the father takes advantage of his youth to have another child. If only I had let my son get married, it would be another household. The Yamen doesn't allow marriage now. You can't escape conscription even if you want to. Some people privately approached Liu Yaozong, asking him to alter their household registration information to avoid conscription. The household registration documents for each village are in the hands of the village chief. The county Yamen has a record of the household registration documents, but it hasn't been updated in a long time. What's recorded on it is the situation from over a decade ago. The village chief knows the most about the population situation of each household in the village, such as births, deaths, illnesses, funerals, and marriages. However, Liu Yaozong didn't dare to commit such a major crime as altering the household registration documents and evading corvée labor. He told people that the Yamen had a rule that paying exemption silver could avoid corvée labor. So many people inquired everywhere. Soon, rumors spread. To avoid being conscripted this time, you need to pay 500 taels of silver as exemption silver. 500 taels of silver is a huge sum for ordinary farmers. If they don't pay, they will lose a male in the family, and life will be difficult in the future. If they sell their fields and houses to raise 500 taels and pay the money, their lives will still be unsustainable. For thousands of farmers, this is an incredibly difficult choice. There are also many tenant farmers and poor households who cannot come up with 500 taels even if they sell everything they own. At Du Hai's home, he returned from the county town after inquiring about information. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Qian, Du Yong, and Du Meng surrounded him. "Husband, how is it?" Wang Qian's face was full of anxiety. "Dad, what did you find out?" "It's okay, our family only needs to pay 500 taels of silver." Du Hai looked relieved. He had practiced martial arts all his life. Although he had not reached the innate realm, he had a lot of connections in the county town. After inquiring from various sources, he confirmed that the rumor was true. Paying 500 taels of silver as exemption money would exempt them from this military service. His family has 50 acres of rented-out land, as well as the savings from his years of teaching students martial arts, so it is not difficult to come up with 500 taels of silver. He felt the pain of losing so much money, but what he got in return was his son's life. He did not hesitate. "I'll go get the silver notes now and rush to the county seat overnight to deliver them to Commandant Liu tomorrow morning." Du Hai had interacted with Liu Yaozu a few times when he was younger, and since they were from the same village, he wouldn't be turned away and unable to see Liu Yaozu. Giving it to County Commandant Liu. Wang Qian didn't understand. It's better to give this matter directly to County Commandant Liu. As the county commandant of Tonggu County, Liu Yaozu was in charge of military affairs and public security, and he was fully responsible for this conscription. Afterward, Du Hai left with a silver note worth 500 taels of silver. Du Yong and Du Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two of them possessed considerable martial skills, they were, after all, teenagers. They were filled with an instinctive dread of the battlefield, where immortals participated in combat and life or death struggles were commonplace. Tonggu County consisted of over 60 villages. The larger villages had 1 to 2,000 households, while the smaller ones had 3 to 500. There were also tens of thousands of urban residents and merchants in the city area. Like Du Hai, anyone whose family could easily produce 500 taels of silver was trying to find ways to send money to Liu Yaozu, fearing that their own son would be seized if they were late. Rushing the new book charts, please leave a comment and vote. Thank you. Chapter 35 Immortal. Su Family Herb Field. Su Fugue stared blankly at the 14 mu of bare herb field, pondering what medicinal herbs to plant. After selling 8 mu of withered leaf crow and 6 mu of iron rootgrass, he was busy preparing for Su Xianyo's wedding, and there was no time to replant these 14 mu of herb field. To cultivate the 5 elemental spiritual roots with the 5 elements stake technique, one needs to consume medicinal soups decocted from 5 elemental spiritual plants. Denyo is currently at the 3rd level of the stake technique. If all goes well, he has a chance of completing it in 10 years. When that time comes, he will need to rely on the medicinal soup to break through to the innate realm. 5 Elements Pillar Skill as a martial arts cultivation method produced by Baoshu is sufficient to train one to the Grandmaster realm equivalent to the late stage of Qi refining. However, developing the 5 elemental spiritual roots does not require reaching such a high realm, it only requires reaching the innate stage. I need to prepare the 5 element spiritual plants in advance. Among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, wood, water, and earth are the most common attributes for spiritual plants. For example, the withered leaf crow is a wood attribute spiritual plant. Metal attribute spiritual plants are relatively rare, and fire attribute spiritual plants are the rarest. Iron rootgrass is a metal attribute spiritual plant. Spiritual plants are the materials for refining high-end medicinal pills. Those that have aged for many years are treasures used by immortals for alchemy. It's too difficult for me to get them. Su Fugue's plan was to plant herbs similar to withered leaf crows in the herbal fields planted in ordinary fields. They are ordinary herbs planted in spiritual meridian lands. They are spiritual plants. This way, he could deceive others and avoid being noticed. His inner space was a spiritual meridian land with withered leaf crows and iron rootgrass planted inside. He was still lacking water, fire, and earth attribute spiritual plants. I should still go to the herbal seedling market in the county to see, but I might not be able to find the spiritual plants that meet my requirements. At this moment, a stranger came to Baiha village and passed by Su's family's farmland. "Hey, uncle." A soft call interrupted Su Fugue's thoughts. Su Fugue was not yet 40 years old, but he was so tan from years of working in the fields that he was called uncle. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man dressed as a nobleman standing by the roadside. His face was fair, and he wore a neat, plain-colored long robe with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, giving him a transcendent air that seemed untouched by the mundane world. His name was Jiang Hao. "Uncle, is this Baiha village?" Jiang Hao smiled faintly, revealing his white teeth. "It is. Could I inquire about something? How many households are there in our Baiha village, and approximately how many people?" "A little over 1,000 households, about 4,500 or 600 people. If you include the maids and servants, you'd have to add a few hundred more." Su Fugue appeared to be guileless, just an honest farmer, answering whatever the young man asked. Then, "Uncle, which household are you from? What's your name? How many people are in your family?" Jiang Hao's question had crossed a line. "Young master, I don't even know who you are. Why are you asking about my family affairs right away?" Su Fugue could tell that the person before him was of unusual status, but inquiring so much about his privacy was inappropriate. Suddenly, a book appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. "Uncle, don't mind. I am a civil official from the county office here to investigate the household registration records." Hearing that the other party was an official from the county office, Su Fugue pointed to his house. "That's my home. My surname is Su, and my name is Fugue. There are 7 people in my family." Jiang Hao flipped through the book in his hand and quickly found the Su family. "Found it. You will enjoy good fortune in the future, having so many sons." "Ha, but I had to work hard when I was young. It's not easy to support such a big family," Su Fugue said with a smile. Jiang Hao understood the information he wanted and bid farewell. He tapped his toes on the ground and his figure suddenly floated dozens of meters away. Su Fugue noticed his departing back and was shocked. An immortal. Jiang Hao was a Qi refining stage 4 cultivator, an immortal official. With his talent of possessing 3 intermediate spiritual roots, he stood out from thousands of unaffiliated cultivators in Yuanli County through numerous selections and became one of the dozens of immortal officials who joined the Imperial Courts organization. The Imperial Courts officials are divided into 3 categories: civil officials, military officials, and immortal officials. Civil officials are ordinary people without strength doing clerical work. Military officials are those who practice martial arts, like Liu Yaozu. Immortal officials, this is what the common people call them, meaning officials who cultivate immortality. Half a year ago, Jiang Hao was assigned by the Yanli Prefecture government to Tonggu County, serving as county inspector, supervising all officials, large and small, in the county. In name, he can even supervise the county magistrate, but in reality, his status is slightly lower than the county magistrate. He is one of the top figures in Tonggu County. For the past 6 months, he has been learning about Tonggu County and familiarizing himself with his powers and responsibilities. Just now, that farmer said that Baiha village has over 1,000 households, with 45 to 600 people. But according to these household registration records, there are less than 1,000 households and just over 3,000 people. This time, during Yanli Prefecture's conscription, Jiang Hao was assigned a task by a bigwig in the prefectural government. The more soldiers conscripted, the better. Conscripting enough for 50,000 soldiers earns merit. Conscripting enough for 100,000 soldiers earns great merit. The path of cultivation is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Jiang Hao had painstakingly boarded the ship of the Imperial Court and naturally hoped to advance further. The household registration records in Jiang Hao's hand were rubbings collected by County Commandant Liu Yaozu from various villages, and conscription would be carried out based on these. Suspecting something fishy, he came to Liu Yaozu's hometown to investigate. As county commandant Lu's hometown, and with his own brother as the village chief, Baiha village would certainly be prone to favoritism and corruption. Auntie, I'd like to inquire about something. Jiang Hao found another young woman and inquired about the household registration situation. When the 30-year-old woman saw Jiang Hao's appearance, she looked shy and her face flushed. Jiang Hao was indeed fair and handsome, and the village woman had never seen such a handsome young master before. Therefore, Jiang Hao didn't even need to state his identity, and the young woman answered his questions clearly. After that, he inquired all the way, asking anyone he saw on the road. After a while, he had figured out the situation. The household registration records of Baiha village had been modified, concealing about 20% of the households. Did Lu Yaozu alter it on his own, or did he collude with the village? Jiang Hao pondered. Before leaving Baiha village, he inquired carefully about the Lu family's situation, especially the Lu family's ancestors. The person he inquired with had been bullied by the Lu family, so he spoke ill of them. Jiang Hao was not interested in such matters. He was concerned about whether there were powerful figures behind the Lu family. After learning that the Lu family had only risen to prominence with Lu Yaozong and Lu Yaozu, and that their previous generations were at most wealthy peasants, he made a decision in his heart. Returning to the county town, he went to check the payment of the exemption silver. 500 taels of exemption silver was stipulated by the county government. There were no relevant regulations regarding this conscription in Yuanli Prefecture. It didn't say that paying money to be exempt from military service was allowed, nor did it say that exemption silver was prohibited. Indeed, as I expected. After checking, Jiang Hao confirmed his suspicion. Lu Yaozu was embezzling the exemption silver by concealing the number of households in the household registration records. From 100 Ravines village alone, 20% of the population was hidden, and most of them were wealthy families capable of paying the exemption tax. One household meant 500 taels of silver. He estimated Lu Yaozu was doing the same in other villages. Jiang Hao roughly estimated that Lu Yaozu had embezzled hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. A county sheriff dares to pocket so much silver during conscription. He's quite bold. Chapter 36, Mount Kangwu. Jiang Hao wanted to hold Lu Yaozu accountable, but it wasn't appropriate for him to act directly. After all, Lu Yaozu was the county sheriff, holding a high position of power. He was one of the top officials in the county government. To deal with him, he would definitely need the county magistrate's approval. I wonder if Magistrate Lu is at his residence in the city or on Mount Kangwu. Jiang Hao first went to the magistrate's usual residence, but was told that he was on Mount Kangwu. If I'm going to Mount Kangwu, I need to prepare a gift for Lu Jinlan. Not only did Lu Yaozu have thoughts about Lu Jinlan of the Lu family, but so did Jiang Hao. He purchased a beautiful golden hairpin and headed to Mount Kangwu. Dozens of miles away from Tonggu County, there was a low hill named Mount Kangwu. The scenery here was beautiful, with clear waters and lush mountains, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Ordinary people who lived on Mount Kangwu for a few days could feel their bodies lighter and their minds at ease. Beneath Mount Kangwu, there were nascent spiritual veins, so there was free-floating spiritual energy here. The Lu family had set up a spirit-gathering formation on the summit of Mount Kangwu, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy and improving the quality of the nascent spiritual veins to barely reach the first order level, enough to supply Qi training cultivators for their cultivation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Jiang Hao rode a steed towards Mount Kangwu. Although he had the strength of the 4th level of Qi training, it was too extravagant to use spiritual energy to travel, so he chose to ride a horse for long distances. We're here. Arriving at the verdant Mount Kangwu, he dismounted. Is that county governor? Please, this way. Someone came forward to help Jiang Hao with his horse. Yes, I'll go up first. Jiang Hao left his sentence, lightly tapped his toes, and floated 100 meters away. From the foot of Mount Kangwu to its hillside, scattered sparsely were many households. Some were members of the Lu clan, while others were farmers from elsewhere. They cultivated rice and herbs on the mountain, working for the Lu family. Since the spiritual energy of Mount Kangwu was concentrated in the Lu family manor at the summit, the farmlands on the hillside and at the foot of the mountain could not absorb much spiritual energy. Therefore, the rice and herbs they grew barely contained spiritual energy and did not reach the level of true spiritual rice and spiritual herbs. Even so, for low-level rogue cultivators, they were precious treasures containing spiritual energy. A moment later, Jiang Hao arrived at the summit of Mount Kangwu. A faint white mist enveloped a vast manor occupying dozens of acres. This was the core of the Lu clan, the Lu family manor. Prefect Jiang Hao requests an audience with the county magistrate, he said loudly. Soon, the main gate opened and County Magistrate Luisong appeared. His head was full of pale silver hair, his beard was graying, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes squeezed out a smile. County Inspector Jiang, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Please, come in. This wasn't Jiang Hao's first visit. He strode into the Lu family manor. Stepping through the gate, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air suddenly became dense, several dozen times that of the outside world. He quietly took a deep breath, feeling refreshed and invigorated. If he could cultivate here, the efficiency would be more than 10 times that of the outside. Inside the manor, the ground was cultivated into medicinal herb fields planted with stalks of spiritual herbs. These were genuine spiritual herbs. He followed Louis Song into the reception hall. County Inspector Jiang, please have a seat. Louis Song first sat down in the host's seat, gesturing for Jiang Hao to take a seat. Thank you, Lord Liu. After Jiang Hao sat down, a maid came forward to pour tea. That maid wasn't a real maid, but a direct descendant of the Liu family. The Liu family manor only had so much space, and the space and spiritual energy were limited. They couldn't bear to keep maids in the manor, wasting spiritual energy. The tea leaves used for the tea were grown on Mount Kangwu and imbued with spiritual energy. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Louis Song inquired about Jiang Hao's purpose. Lord Liu, after my investigation, County Commandant Liu has been engaging in malfeasance and corruption during the conscription process. He has been altering household registration documents. Jiang Hao explained the results of his investigation in detail. Louis Song's expression remained unchanged, showing no surprise. This matter can be big or small. What does County Inspector Jiang plan to do? Lord Liu, County Commandant Liu is incredibly audacious. Embezzling a large amount of silver is one thing, but the key issue is that it affects the conscription in our Yuanli prefecture. The prefecture office has issued orders to recruit as many soldiers as possible. In my opinion, it would be better to execute him for his crimes and confiscate his family property. Jiang Hao observed Louis Song's expression and, seeing no particular reaction, guessed that he had no special relationship with Liu Yaozu. Acceptable. Louis Song nodded. Lord Liu, I have another idea. For this conscription, we should strictly adhere to the regulations of the prefecture office and not accept exemption fees in order to ensure the number of soldiers. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity to suggest that only in this way could he complete the task assigned to him by the bigwigs of the county office. This time, Louis Song did not agree immediately but fell into thought. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and nodded again, acceptable. Afterward, he added, as for the matter of Commandant Liu, punishing him alone will suffice. This conscription will cause Tonggu County to lose a large number of people, so let's not involve others. Yes. Jiang Hao had not originally intended to pursue the village chief's responsibilities. Those people and Liu Yaozu were merely bound by mutual benefit. With Liu Yaozu eliminated, they would scatter like from a fallen tree hewn from a fallen tree. Having finished discussing official matters, Louis Song stood up. It's not easy for you to come here. Jinlan is here as well. Why don't you go and chat with her? Jinlan has a good impression of you and has inquired about you several times. Jiang Hao's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Liu, for granting me this opportunity. Louis Song waved his hand. It's fine as long as you two hit it off. He was quite satisfied with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had 3 types of medium spiritual roots, and at such a young age, he had become a celestial official through his own abilities, which was many times better than Liu Yaozu. Previously, when Liu Yaozu pursued Liu Jinlan, he only regarded it as Liu Yaozu's wishful thinking, like a toad lusting after a swan. Given Liu Yaozu's circumstances, he was only worthy of marrying an ordinary member of the Liu family clan. Jiang Hao met Liu Jinlan in the back garden of the Liu family manor, and he presented her with the golden hairpin he had prepared. Miss Liu, this is what I carefully selected for you. Just call me Jinlan, no need to be so formal. Liu Jinlan took off the hairpin on her head and turned around, tilting her hair towards Jiang Hao. Help me put it on. Okay. Jiang Hao put the hairpin on for her and noticed the 2-colored jade bracelet on her wrist. What a beautiful bracelet. Is it newly bought? It was a gift from the county commandant. Liu Jinlan, afraid that Jiang Hao would misunderstand, further explained, that person is not good, but the bracelet is quite beautiful. I have already rejected him, and I hope he won't bother me again in the future. I hate those who practice martial arts the most. Jiang Hao sneered inwardly. A martial artist actually dared to dream of pursuing Liu Jinlan. Although Liu Jinlan is just an ordinary person, her grandfather is Louis Song. Her father is a qi refining cultivator, and her mother is also a qi refining cultivator with spiritual roots. Having so many direct elders who are qi refining cultivators means that even if Liu Jinlan doesn't have spiritual roots, her descendants have a much higher chance of possessing them compared to ordinary people. If Jiang Hao can marry her, the probability of their children being born with spiritual roots is very high. For cultivation families, spiritual root bloodlines are extremely important. He definitely won't be able to bother you anymore. How so? The capital crime he committed means he won't keep his head. Liu Jinlan was only stunned for a moment, without any particular emotional fluctuation. What capital crime did he commit? Altering official documents, embezzling silver. Jiang Hao spoke casually, describing the crimes Liu Yaozu had committed. Chapter 37, Immediate Execution. After Jiang Hao returned to the county town from Mount Kangwu, he sent his constables to investigate the household registration documents submitted by each village. He also collected confessions from several village chiefs colluding with Liu Yaozu. Those few village chiefs pushed all the blame onto Liu Yaozu, claiming they were coerced and dared not disobey. With witnesses and physical evidence complete and irrefutable, Jiang Hao led his soldiers to Liu Yaozu's residence. At this time, Lu Yaozu was at home, extorting exemption silver on a large scale, completely unaware that disaster was imminent. In recent years, after becoming the county commandant, his status had risen, his desires had gradually expanded, and his ambitions had grown larger and larger. In the beginning, he only dared to accept a few beautiful maids and bribes of a few dozen taels of silver, but now it was difficult to see him even with several hundred taels of silver. At the same time, he embodied the saying, when a man achieves the Tao, even his pets ascend to heaven to the fullest extent, condoning his brother and nephews to bully men and women and seize other people's property. This time, during the conscription, he even plotted to embezzle hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. If he had been more cautious, he would definitely have noticed someone was investigating him. But he was too inflated, so much so that he was thoroughly investigated without realizing it. Rumble. The gate of the residence was forced open, and a file of soldiers in armor and carrying swords filed in. Who is it? Lu Yaozu walked out of the room in confusion, and several soldiers immediately surrounded him from all sides. In the distance, a man slowly approached. Lord County Inspector. What is the meaning of this? As a military officer, Lu Yaozu was very respectful to Jiang Hao, a celestial official. Search. Jiang Hao signaled his soldiers to search, then looked at Lu Yaozu. Military instructor Lu, do you really not know what you've done? I don't know, someone must be framing me. Please, Lord County Inspector, clear my name. Lu Yaozu's heart pounded, wondering if the plan had been exposed. Still trying to deny it. My men have checked the household registration records and there are signed confessions. What excuses do you have? Jiang Hao threw the dozens of pages of confession in his hand at Lu Yaozu's feet. Lu Yaozu was momentarily speechless, then, in a moment of quick thinking, said, Lord County Inspector, may I have a word with you in private? He thought to give Jiang Hao a piece of the pie to escape this culpability, unaware that Jiang Hao only wanted his life. If you have something to say it directly. Jiang Hao didn't dare let Lu Yaozu get close to him. A martial artist's close quarters burst of combat power is extremely strong. He was worried that Lu Yaozu would be driven to desperation and do something irrational. If a chi refining cultivator was careless, they could very likely be ambushed and injured, or even killed, by a martial artist. Seeing that the other party wouldn't give him a chance, Lu Yaozu became anxious and, disregarding the presence of others, said, Lord County Inspector, I only beg you to spare my life. I am willing to give you all of my family's wealth and will follow your lead from now on, serving you faithfully. He didn't want to die. He was only 40 years old, young and strong, and had only broken through to the acquired martial artist realm a few years ago. How could he die so uselessly? At this moment, the soldiers who had gone to search returned, presenting a large number of account books, gold, silver, and silver notes to Jiang Hao. These were all Lu Yaozu's evidence of crimes. Jiang Hao's face was stern as he announced in a clear voice, I hereby pronounce that Lu Yaozu, as the county commandant, has obstructed the major event of conscription in Yuanli County, altered official documents without authorization, and embezzled a huge amount of exemption silver. The death penalty, immediate execution. With a loud crack, Lu Yaozu's emotions fluctuated violently, and the bluestone under his feet shattered into several pieces. Jiang Hao took a few steps back, ready to cast the golden light spell for protection at any time. Lu Yaozu, your death is your own end, but if you attempt to resist, your entire Lu family will be implicated. Bang! Lu Yaozu suddenly knelt on the ground, and several more rock bricks shattered beneath his knees. His fists were clenched tightly, his whole body trembled, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. I confess. The crime was committed by me. My brother is unaware. The guilt is all mine. He uttered this sentence word by word with difficulty. No one can calmly accept their own death. Execute. Jiang Hao spoke one cold word, and a soldier beside him stepped forward with his saber drawn. Lu Yaozu closed his eyes. A cold glint flashed, and a head tumbled. A Xiantian martial artist perished just like that. Confiscate the family's property. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he turned and left. Soldiers stepped forward to collect Lu Yaozu's corpse, preparing to send it to Lu Yaozong's home in Baiha village. The county government posted a notice stating that conscription would officially begin in 3 days. No exemption tax would be accepted. Every household must strictly follow the rules and provide male members for military service. The contents of the notice quickly spread throughout the county town and then to the villages. Didn't they say that paying 500 taels of silver would exempt you from conscription? Why are they not accepting it now? What about those of us who have already paid the silver? Although every household was required to strictly follow the rules, it was inevitable that some families would have power and connections. There were some families that even Jiang Hao had to respect. This kind of situation was unavoidable. However, those with such power and influence were only a small minority, and it did not affect the overall situation. Without accepting the exemption tax, those wealthy and powerful families had no way out. No matter how they pleaded, sought connections, or sent gifts to Jiang Hao, it was all useless. As long as it wasn't someone with heaven-reaching connections, Jiang Hao would ignore them. 100 Ravine Village. A corpse with its head separated from its body lay across the Lu family's mansion. Looking at his younger brother's body, Lu Yaozong's whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, unable to even cry. Uncle, uncle, uncle. Lu Hongtu wept heart-wrenchingly. When he practiced martial arts in the county town, he lived in his uncle's house. His uncle had taken great care of him, treating him like his own son. How long had it been since they last met? How could his uncle be dead already? Lu Hongwei was equally grief-stricken. His uncle was dead. The sky of the Lu family had fallen. The cause of death had already been conveyed by the person who brought Lu Yaozu's body back. What could the Lu family do? They could only accept it. At the same time that news of Lu Yaozu's death returned, the county government's conscription notice also reached Baihe village. The Su family. Su Fuguei was unaware of the events happening outside. He was currently discussing with Jia Zhen when to pay the 500 taels of silver for exemption from service. You're saying the Du family directly handed over the exemption silver to Commandant Lu? Yes, sister-in-law Qian told me. But we have no dealings with Commandant Lu. How about we give it to landlord Lu instead? Su Fuguei didn't even know where Lu Yaozu lived. He wondered why the county government didn't issue a notice explaining the official channels for collecting exemption silver. Is Fuguei at home? A villager came to the Su family, looking for Su Fuguei to discuss something. Brother Taiju, please come in quickly. Su Fuguei welcomed him in and invited him to the main room for tea. Taiju shook his head. I won't go inside, I'd feel too embarrassed. I just wanted to ask, is your family looking to buy land? My family wants to sell 5 acres, at 70 taels of silver per acre. Hearing his intention, Su Fuguei said with reluctance, I'm sorry, but my family has no spare money. Oh well, think it over. If you change your mind, come find me at my place. It's just that I'm short of money to pay the exemption silver, no choice. Su Fuguei saw Taiju off, shaking his head helplessly. In order to pay the exemption silver, many families in the village started selling their fields. Fields are the ancestral property on which farmers rely for survival and are generally not sold. Normally, no one would sell even if you offered 100 taels of silver for 1 mu of land. Recently, many families have been selling their fields and the price has dropped to 70 taels of silver per mu. It seems the price will continue to fall. Many people know that Su Fuguei made a lot of money from selling his 14 mu of medicinal herbs and they think his family has spare cash. As a result, many people have come to him already. Among them are some brazen individuals who don't want to sell their fields but want to borrow several hundred taels of silver without any collateral. Su Fuguei has politely refused them all. He does have silver, but the situation is unstable and he is worried that something unexpected might happen that requires money. He needs 500 taels of silver for the exemption tax and he also wants to expand his own house and there's Su Xianyo's marriage to consider. All in all, he'll wait until things settle down before considering buying more land. Chapter 38, Decision. Su Xianyo was bored at home. In previous years, after the autumn harvest and during the slack season, he would have gone hunting in 100 Ravine Mountain with his father. Recently, the situation has been unstable and his father won't let him go too far from home, so he can only stay at home with nothing to do. Dad, Mom, after I pay the exemption silver, will I be able to marry Xiulian? Su Xianyo wasn't impatient to get married but was thinking of going to work after the wedding banquet. He couldn't stand being idle. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't work for a day. It should be possible after the conscription ends. Just as they were talking, someone else came to the Su family. Entering the door was an old man with a limp in his left leg. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he was breathing slightly. His name was Wang Quandan, and the villagers called him Wang the Limp. He was a small farmer with 10 mu of land at home, with only average conditions. His 2 sons, in their 20s, couldn't find wives and were working in the county town to save money. To avoid conscription, he emptied his family's savings to gather the exemption silver. The silver he had originally saved to buy fields and wives for his 2 sons was not enough to reach 500 taels. So he sought help from Su Fuguei, wanting to sell 2 mu of his fields to the Su family. Su Fuguei knew that Wang Quandan had to do farm work despite his limp, which was not easy. Moreover, Wang Quandan had been friends with Su Fuguei's father in the past. 2 mu of land was not much, so he agreed. He first gave 140 taels of silver. The two agreed to go to the county town after some time to transfer the land deed. Uncle Quandan, what's wrong? Erxia, go pour a bowl of water. Seeing him panting with a dry throat, Su Fuguei asked Su Xiaoxia to pour water. Huff huff. Wang Quandan wanted to speak but he was anxious and stuttered. Fuguei, something happened, a big thing. After panting a few more times, his chest felt smoother. I was just about to go to the county town to pay the exemption silver when I saw government officials entering the village at the entrance. They were carrying a large sack on horseback and that sack was dripping with blood. Do you know what's inside? Lu Yaozu's corpse. Those officials came to report the death to the Lu family. The constable said that Lu Yaozu embezzled the exemption tax and was beheaded by the county magistrate. The county government also posted a notice saying that this time, the exemption tax will not be collected. Instead, male adults will be conscripted from each household in strict accordance with the regulations. My 2 sons, what are we going to do? Having said all of that in one breath, Wang Quandan's face was filled with grief. What? This? Everyone in the Su family present was shocked. Su Xiaoxia, who came from the kitchen carrying a bowl of cold boiled water, was so startled by these words that her hand trembled. The porcelain bowl fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces, and the water splashed everywhere. Not collecting the exemption tax meant that Su Xiaoniao and Su Xiaogo had to send one of them to be a soldier. Uncle Quandan, is it really true? Jia Zhen's voice trembled, unable to believe the news she had heard. Wang Quandan pointed his finger in the direction of the Lu family, that Lu Yaozu's body is lying in the Lu family's house. The news is spreading like wildfire in the village, alas. He sighed heavily, took out a silver note and some silver coins from his bosom, and 2 drops of murky tears hung on his face. There's no need to sell the fields to raise money anymore. It's useless. Su Fugue reached out and took it, finding himself speechless. I'll be going now. My 2 sons should be returning from the county seat soon. Wang Quandan turned and limped away, a picture of desolation. Silence descended upon the Su household. Su Fugue was in a daze, not noticing when Wang Quandan left. He didn't know how long had passed before he came back to his senses. He looked around and, noticing Su Xiaogo's absence, asked, "Where's Sangu?" "Dunyo, go find him and bring him back." Su Fugue's voice was weak and listless. "Okay, Dad." Su Xiaoniao responded softly and walked out of the courtyard gate. Lately, if Su Xiaogo wasn't at home, he would likely be at Zhao Shuai's place. The Zhao family. That's impossible. Could they have made a mistake? Su Xiaogo learned from Zhao Shuai that the county office's land registry recorded that the Zhao family owned no land. Those 100 mu of fields belonged to the Lu family. Coupled with the lease brought out by the Lu family, the evidence was conclusive. I don't know either. My family's fields are rented from the Lu family. How could I have never heard my family mention it? Zhao Shuai shook his head, his face full of confusion. He was the only one left in the family, and now the fields were gone. What would he do from now on? Could it be? Su Xiaogo frowned and whispered a few words into Zhao Shuai's ear. It's possible, but I have no evidence. Zhao Shuai gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. Both he and Su Xiaogo guessed that it was likely the Lu family who was playing tricks behind the scenes. Especially since the Lu family had Lu Yaozu, it would be too easy to bully a kid who had almost been wiped out. Go report it to the authorities. No. Su Xiaogo denied his own idea as soon as he said it. He wasn't that naive, he knew the principle of officials protecting each other. The two thought about it, but there was no way out. They even thought of a worse ending. If Zhao Shuai was too conspicuous and insisted on making trouble, he might disappear out of thin air. They are so damn bullies, they deserve to die. Knock knock knock. A rapid knock came from the door. Who is it? The two were a little like startled birds, and were taken aback. It's the constables from the county office. There's an important matter. Constables. The two were puzzled and opened the courtyard door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in plain clothes, leading a steed behind him. The middle-aged man was named Xiao Lei, the registrar in charge of land deeds in the county government. Lu Yaozu was dead, and he panicked upon hearing the news. The county commandant was beheaded by the county supervisor who had only been in Tonggu County for half a year, indicating that county commandant Lu was not favored. Xiao Lei had just made a private deal with Lu Yaozu to seize hundreds of acres of farmland from other families. If this were to spread, he feared the county supervisor would chop off his head. Without hesitation, he quickly changed the land deed transaction records back to their original state and hurried to Baiha village on horseback. To avoid attracting attention, he changed into ordinary clothes and did not wear his official uniform. Which of you is Zhao Shuai? Xiao Lei sized up the two men before him. I am. Let us talk inside. Xiao Lei walked into the courtyard on his own accord and closed the gate behind him. May I have a word in private? He saw that there was another person present, and he didn't want anyone to know about this matter. Wait. Su Xiaogo pulled Zhao Shuai behind him, his whole body tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Who exactly are you? You say you're an official, but you have neither official uniform nor credentials, and you're acting so suspiciously. Could it be that the Lu family sent you? The Lu family. Xiao Lei was surprised. What else do you know? I know everything. Don't even think about harming my brother under my nose. Xiao Lei cursed inwardly. The Lu family's dirty deeds were so blatant and well known that they were practically trying to kill him. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. You may not know this, but Commandant Lu is dead. Commandant Lu is dead. Su Xiaogo and Zhao Shuai were stunned for a moment, then shouted, serves him right, and good riddance. I am just a civil official, and I was forced to do things for him. Don't blame me, you two young brothers. Look at what this is. Xiao Lei took out a stack of field deeds from his pocket, with Zhao Shuai's name clearly registered on them. Your family is dead, so the land should naturally be inherited by you. I have processed your field deeds. Please keep your mouths shut and keep it a secret for me. Zhao Shuai accepted the land deed and couldn't help but say, heaven has eyes. The Lu family reaps what they sow, a fitting end for their crimes. Rest assured, sir, we won't breathe a word of this. That's good. Thank you, young sirs. Xiao Lei cupped his hands in thanks, took his leave, without even revealing his name to the two of them. This was a stain on his reputation. If it didn't involve his official hat, or even his life, he wouldn't have been so polite to the two young men. Excellent! Su Xiaogo and Zhao Shuai slapped hands in celebration. The two had just been worried about what to do, but who would have thought the situation would suddenly turn around and Lu Yaozu would die? The Lu family is finished now, right? Xiao Lei had only mentioned Lu Yaozu's death, not the exemption silver and conscription matters. Therefore, Su Xiaogo was still unaware. The most powerful person in the Lu family now is the second son, Lu Hongzhan, a high-level martial artist. How can he bully people with just him? Goji, if you practice martial arts for a few more years and break through to become a high-level martial artist, that would be great. Zhao Shuai felt it wasn't enough. The Lu family had done so much evil they should all be wiped out. Knock, knock, knock. Is Sangu there? Accompanying the knock, Su Xiaogo's voice came from outside. Su Xiaogo opened the door and saw his elder brother's hurried expression. What's wrong, brother? Come back with me quickly. Su Xiaogo pulled Su Xiaogo and walked out. What's the matter that's so urgent? Su Xiaogo was puzzled and was hurriedly taken away without having time to say goodbye to Zhao Shuai. Something happened. The county government posted a notice. Chapter 39 World War II. Su Xiaogo learned that the exemption silver was no longer collected and hurried home with Su Xiaogo. Pushing the door open, he saw the whole family in the yard. Su Fugui sat on the steps, Jiazhen and Su Xiaoxia stood beside him, leaning on each other. Su Xiaoyun leaned against the wall, and Su Xiaoan moved a small stool and sat at the base of the wall. Everyone's eyes focused on Su Xiaogo and Su Xiaogo, who had returned. Dad, Mom, let me go. Su Xiaogo said in a deep voice, wearing an expression of seeing death as going home, utterly fearless. But beneath this fearless facade, he concealed the panic and helplessness in his heart. At 15, he had grown up at his parents' side. The farthest he'd ever been was Tonggu County. Now, to send him to a battlefield thousands of miles away, involving immortals, how could he not be afraid? But he had no other choice. He labored the least and spent the most in the family. The family's spare money was all used for his martial arts training. Now that he had acquired skills, if he didn't go, would he let his elder brother go? There was no response in the courtyard. Su Fugui remained silent. Jiazhen quietly wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm serious, Dad, I'm not afraid, just let me go. Su Xiaogo's voice echoed through every corner of the silent courtyard. Huff. Su Fugui exhaled. Xiaoxia, what do you say? Su Xiaoxia's eyes lingered on her eldest brother and third brother dozens of times before she said, let third brother go, he practices martial arts. Although being conscripted meant a near certain death, greater strength would surely add some hope of survival. Xiaoyun, what do you think? Su Fugui then asked Su Xiaoyun. Su Xiaoyun knew about his father and eldest brother practicing stake exercises every day. His answer differed from his second sister's. It's more appropriate for eldest brother to go. Why? Su Xiaogo questioned. How could his fourth brother think it better for eldest brother to go? Su Xiaoyun spoke his mind frankly, stating his inner thoughts. Third brother, you're too cocky, arrogant, and easily impulsive. You'd be more likely to die on the battlefield. Su Xiaogo was rendered speechless. His fourth brother was right. Silence fell upon the scene once more. Su Fugui pondered. Daniel was honest and low-key but inflexible, while Sangu was quick-witted but easily lost his head. Choosing either was difficult. Father, let me go. Su Xiaoyo, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. He was the eldest of the Su family, the big brother to his younger siblings. What is a big brother? One who steps forward in times of trouble. That is what a big brother is. No, eldest brother, you still need to get married. I'll go. Su Xiaogo used the matter of marriage as his reason. Xiulian hasn't officially joined our family yet. Let us just call off the wedding. Su Fugui's voice interrupted them. Let us draw lots. Drawing lots fair and just like 8 years ago. Third brother, let us not draw lots. Let us decide in a different way. After Su Xiaoyo finished speaking, he walked into the kitchen and took out a piece of firewood that was half burned into charcoal from the stove. Walking out of the kitchen, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he drew a circle with a diameter of 1 zhang, approximately 3.3 meters, on the ground. Big brother, what is this? Let us have a contest. The winner goes. Su Xiaoyo's tone was calm, not like he was joking. Ha! Su Xiaogo was puzzled. His big brother wanted to compete with him. Everyone in Baihe village knew his kung fu skills. Among the younger generation, no one could beat him. Could it be that his big brother wanted to find a way out of this situation gracefully? He thought to himself. Is it okay? Okay. Su Xiaogo agreed without thinking. The two stood in the center of the circle, facing each other. This was their second contest. The first time was 5 years ago. That time, Su Xiaogo won by a narrow margin, defeating his big brother. This time, the two were nearly the same height, but Su Xiaogo, due to the characteristics of his bear-tiger stance training, had a waist and back a full circle thicker than his elder brother. The 3-year age gap had been erased as the two grew up. On the surface, Su Xiaoyo had no chance of winning and would lose even more miserably than 5 years ago. Big brother, be careful, don't get hurt. Su Xiaogo cupped his fist in the traditional salute, a customary gesture before a match. Su Xianyo returned the salute, saying only 4 words, "Go all out." The two stepped back 3 paces each. "Big brother, be careful." Su Xiaogo struck first, a plain and unadorned tiger's roar fist aimed at Su Xianyo's shoulder. This punch used only 50% of his strength. Even with 50% of his strength, it would be enough to send Su Xianyo flying out of bounds in a single move. But Su Xianyo didn't move, as if he hadn't reacted. At the crucial moment, Su Xiaogo withdrew some of his power again. Su Xianyo moved, dodging the punch with a sideways shift of his shoulder, while simultaneously grabbing Su Xiaogo's fist with his right hand. This grab was swift and fast, like pliers firmly clamping onto Su Xiaogo's right wrist. Then he turned, twisted his waist, and executed a suplex. What? By the time Su Xiaogo realized something was wrong, it was too late. His right hand was immobilized, and Su Xianyo was pulling him off balance. What kind of strength is this? Su Xiaogo no longer underestimated his opponent. His left hand quickly braced against Su Xianyo's waist and back, attempting to block the suplex. But his strength was a level below Su Xianyo's. When power overcomes technique, he, with one hand restrained, faced the absolute gap in strength. In this state, he was powerless to resist and could only watch helplessly as his burly and sturdy frame was flung through the air. Su Xianyo didn't hold back, he used all his strength in this move. He knew he only had one chance. Whoosh! Su Xiaogo's body drew a circle in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The bluestone bricks in the courtyard trembled, raising a cloud of dust. "Third brother, you've lost," Su Xianyo said calmly. Dazed and battered, Su Xiaogo, with a start, flipped himself up, seeing that he was indeed out of bounds. "You big brother, how is this possible?" He knew how strong he was. How could he have no power to resist in front of his big brother? "I completed the 2nd level of stance training long ago now. I am a high-level martial artist." His big brother's progress in stance training was faster than his. "Big brother, when did you start practicing martial arts?" "How come I don't know?" Not only Su Xiaogo, but Jia Jin and Su Xiaoxia were also very surprised. Su Xianyo looked at Su Fugue, waiting for his father to explain. Su Fugue knew that the secret of martial arts training should be revealed. He had already prepared his explanation. "When Sango started practicing martial arts, Denyo and I also started practicing martial arts. My father, your grandfather, passed down a martial arts technique to me. It has no name, only stance diagrams and breathing methods. I didn't know its origin, nor did I understand stance training, so I sent Sango to practice martial arts and learn the basics of martial arts. Since then, I taught the stance training to Denyo, and we practice stance training in the orchard every day. More than a year ago, I also taught it to Siyun." Jiajin, Su Fugue's bedmate, finally understood something. "Husband, no wonder you still get up early every day to go to the fields even when you're not busy with farming. This is our family secret. You are not allowed to spread it, or it will cause trouble. Sango should be clear about this." "Yes." Su Xiaogo nodded. His master, Du Hai, had said this many times. "Master said that you can't casually practice other people's cultivation methods, or there will be trouble if you're discovered. Take the bear-tiger stance exercise for example. I learned it from my master, who was a disciple of the bear-tiger gate in the county and had paid his dues, possessing the qualification to teach the technique. Master said this is called orderly inheritance, and I can use my kung fu to my heart's content. But if others have no inheritance and practice bear-tiger stance exercises and use bear-tiger body techniques, they will be in trouble if discovered. Who knows which path their skills come from? The advantage of our family's stance exercise is that it has no obvious external characteristics, so others can't see it. You must keep it a secret when you are outside, and never show it unless necessary." After giving his instructions, Su Fugue returned to the matter of conscription. "Since Denyo won, then Denyo shall go." "No, that won't do." Su Xiaogo protested. "I was careless just now. I held back because I was afraid of hurting my elder brother." "Let's do it again. That last one doesn't count." "Third brother, if that were the battlefield, you would already be dead. There are no second chances. Besides, I said at the start of the competition, go all out." Su Xianyo had won against Su Xiaogo after some calculation, so of course he wouldn't agree to another round. But Su Xiaogo suddenly recalled his fight with Du Meng a few years ago, where he had also lost due to carelessness. His master had even reprimanded him for it. "I'm not convinced. Eldest brother, you're not as strong as I am. I should be the one going, I should go." He started acting like a rogue. "Father, third brother is cheating." Su Xianyo looked at his father. "A bet is a bet, accept defeat when you lose." Su Fugue's words finalized the decision for his family's conscription choice. "No, we can't let eldest brother go, he needs to get married. Let's compete one more time, sob one more time." As Su Xiaogo spoke, he suddenly burst into tears. He prided himself on being the #1 of the younger generation in Baiha village, so how could his stance training progress be inferior to his eldest brother, who had no nourishing medicinal soup? He was invincible in sparring, so how could he lose to his eldest brother? He vowed to be the pillar of the Su family and develop great skills to protect the whole family. So how did it end up with his eldest brother protecting him? Scenes flashed through his mind. 8 years ago, his eldest brother said he wanted to help dad with work and not practice martial arts. 5 years ago, he won against his eldest brother in a sparring match and was smugly pleased with himself. He had played countless games with his eldest brother and won countless times. But this most crucial time, he lost. Woo woo, Su Shiogo wailed. Su Fugue was too lazy to listen to his noisy ranting, turned around, and went back to his room. Jiajin couldn't bear to watch, followed Su Fugue back to the bedroom, and closed the door. Su Xiaonyou, Su Xiaoxia, and Su Xuan all returned to their rooms. Only Su Xiaoyun and Su Xiaogo, who was crying like a child, were left. Third brother, don't cry. I told you that you were too cocky and easily die on the battlefield. Do you believe it now? Hearing this, Su Xiaogo cried even more miserably. Chapter 40 Various Families. The Du family. In the main room, Du Hai sat on a Grand Master's chair, his brows furrowed, not saying a word. Wang Qian's eyes were red, and she was also silent. The two brothers, Du Yong and Du Meng, stood, looking nervous. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the maidservant who poured tea and water stood aside, not even daring to breathe loudly. Du Hai learned that Lu Yaozu had been executed and his family property confiscated, which meant that the 500 taels of exemption silver he had paid had gone down the drain. The loss of the silver was a minor issue. The immediate problem was choosing who would go to be a soldier. He favored Du Yong in his heart because Du Yong was stronger. But choosing Du Yong for this reason would be somewhat unfair. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Why don't we flip a coin? No one responded, and a pin drop could be heard in the room. Du Hai took out a copper coin, one side of which was inscribed with Shenyuan Tongbao, and the other side was blank. If the side with the inscription faces up, then Daeong goes. If the blank side faces up, then Ermeng goes. With that, he placed the coin on the knuckle of his left index finger and flicked it with his thumb. With a crisp ding, a copper coin was tossed into the air, spinning rapidly. As the coin descended, Du Hai turned his head away, not looking, and slammed his left hand down on it on the table with a smack. The force was so great that he almost cracked the wooden tabletop. All eyes were focused on his left hand. Du Hai slowly lifted his palm, revealing the Shenyuan Tongbao copper coin facing up on the table. The Lu family's mansion, the main gate tightly shut. A crowd of people was gathered outside the gate. Landlord Lu, open the door. Pay back the money. It's only right to pay back debts. Are you trying to deny your debt? Those 500 taels of silver were all we could scrape together by selling our fields. If you don't return it, how are we supposed to live? Some people were banging on the gate, making loud thumping sounds. At this moment, a steed trotted closer from afar, stopping outside the Lu family's mansion. The person on horseback dismounted and shouted, "What are you doing? Lu Hongjian, when will your Lu family return my money, the 500 taels of silver for the exemption tax?" They surrounded Lu Hongjian, demanding their money. "Who did you give the money to?" "Your uncle, Lu Yaozu." "Then you go ask my uncle for it." Your uncle is dead, shouldn't you pay back this money?" At this moment, Lu Hongjian was full of anger. He roared, "My uncle is dead, the family property was confiscated, the yamen didn't even implicate our family, why should we pay it back? Get out, all of you get out. Then, get out now. Otherwise, I won't be polite." After all, he was a high-level martial artist. The debt collectors saw him get angry and could only leave in fear. "A bunch of dogs, would they dare come when my uncle was around?" Lu Hongjian muttered curses as he returned home. Lu Yaozong, Lu Hongwei, and Lu Hongtu were all waiting for him. In their family, Lu Hongwei was already married and his wife was pregnant, so he didn't have to be conscripted. Lu Hongjian and Lu Hongtu were both over 15 years old and unmarried, so one of them had to go to the army. Second brother. Lu Hongtu saw his second brother return, looking at him with pleading eyes. Lu Hongjian ignored his third brother's gaze and looked at Lu Yaozong. "Father, let third brother go. His martial skills aren't weak, he won't die that easily. I need to stay home and hold the fort." "Ha! Second brother, you're much stronger than me in martial arts." Lu Hongtu didn't expect his second brother to send him to the battlefield. "It's precisely because my martial arts are stronger that I need to stay home. If it weren't for me, would we have been able to drive away that group of debt collectors at the door? Besides, once I complete the third level of my stance training, I have a chance to break through to the innate realm and restore the Lu family's glory. Third brother, with your martial arts talent, it'll be difficult for you to even complete the third level of stance training, let alone break through to the innate realm." Lu Hongjian's words made some sense. His family had bullied and offended so many people before. Now that his uncle was dead, if there wasn't a high-level martial artist to hold down the fort, they would be retaliated against. But I'm afraid of dying, second brother." Lu Hongtu's voice trembled. "Do you think I'm not afraid of dying? In front of immortals, there's no difference between you and me." Just as the two were shifting blame and arguing their own points, Lu Yaozong interrupted them. "Enough. We'll decide by drawing lots." The group went to the room where the ancestral tablets were placed. "In front of your grandfather's memorial tablet, draw lots. It's up to fate. Whoever is chosen, that's their destiny. No complaining. Lu Yaozong placed 2 wooden sticks in the lottery tube, one with up written on it and the other with down. Draw the up stick, stay at home. Draw the down stick, go to the army. Lu Hongzhan and Lu Hongtu knelt on the prayer cushions facing their grandfather's memorial tablet. The 2 kowtowed respectfully, praying in their hearts for their grandfather's blessing, and then drew lots at the same time. Lu Hongtu was so nervous that his mouth was dry. His throat rolled as he swallowed hard, carefully examining the wooden stick and seeing the word up written on it. Phew! He breathed a long sigh of relief, the heavy stone in his heart falling to the ground. Damn it! Seeing that he had drawn the downstick, Lu Hongzhan forcibly suppressed the curse in his heart, saying only, "I hope my eldest brother and third brother can take good care of the family." Tonggu County. Many families were troubled by the conscription, not knowing who to choose. Most of the pedestrians on the road looked worried. Kong Xiao walked out of the back door of Fragrant Pavilion, yawning and swaggering towards the tavern. Fragrant Pavilion was a famous brothel in the county town, expensive and known as 100 taels of silver for a moment of pleasure. Kong Xiao was short, with a height of only 1 meter and 5. He wore ordinary clothes, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist and the fragrance of powder wafted from his body. Last night he spent another romantic night at Fragrant Pavilion, waking up in the middle of the day. Walking into the tavern, he ordered a few signature dishes and a pot of fine wine, savoring the delicious food and wine. His life was so comfortable, the worries of the townspeople had nothing to do with him. It's time to get some money, he thought to himself. Maintaining such a luxurious life required high expenses. Kong Zhao's money was stolen, so he could spend it like dirt without any heartache. He was not a local, but a wandering thief from Yunbian Prefecture. In his youth, he possessed a good talent for martial arts and an impressive lightness skill, earning him the nickname Grasshopper in the local area. Unfortunately, after reaching the 3rd level of the piling stance in middle age, he became stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through to the innate realm. With his strength and reputation as a peak high-level martial artist, he married a young and beautiful wife. Their married life was harmonious, and soon his wife became pregnant. However, he unexpectedly discovered that his wife was having an affair, and the child was not his. His emotions collapsed, and he personally killed his wife and murdered the entire family of the adulterer. After that, he became a wanted murderer by the imperial court. Relying on his excellent lightness skill, he repeatedly escaped the government's pursuit and assassination attempts. From then on, he lived a life of anonymity, wandering around stealing. With his strength, as long as he was careful and cautious and did not provoke powerful enemies, he would not be caught. His appetite grew larger and larger, and the targets of his theft became increasingly wealthy. Occasionally, when discovered, he would kill ruthlessly, turning from theft to murder and robbery. Before, in Baiha village, there was also a family named Su, and that family was also wealthy. Kong Xiao thought of the information he had gathered when committing crimes in Baiha village. The Zhao Shui family's matter, he did it. Chapter 41 Sleepless Night. Night. The Su family. Su Xiaogo lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. How could he possibly sleep? This time, his eldest brother's departure might very well be a permanent separation, never to be seen again. In the bedroom of the northern house, Su Fugue and Jia Zhen were also awake. "Wife, would you like to practice martial arts with me?" Su Fugue thought that if he embarked on the path of cultivation in the future, there would be quite a gap between his lifespan and Jia Zhen's. For ordinary people, living to 70 is rare since ancient times. But for cultivators, even Qi training cultivators can live to 120 or 30 years. Ah, what martial arts would I practice? Isn't it enough for our family to have you and Sango practice martial arts? Jia Zhen didn't understand why Su Fugue would say such strange things. Su Fugue was speechless for a moment. He didn't dare to tell anyone about the possibility of cultivating spiritual roots through stance practice. Then, do you want to live a long life? He could only ask. Don't want to. Jia Zhen shook her head. What's good about living so long? I'd be content to live a life without illness or disaster until I'm 70 and die peacefully in my sleep. All right. Su Fugue said no more. Everyone has their own destiny. Husband, I'll tell you something. Jia Zhen leaned close to Su Fugue's ear and whispered a secret. What? You're pregnant. Su Fugue exclaimed in surprise. Jia Zhen was pregnant again. What? You don't want it? Isn't it all your fault? Jia Zhen heard the slightly bewildered tone in Su Fugue's voice and playfully blamed him. No, it's not that I don't want it. Now that you're pregnant, let's have the baby. With the Su family's current situation, it wouldn't be difficult to raise another child. He was just surprised that the arrival of this child was outside of his plans. On the other side, the Su family's farmland. Su Xianyo lay in the field with weeds spread beneath him. He rested his head on the ridge of the field, widened his eyes to look up at the stars in the night sky, and stroked the glossy fur of Big Black with his right hand. Dehei, when I'm not here, you protect our family as fields. Woof. Dehei sensed the emotion of parting and obediently lay down next to Su Xianyo, letting out a soft growl. Dehei, what do you think I should say to Xiulian? Su Xianyo said to himself. Woof. Dehei, do you think I'll come back alive? Woof woof. You mean I'll live, right? Su Xianyo thought Dehei was talking to him, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He saw Dehei anxiously get up, constantly nudging Su Xianyo with his head, occasionally looking towards the Su family residence, his eyes alert. Ha! Su Xianyo flipped to his feet, his gaze turning serious as he looked towards his family's residence. Dehei's hearing is very acute. Since Dehei was so vigilant, he must have discovered something. Shoo! He made a silencing gesture, signaling Dehei not to make a sound. Then, man and dog, concealed by the night, crept towards their own residence. Kong Xiao had already scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. With his qingdong, high walls and large courtyards were like nothing to him. He tiptoed towards the east wing, retrieving a misty pellet and a blowpipe. With a single puff of mist blown towards the bedroom, he could make the occupants sleep soundly until dawn. He had already thoroughly inquired about the Su family's situation. Although this family had many members, apart from a martial arts practicing youth, the others were not worth worrying about. Only high-level martial artists would make Kong Xiao wary. What he feared most were targets with backgrounds or powerful backers. He still remembered more than a decade ago when he didn't investigate the background clearly and stole from the residence of the local county lieutenant's uncle. He only stole tens of thousands of taels of silver notes and didn't harm anyone, but the entire county was thoroughly searched house by house, and he was almost caught. Since then, he had become smarter. The best targets were those with a little wealth at home but no connections. Those 10+ acres of medicinal herbs sold for 2,000 taels of silver. Coupled with the autumn harvest and usual savings, this time we can make a big profit again. Kong Xiao had already committed several crimes in Tonggu County. He planned to rob the Su family and then leave Tonggu County for another unfamiliar place. The world was so big that as long as he was careful, he could live out his old age in comfort. Clang! A loud noise came from the courtyard door. Su Xianyo kicked the door open and entered, seeing a short figure reaching the bedroom window, holding a blowpipe in his hand. Who is there? This shout startled everyone in the room. Su Xiaogo had not fallen asleep in the first place, and Su Fugui and Jia Zhen were also awake. Su Xiaogo and Su Fugui rushed out of the room almost simultaneously. The moment they saw Kong Xiao, they realized, a thief. After the Zhao family's tragedy, Su Fugui had told his family to be vigilant. The first to attack was Su Xiaogo. He was closest to Kong Xiao, only 2 or 3 meters away. Even faster was Dahei, who pounced on Kong Xiao as the courtyard door opened. Dahei did not roar, but directly opened its mouth to deliver a death bite, its sharp canine teeth biting towards Kong Xiao's knee. Get lost. Kong Xiao casually kicked Big Black away, his attention entirely focused on Su Xiaogo. Fortunately, this kick wasn't with full strength. Big Black only rolled a few times before flying out, not seriously injured. The sudden change in the situation was beyond Kong Xiao's expectations. Now, it was almost impossible for him to quietly kill everyone and then leave, so he decided to escape first. He suddenly stomped on the ground with both feet, propelling himself towards the roof. Expert, be careful! Su Xiaogo gave a warning, simultaneously using the tiger leap stance to pounce forward, his body like a tiger lunging, leaping 3 to 4 meters high towards Kong Xiao in the air. Careful of the throwing knives. Su Fugui suddenly remembered that the Zhao family's people had died from throwing knives to the throat. Su Xiaogo had seen the deaths of the Zhao commander's family, so he instantly reacted. Sure enough, Kong Xiao touched his waist and a shiny throwing knife was flung towards Su Xiaogo's throat. His throwing knife was his trump card, never displayed in front of outsiders. Almost everyone who had seen his throwing knife had died. Whoosh! The throwing knife flew past Su Xiaogo's neck, scaring him into a cold sweat. Then, immediately following, another knife flew towards Su Xiaogo's chest. Su Xiaogo was in the air and unable to evade the knife. He became ruthless and placed his left arm in front of his chest. Whoosh! The sharp throwing knife entered the flesh, with half of it piercing into his arm. Within the time span of 2 throwing knives, Su Xiaogo lunged in front of Kong Xiao and punched his abdomen with his right hand. Kong Xiao was also in the air, with no way to avoid it. He had mastered the 3rd level of the stance technique, but now he was old, his energy and blood were declining, and his strength was much weaker than in his prime. He crossed his arms to block in front of him. Bang! The two collided in the air and fell to the ground, entangled. With quick eyes and hands, Su Fugui rushed forward and entangled with Kong Xiao. His progress in stance technique was similar to Su Xiaogo's. The 2nd level was about to be completed. But he had not practiced any boxing or kicking skills and only had brute strength. Because he was afraid of Kong Xiao's throwing knives, he desperately used his hands to control Kong Xiao's right wrist. Ha! What else with this guy? Kong Xiao was shocked. If it were an ordinary person, his strength would be enough to fling them away. But he was being controlled by the other party, and his strength couldn't break free. Wasn't it said that this family only had one person who practiced martial arts? He didn't understand. Immediately afterward, another person joined the battle. It was Su Xianyo, who had reached the 3rd level of pile stance and possessed the greatest brute strength. Like his father, Su Xianyo only had brute strength and no martial arts skills. In his anxiety, he disregarded any technique. While controlling Kong Xiao's left hand, he wildly threw punches. Eldest brother, hold him down. Sushiogo shouted in a low voice, twisting his waist and turning his body, exerting all his strength, and pressing his right shoulder down to ram into Kong Xiao. It was his best move, the savage bear charge. To Kong Xiao's right was Su Fugue, who was desperately grabbing his wrist. To the left was Su Xianyo. At this critical moment, the father and son pulled with all their might, forcing Kong Xiao into a posture with his arms outstretched and his central gate wide open. Bang! Kong Xiao's body flew backward through the air, slamming heavily into the wall before rebounding and falling to the ground. Guy! His chest caved in, countless ribs shattered, and his internal organs were ruptured. Gurgling blood foam overflowed from his mouth and nose, and he lost all breath. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. This crisis had been resolved by the combined efforts of the three. Sango, come quickly, let me bandage you up. Jiajin took out the family's medicine box, distressed by Su Xiaogo's injured left arm. It's nothing, just a flesh wound, nothing serious. Su Xiaogo grimaced in pain. This was the most severe injury he had ever suffered. But he forced himself to remain calm, not wanting his family to worry. With his control over his body, as long as he pulled out the throwing knife, he could control the bleeding with his muscles and meridians. Su Xiaoxia helped, and together with Jiajin, they tended to Su Xiaogo's wounds. Dinyo, let's go. Su Fugue gave Su Xianyo a look, and the two of them carried Kong Xiao's corpse in a shovel away from the house. Let's bury him here. The two arrived outside 100 Ravine Village, in the wilderness near 100 Ravine Mountain. Su Xianyo swung his iron spade and began digging a pit. Su Fugue, on the other hand, was searching Kong Xiao's body. As a roaming bandit, Kong Xiao considered wherever he was to be his home, so all his valuables were hidden on his person. Cultivation Manual. Su Fugue pulled a book from his body, then 2 medicine bottles. Finally, after a careful search, he found 2 silver notes inside the lining of his crotch. These 2 silver notes were worth 3,000 and 5,000 taels of silver each. This was Kong Xiao's retirement money. As he got older, he worried that his qi and blood would weaken to the point where he could no longer steal, so he had 8,000 taels of silver in his crotch. Chapter 42 Flying Sword. Su Fugue confirmed that he had taken all the valuables from Kong Xiao's body, and together with Su Xianyo, they buried him in the pit. Here, in the remote wilderness, it wouldn't be long before Kong Xiao would turn into a pile of white bones. Return. The two hurried home. Inside the residence, the bloodstains and other remnants of the battle had already been cleaned up. Su Xiaogo had applied ointment to his arm and wrapped it in several layers of white gauze. Big Black wagged its tail and bounced around, seemingly unharmed. Everyone gathered in the courtyard to await their return. When the two returned home, Su Fugue saw 3 throwing knives placed on the steps. 2 of the throwing knives were those Kong Xiao had just used, and the other one had fallen from him during the fight. The throwing knives were about the length of a palm. The overall shape resembled a scaled-down sword, making flying sword a more apt description. The flying sword's blade was slender with sharpened edges on both sides. The hilt and blade were one piece, cast as a whole. That man was a flying thief, with remarkable skills. He must be the one who did the Zhao family's dirty work. The fact that he died in our home must be kept secret and not spread. If any of his friends or relatives come seeking revenge, it will be troublesome. Su Fugue instructed everyone. Understood, Dad. Everyone nodded, keeping Su Fugue's words in mind. Su Fugue took out 2 bottles of pills from his bosom. These were found on that person. This bottle contains a sleeping draught, don't touch it. This bottle contains qi and blood pills, there are 3 inside. First, give Sango one to recover from his injuries. He poured out a qi and blood pill and handed it to Su Xiaogo. Su Xiaogo happily accepted it. He knew that the qi and blood pill could nourish qi and blood, and accelerating the recovery of injuries was only one of its effects. There was another important effect, to improve the progress of his stance training. A restorative medicinal soup costs only a few hundred coins, while a single qi and blood pill costs 80 taels of silver, making its beneficial effect on stance training self-evident. All of you go and rest. Denyo, come with me. Su Fugue led Su Xianyo into the backyard and closed the courtyard gate tightly. Now that you're joining the army, there are a few things I need to tell you. His expression was serious. Su Xianyo stood respectfully, listening attentively to his father's words. Don't seek to earn merits. Your family doesn't need your military achievements. When you are assigned a task, do it seriously, but absolutely do not volunteer for dangerous missions. Do you hear me? Yes. Do not pick up any treasures, not even immortal pills, elixirs, divine weapons, or magical treasures placed before you. You are not allowed to touch them. Go empty-handed and return penniless. Remember that well. Okay. Su Xianyo understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure invites disaster. Also, do not lie, especially when facing immortals. Answer truthfully whatever the immortals ask you, even if they ask where you learned your martial arts, where your home is, or how many people are in your family. Tell them everything truthfully. Ha! Su Xianyo did not understand this point. Just do as I tell you. You cannot understand the methods of immortals, and you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Su Fugue knew that the ways of immortals were mysterious and unpredictable. Things like bewitchment, illusions, soul-searching techniques, and so on meant that mortals had no secrets before immortals. I'll remember, Dad. Su Shanyo nodded emphatically. The last thing I want to tell you is to come back alive. No matter what desperate situation you find yourself in, you must persevere. Even if you have only one breath left, you must crawl back to me. We are all waiting for you at home. Su Fugue's eyes grew somewhat hot. Take another chi and blood pill. Eat it and start practicing your stance work now. Every little bit helps. Once you leave home, you'll have to rely on yourself. Su Fugue took out a chi and blood pill and handed it to Su Shanyo, then walked out of the backyard, leaving Su Shanyo to practice his stance work. The essence of martial arts stance work is to clear the meridians and open the acupoints, strengthening the body, so the effect of nourishing chi and blood is universal. Su Shanyo swallowed the chi and blood pill and immediately felt a heat all over his body, his chi and blood surging as if he had inexhaustible strength. He practiced stance work in the backyard, repeatedly practicing the third level of the 5-element stance work, the chi and blood impacting the 12-branch meridians and a large number of minor acupoints. Su Fugue returned to his room, lit a candle, and took out the cultivation technique manual he had found on Kong Shao. The title page read, Basic Flying Sword Technique. Flying Sword Technique. He carefully flipped through it. The first few pages of the technique were a little old, showing that they had been frequently read, but the large number of pages in the back were brand new. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. He initially thought it was the hidden weapon flying sword used by Kong Shao, but it was actually a technique at the cultivation level. This flying sword technique basics is divided into 3 levels. The first level is suitable for cultivators in the early chi training stage, the second level corresponds to cultivators in the mid chi training stage, and the third level corresponds to cultivators in the late chi training stage. It involves the circulation and application of spiritual energy within the body, so it cannot be cultivated out of order. Without reaching the mid-chi training stage, one cannot practice the second level. Without reaching the late chi training stage, one cannot practice the third level. Even the first level requires a cultivator in the early chi training stage with spiritual energy in their body to unleash its power. Kong Shao was only a high-level martial artist, unable to even practice the first level. The first few pages he often looked at were the introduction before the flying sword basics, used to familiarize himself with flying swords. It couldn't be considered immortal techniques, and its power was no different from hidden weapons. Good stuff. Su Fugue felt pleasantly surprised. This immortal technique was useless in Kong Zhao's hands because he had no spiritual root and couldn't cultivate immortality. In his hands, it would forever be just a mortal-level hidden weapon technique. But only when Su Fugue could cultivate a spiritual root and cross the threshold of immortality could he unleash the true power of this flying sword technique. I can also practice this introductory chapter. He examined the contents of the introductory chapter. Practicing it wasn't difficult. Sango can also learn it and use it as a life-saving trick. It's a pity Dinyo has to go to be a soldier, otherwise he could also practice it. The Su family had finally acquired a new immortal technique naturally, they would want to practice it if they had the means. 2 days later, people from the county government came to confirm the list of those conscripted into the army. Each household selected the person from their family to go and be a soldier. Afterward, the county government posted a notice announcing the date of assembly and departure. The entire Tonggu County had over 100,000 people about to head to Yunbian Prefecture. County Inspector Jiang Hao's mission was perfectly completed. 2 days before departure, in front of Chen Xiulian's house, Su Shanyo once again hesitated, unable to move forward. Until now, he still hadn't told Chen Xiulian that he was going to be a soldier. He didn't know how to broach the subject and didn't dare to speak. With a creak, the courtyard door opened and Chen Bajin was surprised to find someone standing at the entrance. Seeing that it was Su Shanyo, he guessed what was happening, helplessly turning back to call out, "Xiulian, Dinyo is here." Having said that, he ignored Su Shanyo and left straight away. Chen Xiulian hurried out with quick, small steps, and saw Su Shanyo. "Dinyo, why are you only arriving now? That matter with your family, has it been decided?" During this time, no news had come from the Su family. She knew she was powerless to help with their situation, so she didn't go to add to their troubles. "Yes, it's decided." Su Shanyo nodded, "I'm going." Instantly, Chen Xiulian's eyes turned red. She threw herself at Su Shanyo, her weak and powerless fists pounding on his chest. Why? Why? We're about to get married. Why does it have to be you? Woo woo. She wanted to say why not Su Xiaogo, but she couldn't, that would make her seem too selfish.